あ、追いつかなかったんですけど、まあ、まだ他の2チーム残ってますので、その際にちょっとまた改めて解説できればなと思うんですけど、
I wonder if that's a
トンビ
PB.
リチームマジで速いで
Like,
す
it
ね。
doesn't have a time on the board. Okay.
圧
Oh no,
倒的な
oh
速
yeah,
さ
he
で、
doesn't. Hmm. I know he's posted
FF7 リ
times
バースに
posted
入っ
that,
てますね。
but I'm not sure if that was a PB. We'll have to hear from him. But something else that's amusing about New Game Minus is that Tachibana's PB
と
is the
自
world
分
record,
が見た
and
と
it's
きに
actually
は、
faster than the 80% world record. So currently New Game Minus is
次
faster
の解説が多分いらっしゃらな
for
か
a
っ
few
た
different
ので、と
reasons
りあえず
why.
このまま、
I mean, it's
残
more
り2名の
optimized,
解
and
説の
also
方
just
を
I think the
続けてい
arcade
こうか
in
な
New
と
Game
思
Minus
い
is
ます。
smaller because the Karkata you really need to get an ideal time. The Karkata
現在の
does help, and
進
it
行度
might
と
be
しては、
unnecessary,
左上、
but it's
モグリ
just
チームの方が
the way
先
the
に進んで
guns
ます
achieve
ね。
the run
これ
are
か
just
ら、
much more
大
consistent
東台
because you're
に
always killing them
挑
in the
む
same time,
と
whereas
こ
with
ろですね。ハイドロ戦の
the
直前です
equipment
ね。
setup from 80%, it's very random. But you may wonder then
ハー
why
ビーさんはク
why
リ
not
スタル
just
グ
use
ラ
the
ンデ
new game
で、
minus route in 80%,
ハ
because
シュ
it's
マ
going
リ
to be
ム
faster
に
and more
挑む
consistent?
前です
And the
ね。
answer to that is we don't know. We're gonna try it. This is cutting edge stuff right now, and nobody's tried any
はい、
percent with new
ハ
game
イドロ
minus
戦の
strats.
前のセッ
The
トアッ
one concern I
プ
have is that this trick to set up the gunners by letting them die and Phoenix down them is not so easy in any percent because they have more HP.
で、こ
But I
こは、
expect that
近
it
接攻
probably
撃を
will
ハイ
remain
ド
the
ルが
same
使ってき
in
てくれ
most
る
Yeah,
こと
high
を、
I don't
volume
see
お祈り
why.
です
I
ね。
don't see why. As
先
long
ほ
as
どみ
they
たい
can
に
still
遠距離
die
攻
to like
撃
enemies on
使
the
われてし
way,
まう
they should
と、
Yeah,
お
still
散歩
they should
exactly.
戦法
still
が
like
使えなくなっ
be
て
able
しまう
to.
ので、
So that's current events is try that. Try new game minus strats on any percent and
ここ
see if
は
it's
お
actually
祈り
better.
ですね。
Yep.
But for any of the commentators for the next one when it gets started, we're going to be just we've covered most of the things we want to, and we'll just be doing updates on how they go in the
さあ、
next
ハイドロ戦。
segments.
まず最初、敵の行動を見ましょう。お、最初に出しちゃうん
I'm
だ。
steamed ham with cheese. I'm doing commentary for Final
あ、
Fantasy
お散歩
VII
使わない
Rebirth
戦
with
法ですね、これ。
Inaki Emi.
はい。一応こっちの戦法もあるんですよね。純粋にそのバルフラーでデコイでダメージを受けて、その間に倒しきるっていう。
I mean, you picture a Tonberry as just like this
こっちの方
slowly
が
walking enemy, but and
お散歩だとどうしても
lighting up right now.
ガンナーたちが移動する手間があって、
I'm also going to be commentating. Apologies, there was a
若
bit of mute.
干そのダメージを与える効率が悪い分遅くなってしまうんですけど、
And yeah, so we've
これは
already
かな
got
り攻めチャートになってますね。範囲魔法、特にカーズとか飛んできちゃうと、結構立て直しが大変なんですけど、今回はそういった魔法を使われずに、近接攻撃しかされなかったので、問題なく突破したっ
Should
てい
be
う
a
感
fun
じです
time.
ね。
So sit back and relax.
ただし今、左上、バーサーカーのトレジャー、25% の確率のトレジャーを出ることを祈ってるんですけど、もう6回、7回やってますけど、なかなか出てないですね。左上の方にトレジャーが、やっぱ出てきてないな。画面左上の方に出てくるんですけど、出ましたね。はい、ここからバーサーカー回収と。
Ignore the path that the game wanted us to take because you slow walk when you're too close to Tifa here. So we jumped over to the left hand side and just ran ahead and it kind of made Tifa run. And we do stuff like that a few times throughout this run just to make sure that we're not being slowed down by the game when of course we don't want to be.
右上、ハービーさんがこれから、
And this is our kind of
そうですね、ハシュマリム戦に入りますね。
similar strats throughout the run. One of the big differences
バブル
on Cloud's basic attack
がかかってないな。
kind of a auto wind effect that we used to use with
HP が1500と低い状態なんですけど、
enemies together.
バブルベルト装備しましたね。じゃあ大丈夫かな。最初に通常攻撃で、クリティカルが入ってしまうと1000くらいのダメージが入ってしまうので、それがちょっと怖かったんですけど、これなら安心ですね。これ今、ショックでバルフラ倒されてしまったんですけど、これは問題ないですね。 アシュマリムは、ショックを使ってきた後は魔力の泉っていうバフコードを使ってくるんですけど、そのコードかなり隙が長くて、その間に今みたいに立て直しても全然余裕で倒しきれるだけの余裕があるので、マルフレア倒されてしまってもそこは問題ないです。
Yeah, in Intergrade they at least made it so that when you used certain magics on flying materia, the magic stuck to them. In the original release, if you didn't get them, they just flew out your way and it missed completely.
There's also some new. There's also a new
さあ、マデロンさん、
tech
画面左上マデロンさ
in
ん
this
は
game, precision blocking.
これからパン
This
デモニウ
will
ムに入るところですね。
basically make you immune when you time your block out. So you'll see that from time to time. Stop taking damage.
ちょっと道中削られてますが、
Dessa did PB
大丈夫
there,
そうかな。
so that was a PB for him.
Outstanding, Dessa.
Yeah.
Well played, good sir.
GG's.
So we're currently climbing up the mountain towards the reactor. Now, as this is the kind of flashback memory sequence, Cloud is a wee bit weaker than even our
は
normal
い、事前にデコイをかけて
I'm afraid
戦
we've
闘
not
に
got
入
really
りま
any
すと。
fancy moves we can do right now. I've got no cool
HP50% いくまで削って、 絶対防御使ってくるんで、フランとバッシュ下げて、でここでアレイズをパンデモニウムに使用を。でもちょっと早いかな。これもちょっと早いかもしれないですね。リカバリーとしてエリクサーをレラスに投げましたね。これでもう一回、そうですね、アレイズ使って、だいぶ安定立ってますね。アレイズで絶対防御解除してから、パンネロを呼び出してデコイをかけ直してますね。無事パンデモニウムを倒しました。
Yeah, Madelon was able to get the perfect defense to drop with arises, so
Yeah, it took 2 arises. I think Dessa didn't want to use the elixir.
yeah, that's
But there, Madeline had the extra elixir, so she used it to get a good amount of time
こ
there.
れから
Yep.
ファービーさんもレダス加入して、ハイドロ戦ですね。
Costs so much MP that
ファービーさんはどっち取るんだろうな。
5 red us can only cast it
お
one
散
time,
歩
so
か
using the
普通に戦うのか、ちょっと注目
It's not even
で
for
す
the
ね。
intended purpose of a rise. It's very amusing.
マデロンさんもしかしたらチャートが違うかもしれない。そうですね。マデロンさんはちょっとチャートが違いますね。どう違うかっていうと、トンベリチームのデサさんは、一度そのフェニックスので復活させてから、軽装備を装備して、瀕死状態を作り出すっていうことをやってたんですけど、マデロンさんはかなり安定を取ったチャートで、その軽装備の HP 上昇分だけで、HP20% 以下になるように調整している。要はそのかなり性能のいい軽装備を、調達して、それによって HP に余裕を持たせてますね。その初期、防具を外して、最強装備をするだけで瀕死状態が作り出せる。リカバリーが非常にしやすい。そうですね、こんな感じで復活したら防具を外してまた付け直すだけで HP 調整が完了するっていうチャートを取ってますね。ここの古弱感は、結構その魔法を食らって立て直すのに時間がかかる区間になっているので、そこで立て直しやすいチャートを組んでらっしゃいますね。その分お金を余分に稼がないといけないので、そこでロスが入ってしまうんですけども、そうですね、瀕死にする手間を減らすことで短縮を図ってますね。
And Harvey just beat Hydro. Both Madelon and Harvey had really clean Hydro fights, which was Really nice to see.
Nice way to make up some time.
あ、ハービーさんもうハイドロ終わっちゃったんだな。どっちだったんだろう。ちょっと見れてなかったですね。ごめんなさい。左上に集中してました。あ、そういうことですね。最大 HP を無理やり上げて、20% 以下に調整してますね。
Pretty strong compared to Cloud, so that's the first menu of the game where we set him up for a few quick shortcuts. Shortcuts during combat.
速くなるかは、まあでも基本的には、まあ理想を言えば、その立て直す必要がないのがやっぱ一番なので、立て直すのが速くなるっていうのが、そのマデロンさん、左上のマデロンさんの利点なんですけど、そもそも立て直す機会がなければ、そのメリットってなくなっちゃうんで、最速の記録狙いだと、デサさんのフェニックスの王で最小限の軽装備で調整するっていうのが、一番早いかなっていう感じですね。ただまあマデロンさんもだいぶ順調に進んでますね。今のところ、フラン、バッシュ両方とも食らうっていうことは1回だけで済んでるので。
Placement's gonna be rough. Yeah. And placement of the enemies kind of matter too, because if they're like you saw blocking up the entrance there, then there's no real way to run around them.
そうですね。順調に抜けましたね。ハービーさんはこれから、画面右上ハービーさんはこれからパンデモニウム入りますね。You play a Squaresoft game, you see a big boss between, well, a big monster between you and what you think is where you need to be, and you just assume you're going to have to fight it. マデロンさんはシャーリーと戦に入ります。最初オイルが入るかどうかが若干お祈りポイントですね。
Yeah, I think it's the enemy is based on the
エリクサーはたくさんあるんで、立て直し自体は大丈夫だと思うんですけど。
how enemies detect you.
OK ですね。オイルも入って倒しきりましたね。そうですね、リスク運用。あとは本当にこのゲーム、お金がカツカツなゲームなので、マデロンさんのチャートの場合は、高い、その分、性能の高い軽装備を調達してるんですけど、その分たくさんのギルが必要になってくる。でそのギルを稼ぐために、稼ぎを多く行っているっていう感じなので、安定寄りのチャートですね。
Yeah, right now we just have the Sid. One of the Sids.
We had to learn more ourselves.
This isn't in the guide. What do you do when somebody's half an hour ahead?
パンデモニウムのセットアップですね。アーシェルで声をかけてから、フラントバッシュにバフをかけて読みます。50% 以下まで削って絶対防御を使ったらフラントバッシュを下げてアーシェで声をかけ直してレダスでアレイズ。これはいいタイミングなんじゃないかな。どうかな。でもちょっと早いな、やっぱ。ちょっと早かったんで、エリクサーで回復して、もう一回アレイズ打ちましたね。で、今、アーシェを下げて、フランとバッシュを出したいんですけど、今、範囲コードで狙われていたので、アーシェ下げられなくて、ちょっと今、そうですね、下ってますね。OK です、OK です。
Yeah, this game is held together with much
ただ
better duct tape than
ちょっ
remake was.
とバッシュとガンナーの距離が近すぎて、パワーターンっていう範囲攻撃があるんですけど、それに巻き込まれてしまいましたね。フェニックスので回復して、装備変更技でフェニックスの隙を消して、デコイがでもそろそろ切れるんじゃないかな。大丈夫かな。バルフレアが倒された。でも倒しきった。危ない。
Depending on when the fight's designed, sometimes we delay the staggers till different phases, and sometimes we want them to happen as soon as
左上、マデロンさんもフェンリル突破ですね。
pressure or stagger gains. So you try and stop using them if you want to delay your stagger to the next phase. So the big ones you'll see is there's a few moves for gaining a lot of.
いや、ハービーさんギリギリでしたね。
Tricks to stop stagger. Where depending on the move, you might see them use a move.
パンデモニウム、これまでバルフレアは、盾役のバルフレアにマインゴーシュと盾を装備させてて、確率で言うと、だいたい 40% くらいの確率で、じゃない、逆か、60% くらいの確率で、敵の攻撃を回避することができるんですけど、パンデモニウムは HP が 50% 未満になると、回避を無視するっていうオプションが追加されてしまうので、それでバッシュ、バルフレアだけだとちょっとタンクが難しくなるって感じですね。回復が間に合わなくなってしまう可能性があるっていう。
Every character has a triangle gimmick, and Sephiroth's is a charge mechanic. As long as you don't get
ハービー
hit,
さ
you
ん
get
は
to keep the
小じゃ
charge.
がり
And
に
you
入って
basically
ます
can
ね。
do
ハー
combos
ビー
with
さん
Vendor
は
when it's fully charged called Telic Fury.
マデロンさんとは
It's
違
like
っ
a
て
truck. So getting
デ
hit
サさんと
by Materia Keeper
同じ
early
ル
on
ート
kind
で
of
すね。
slowed the
若
fight
干
down
攻め
just
ル
ever
ー
so
ト。
much. Luckily, Firegup pretty much hard carries that
立て
fight.
直しにちょっと時間かかりますね。間違えて軽装備したまま回復、フェニックスのリ蘇生してしまったんで、またレダスで、バッシュを
I
一度
mean,
殺して
Materia
しまっ
Keeper
て
is
か
like one
ら
of
フェ
those
ニックスので
fights
ま
where
た
it's
復
like you
活
do
さ
it
せ
wrong and
て、
you're like, maybe I should just not be running today. This is not my day.
I think we've all felt that on whatever the first kind of real boss is on any run. That's the one you go, I've done this boss, what, 20, 30, 40 times more than every other fight in this game. Why is it this one that chooses to have a bad day with me?
How many times have we reset chapter 1, right?
いいですね。今のところは魔法も飛んでこずに順調ですけど、ここ次3体いるん
Out of
で、
like context, there's a skip in
ちょっと
remake
厄介な
that
ポイ
you
ン
have
ト。
almost zero control over.
超え
Where
ました
the
ね。
flashback
魔
for
法使わ
Cloud's
れな
like
かった。
seeing calm, which we're actually playing right now. For some reason, Sephiroth just doesn't spawn there properly, and that skips like a 20 to 30 second slow walk.
ここも2体並んでるんですけど、プロテス入ってますけ
You go
ど、
back to chapter 1
大丈夫
quite
で
a
すね。
bit if you want that time.
使われる前に
And at
倒
a
しき
certain
る。
point, you kind of have to. It's pretty frustrating.
Yeah, that's the start of chapter 2 in the remake.
Yeah,
And
pretty
yeah,
much.
You're about 15, 20 minutes into the run at that point. So yeah, if you want that 20 seconds, you're restarting if you don't get it.
Yeah,
マデロン
we're
さ
still
ん
a
も
bit in
そ
the
ろそろ
flashback. There's no real
次の
battles
始まりま
or
せんですね。
anything, for the next little while.
We
This is all
actually
just
do a
running
little bit of
runs.
movement optimization here to get ahead of this NPC. Normally, the game wants you to be behind him, so you'd slow walk the whole way. But if we do that little bit of movement tech there, we can get out in front of him so we can jog all the way to the manor instead of slow walking. Saves quite a bit of time.
And this is the first time we will be here in the Shinra
エアロ
Mansion,
が
and we will come
構え
back
られ
in
てはいます
this
け
game.
ど、
It's
な
changed
ん
a
と
wee
か
bit
出る
from
前
the
に
original.
倒せてますね。
Mostly now it's just an elevator down to the basement, which I think is a bit of a shame. I quite liked the multiple floors and the different rooms and OG.
I was
Yeah, I was
so
looking
Ah,
forward to
sad.
exploring
と
it,
ちょっと
but
近
yeah.
づきすぎちゃいましたね
I。was so sad when I didn't see the top floor open. I was like,
範囲
no,
攻撃に
this
当たっちゃ
better
った
be,
ん
this
で
better be available when I come back
一
here.
旦
Then I came
フェニッ
back
クス
and I
で
was
回
like,
復
no,
して
I
か
got
ら
scammed,
装備をつ
dude.
け
I
直
hate
す。
this.
Maybe in part 3.
I hope so.
I think those of us who played this game enough are all saying to ourselves, hopefully in part 3.
マデロンさんはハシュマリム、
And I don't
クエ
mean
イジャ
that
は
there is things to
行動待ち
fix
で
and
スキッ
such,
プ
but
と。
once you play through Rebirth casually yourselves, folks, you will realize that there is a lot they have still left to tie up.
いいですね、順調ですね。
And unless part 3 is twice the size of this game, I'm not sure how they're going to pull it off. Okay, this is probably the most annoying part of early game is this long slow walk. I don't think any of us like slow walk percents. They are infuriating when you are forced to go slow. But Square has a habit of using them in this trilogy in particularly.
It's like a cinematic thing.
Yeah, I was actually
左上のマデロンさんがこれから、シドとパンフリート戦に入ってきますね。
He's like, oh good, time for the 3-minute slow
一
walk
応その
segment.
ここの戦闘は操作通り、チャート通りに動ければ、
2 minutes of this.
まあ、負けることはないんですけど、ただ操作が結構忙しい区間ではあるので、
3 minutes of stumbling forward.
Thank you, Square.
Luckily, it's kind of a cooldown, but unfortunately, Calm is a bit of a
そうですね、
larger
一旦
segment
バッシュを下げ
where
て、
we kind of have a lot of free
ムー
time,
ビー
so this ends up just kind of
こ
overstaying.
こちなみにバッシュがいると10秒、
It is kind of funny to see
13秒くらい、
the slow walking with the
すごい長いセリフが入るんですよね。
next to it.
なので、ここは必ずバッシュを下げておく必要があります。
So remember how we all
まあ指導
complained
戦
that
で
the
す
speed
ね。
of 12 was too slow, so they gave us that speed up? Do you think Square could do that when they eventually re-release the entire remake trilogy? Because you know they're going to. They are going to give us like a super
ここで一旦
ultimate
アーシュとパンデロに切り替え
That's
て、
just how they're going to make money.
炎の杖装備、
Remake.
And I know I'm daft enough that I'm going to buy it because frankly they steal money off me almost every month. That's just what Square do.
デスペルを
So we're
パン
almost
フ
finished
リ
this
ー
slow
と
walking bit, which finally
リ
means
フレ
we
ガ
get
の
to
魔片を
get
投げつ
Sephiroth.
つ、
We're
アーシェ
almost
で
back
デ
in
コイ
the
を
house.
バルフレアにかける。
Interestingly, the security officer at the bottom left there just shouted "Ma."
This.
So
So if you're
knows
just
what that
watching
means.
like casually and don't actually have a PS5, this probably makes no sense at all. For some reason in the PS5, they decided to put like force feedback in the shoulder buttons in
で、
L2
ここ
R2.
デコイをかけ直して、デスペルちょっと早いかな。僕今、このムービー攻撃の前にデスペルを投げたんですけど、
Fortunately, however, you can turn it off via the menu, so it makes this a lot more
直前まで
Otherwise,
マバリア状態で魔法攻撃無効化しちゃうんですけ
I
ど、
have it disabled,
あ、
but
ちゃ
I
んと
also
通
have
ってますね。
a
大丈夫だな。
controller, so I've got here triggers. So
あんまりそのムービー前に
I
デスペル投げてしまうと、マバリアが残ってて、デスペルが入らないっていうことがたまに発生するんですけど、今回は大丈夫でしたね。
Someone did make a point in chat that the way that Square mask their loading screens is that with the slow walking and the hold the door to open sort of thing. So it is great to not to have a seamless gameplay experience, but as you can, but again, from a speedrunner's perspective, it's quite annoying.
I've just seen in chat.
あ、右上ハービー
Yes,
さ
we
ん
can
は
turn off that force feedback on the triggers. How you planned on doing a plat run with that on? I have no idea.
HP だいぶ
yeah,
高い
there's a
な。
couple of different places to do it. Also, earlier, I
念のために
unplugged
こ
my
れ
headphone just
HP のライセ
slightly.
ンス
So
多めに
I
取っ
was
て
like,
ます
why
ね。
is it so deafeningly quiet? So if I talked over
だいた
something,
い
sorry
4000、攻めチャートだと4000で止ま
I
るん
was
で
like,
すけ
I
ど、
saw you lighting up at me,
追
and
加
I'm
で
like,
これいく
what
つか取ってま
is?
すね。
Wait a minute. Did I unplug my? Yep, I did.
フェンリル戦前
So
の
probably catch back up
バ
with
フ、
where you
ヘイ
are.
ス
So
ガ
we're
と
now back in
草町のガルバドスでブレイブ状態にして、
And so we're in Cam, and Cam is a wee bit bigger than it used to be. That's a common theme in all this game. And
開
we've
幕
just
大
picked
絶
up
叫
our
が飛んで
new
くる
quad
の
deck.
で
We don't want to
控え
learn
に
how to
戻
play
して
that right now. In fact, we don't need to learn how to play it at all. We'll be skipping as much of that entire part of the game as possible, which is quite upsetting because I quite enjoyed Queen's Blood as a minigame, but
ス
that's
ペル
an
投げ
extra
つつ
speedrunning if we can
ちょっ
skip it.
と早いんじゃないかそのタイミング大丈夫かな
Okay, here's the moment, folks. You all wanted it in part
出す
one.
のが早いと
Yep,
大絶
F15
叫当たっちゃうんですけど
has
大
joined
丈
the
夫でした
party.
ねはい
So exciting.
2回目
Finally.
の大絶叫もしっかり離れて倒しきる
Yeah,
So-
Big
since,
update. Oh, okay.
Go ahead, go
I
ahead.
was, since red is pretty fast, I was just gonna make
左
a
上
point
マ
that
デロン
he's
さ
gonna
ん
be,
も
he's gonna be running away from battles a lot.
ラストダンジョンですね
Yeah,
バハ
we
ム
have
ー
some
ト
movement tech
入
for
り
that.
まし
But,
た
so we have an affection system that actually functions in this game. Skip.
そうですねこのチャートのメリットは
And there actually was
もう一つあ
somewhat
りますね
important
ここ
dialogue
で
there.
ゲサさんの場合は一度フェニックスの方で復活させてあげないといけなかったんですけど、マデロンさんの場合は軽装備装備するだけで禁止状態を作り出すことができるので、そのまま、向かってますねボスの元へ。で声をかけてから下町のガルバロスとエースガの魔兵を使って
Yeah, Madeline is now about to start the final fights. She had a really good end of Ferris, really clean fights, and even had a extra reverse mode for Hashmal. So now he's fighting Gabranth, or she's fighting Gabranth.
HP50% 以下になったんで、ムービー入って、この直後にリフレガの魔兵をちゃんと投げられるかどうかですね。結構最短でアイテムを投げるって結構難しいんで、今回大丈夫そうですね。リフレガの魔兵を投げて、プルテアを反射させて、直後にムービー攻撃が来るんで、フェニックスの方で遅延をかけて、順番待ち
There
発
was
生
a
さ
really
せて
nice
ますね。
tech we actually just saw her do, which is that you want to open the menu as fast as possible, so you want to just mash the button. The problem is if you just mash the button when your cursor's on like attack or item, you might accidentally do something you don't want to do. And so if you put your cursor over Gambit specifically, the mashing will open the menu and then start just repeatedly toggling the Gambit, so it won't exit the menu.
いや、そうです
So you
ね
can。just mash the button when you're on Gambit.
いや、本当にすごいペースでしたよ。
Possible.
なかなか一発勝負で
Now, Vayne,
このタイム48分台だった
Vayne
と思っ
walks really
たんです
slowly,
けど
so you can just keep your
なかなか出るタイムじゃない
to
です
him
からね。
and he won't get a move off. First phase goes really fast, then the second phase he will try to use Mockwave, but you can
左上
just
マデロンさん
use
は
the
ベイ
item
ン
to
戦ですね。
delay that enough that the gunners will take care of
ムー
the
ビー攻撃が来るので、フェニックスの方
second
で
phase before.
遅延かけます。
Before the Mockwave happens. And I like how that fight, in that fight, the fight takes, the
ベインの
speed
戦
in
です
between
ね。
takes longer than the
崖魔法とんちょっとバルフじゃないバッシュの位置が近いんで怖いですけど、よかった。
Then
今の位置、
Dark
崖魔
Windows
法飛んで
goes
きてたら巻き
quite
込まれて危なかった
pretty
です
quickly
ね。
as well. Kind of depends on how many of the swords they
タワー
shoot
出
at,
てても
but
逃げ切ってましたね
if。the swords are alive, then they start
そう
shooting
出現
them
率確か 10% だったと思うんですけど、タワーっていうレアモンスターが出てきて
get、them before or not.
Looks
今
like
みたいに攻撃されて邪魔されることがあるんですけど、画面
Harvey's
右上ですね。
fighting Hashmal as well.
フェニックスのちょ
using
っ
Phoenix
と早い
down
か。あ、でもクリティカル出た。大丈夫ですね。
get the kill before Quakeja
チーム
and
チョコボ
that's
も
a
ハシュマリム
clean
突
fight for
破。
one
Team
thing that
Choco as well.
One thing that you might have noticed is that in this version of the game, there's no damage limit at 9,999. It's at 99,000, so you can actually go over.
マデロンさん
We've had a
も
few crits from the guns that do more than the
断罪を
10,000,
受け
and we'll also
て
see the Fire Agas coming up.
There's
ファイガが飛んできて
There's
るけ
actually
ど
no、damage limit
ああ、
in
よ
this
かった。
Oh, there isn't.
巻き込まれてないですね。
I think the Harvey has like some kind of a VOD where he deals like
さあ、
1.5
最終
million
戦、不
damage
滅
to
な
an
るもの
enemy.
戦ですね。画面左上。
Okay, well, this is final boss now
攻
for
撃2回打っ
We'll see.
て、
Oh, that was great. That
あ、
was so
フ
easy.
ァイン攻撃もちゃんと避けましたね。これは GG かな。
Time.
Time
はい、タイマーストッ
for a
プ。
team mod.
That
And
was
モグ
way
リ
fast
チー
and I
ム
was ready for it, but it
FF12
did take you like
Yeah, that was a
Cancel this.
really,
I didn't know
that
it was
was
possible to
really
go that
fast
fast.
undying.
時間58
Sorry,
分
not giving you
か
more
な。
time there.
That final phase feels like it lasts, anything from
そうです
1 to
ね。
5 seconds.
もう丸々10
Yeah,
分差がつきましたね。
normally he does that mega flare can hit the gunners, and so you can do a setup, but the gunners were far enough away that it was just done.
Yeah. And Harvey's fighting C2 or
さあ、
um
右上
Gabrand
ハービー
first.
さんは大東大最後ガブラス戦に入ってます
Gabrand
ね。
using an item to block guild, and then the gunners will take care of Gabrand very quickly. Then immediately Sid2 phase 1, where you throw another item to just
そうですね。
oh,
後半
Harvey's using a reverse mode there
ま
apparently.
あ、4倍速なんで
Yeah,
結構操作大変かなっていう感じはあるんですけど、実際やってみると思ったよりできるというか、まあその位置調整がすごい重要なのと、ワンミスした時にあっという間に崩壊するん
So
で、
dispelling first, which makes sure that oil lands.
そういった部分で結構気をつけるポイントは多いんですけど、
And using a reflector
パターン
mode
自体は
to
ほぼほぼ固定化されてるの
still
で、
get reflect spells
やる
from
分には
our party,
結構
re-equip the
意外とでき
staff,
るっていう部分が
and
あり
then
ますね。
start. Oh, Ash is out of MP.
おっと、アーシェの
Once you
MP
get the
が
first MP,
足りてなかっ
you
た
don't
です
have
け
MP
ど、
for one
エリク
cast
サー
and
で
you
う
can
ま
do
く
the
リカ
full
バー
fight
しました
because
ね。
you regenerate so much. You regenerate so much HP or MP from War Mage that he actually got after one cast.
いや、
Ash
これ
was
は
at
これは
like
本
100
当ですよ。
Yeah, it's
ま
balanced for
あ、
normal.
オートセーブもありますあります
boosts
し、
and oil,
直
some
前で
flank
もし
stabs,
失敗したとしてもやり直すことは
weakness,
できますしね。
It's also
Red
high
side, but
miss.
that
お、
doesn't
ちょっとギリギリ
really
か。
matter
今パンネロ
for
だけになっちゃってる
Oh,
け
Ash
ど、
died as well, but
危ない
right, Ash died to the return damage, but
Yeah, he backed up out of range, but we're okay now. So.
多分デコイが更新されてなかったかな。どうだろう。デコイが消えちゃって、
Then,
アーシェに攻撃がいって、
there's a forced save point here
で、アーシェがやられちゃって
that
っていう感じだっ
the
たかな
runners
と思いますけ
opted
ど。
to use to for safety savings just in case something weird happens. Like we have autosaves, but sometimes if the game can crash during an autosave, and then the save file can get corrupted, and that's something we don't want to happen.
Definitely not.
But it's really rare. But it has happened a couple of times.
Actually, I did not know that. It does not happen to me.
It's happened to me on like PS4. I don't know if it can happen on PC as well. Yeah, Harry's then running to the aerodrome and to reach the final area.
そうですね、弱くてニューゲームは本当にいい
He's
バラン
checking his
ス
inventory
ですね。
to
なんか、
see how many items
も
he
とも
has.
とその低レベルクリアができるように設
Seems
計
like
されてる
he's fine with having
っていうの
26
もあって、
explosions, so
Yeah, I
should
think
be
you
more
want
than
to
enough.
have like less than
結構
10 actually for this.
ちょうどいい
Yeah,
塩
I'm
梅にはなり
pretty
ますね。
sure less
ゾ
than
ディアック
10
エイ
is
ジ
enough.
版はオリジナル
So
版に比
26
べ
is
て
a little bit overkill, but
全体的に
Doing a run, he
武器の
actually
ダ
ended
メ
with
ージ
zero
が
explosions
威力
after
が
Ferris,
上がっ
and
て
I
たり
think
と
he had
か、
like 6.
防具の防御量が
and
上がってた
Ferris
りとか、
you
能
can
力
get
値
by
が
yeah.
ライセンスによって
You know, it's
上げ
really
やすか
don't
ったりとか
yeah,
Get stuck
ってい
especially
う情報
especially
修
in
正が
relay.
結構あ
Like
る
there
の
are
で、
autosaves on Bahamut,
割とその
and then
辺で
if
ご利用
you
してきちゃう。
reload,
通
you don't
常
have
のプレイ
access
だ
to
とご利用
shop.
して
Like
きちゃ
this
う部
is
分がある
now
んですけ
past the
ど、
point of no return.
ニューゲーム、弱く
You
て
can't
弱
just
くて
go
ニューゲ
back
ームの場合
and buy
は、
more healing items.
まあレベルが
That
抑え
kind
ら
of
れ
is
る
also why
分、
we do some mixed saves, even though there's auto saves, because
い
you
い塩
can
梅
reach
に
a
な
point
ってる
of
か
no
な
return
と
with
は
auto saves.
思いますね。
Yeah. So there's like two screens.
さあ、
You
ハー
have
ビーさんも
enemies
ラ
that
ス
you
ト
have
ダ
to
ン
run
ジョン、
past,
バ
and
ハムー
then
トに乗り込んで、
Gabrand
道中はとりあえずは大丈夫そうかな。
Waiting at the elevator
今の区間が結構一番危険なところだったので、
Yep.
ここでフランとバッシュを倒すのかな。倒した
So
ね。
are we slowing down intentionally a little bit so that the gunners get killed? So are we gonna now Phoenix down them and so
フ
they
ェニッ
get
クスので
so they respawn at
復
low
活させ
HP,
て
then re-equip the light armor
軽装
on
備を
them
装備
so
して
to increase their max HP. So now they are
瀕死状態
critical
を作り出す。
using domain Galvados to
下町のガルバドスでブレイブ状態、
bravery on
ヘイ
them
スナの
and
魔片使っ
haste
て
mode for haste
ヘイストをかけて、
and then equip the Berserker braces for Berserk and
バーサーカー装備
bring
し
out
てバー
Ash
サーク状
to
態、
cast decoy on Balthier, then
デコ
bring
イを
out
かけ
the
て
gunners back to the party
ガブ
now
ラ
with
ススタ
all
ートで
fresh
すね。
buffs and ready to go at Gabrand. So first phase goes very fast.
So what you're
Then
saying
リ
is
フレクの魔
slow
片
down
を
to speed up.
最速で投げられるかどうか。
Then open the menu really quickly here after the cutscene so you can get the Reflector mode off before renew.
あ、これは大丈夫そうです
There
ね。
we go. And then using a Phoenix down to delay innocence
順番
enough
待ち
that
も
he dies
バッ
before
チリと。
that happens.
そう、10ね。
Bringing
この
out
ゲーム
Von
10
Ash to
あ
cast
の
Reflect and Decoy on Balthier.
唯一ではないか。まあそのレベルとか、力のステータスに左右されないっていう特性がある関係で、
Then bring out
まあ、
the
そのレベル
gunners
99だろうが
and
レベル1だろう
ready
が
for
同
Vayne.
じダメージが出るって
So
いう武器
again,
なんです
Vayne
よね。
moves really slowly, so you just let him target Bosch and
それもあ
run
っ
away.
て、この RTA でも銃が採用
Then
され
the
てます。
gunners should like trigger the cutscene really fast.
ただ終始銃だけでいけるかって言ったらそうじゃなくて、途中でやったアーリマン、
To delay the mark
これは
wave enough
10耐性っていうのを持ってまして、ダメージがもう約10分の1になっちゃう。まあ、大体10分の1になっちゃうっていうオプションを持ってるせいで、どう頑張っても10じゃ倒せないんで、
On Rebirth, Sid
そこまでは
just
魔法を
got
使って、
the Chocobo,
そこからは10
the
使っ
new
てって
mechanic
い
in the
う
game,
チャートになってますね。
ride around faster.
ベインノースは崖魔法を使ってこない。
It's really useful for new game movement. Unfortunately, getting the Chocobos take in Eon, that first game was fairly simple. You may have noticed that I went to the side of that left Chocobo.
そう
Sometimes
ね、一応不滅たるもので、貫通ファイガとか、そういう貫通崖魔法を使ってくるんですけど、今バルフラーにデコイかかってる上でリフレクがかかってるんですけど、最後不滅なるものって貫通、そうリフレク貫通する崖魔法を使うのに、こっちがリフレク状態だと
So Vayne starts with
その
protect
貫通
or has
崖魔
protect
法を
on,
使ってこない
so
ってい
Harvey
う
used to
謎
dispel
の
to
仕様が
get
あり
rid
ま
of
して、
that. Now Vayne is using his big move that we can't delay for long enough that
なので、リ
we
フ
only
レ
have
ク
to
をか
kill
けた
for it, so
バル
we
フレア
just use the time to buff Balthier and
不
then
滅なるものに
bring
挑
out
ん
the
でるっていう
gunners.
感じですね。
Gunners
崖
again
魔法飛んで
and
きちゃうとどうしてもフランとバッシュ巻き込まれて倒されてしまうので、それを防ぐためにリフレク
Fight
か
should
け
go
てます。
relatively fast, using Phoenix down to make sure that 3 of Sephira does not happen. And
Actually,
now
it is possible to skip that, but it's just such a finishing setup, and it's even worse at 4 times speed. We don't bother. It takes too long
Yeah.
to set up.
ただメガフレア
now
は
final boss, and as we saw with
普通
Metal,
に
this
使
can
ってくるん
go
で、こんな
by
感じ
really
で
fast, so
近くに寄っ
Team
て
Choco get
バルフ
ready.
レアは下がって、
And dead. GG, let's go.
あとはバフをひたすらかけてくるんで削り切って GG ですね。
Well
I
done,
did not
Team
like this
12.
2時間57分54秒かな。
So we're allowed to give closing thoughts. One question: Did you guys notice that I started setting teleport stones on accident?
No, I was
まあ
wondering.
FF12 は全て終わりまして
In Visa?
セブンリバースに入りましたね。
Bruce, it's a new strat. Did you know?
I was like, why-
はい
why restart?
8番さん
All you do is sell the equipment.
海手君ありがとうございました。
はいありがとうございました。
評判となりましたが、
Good.
はい
どうでしたか、三者三様の走りだったかなとは思うんですけど、何か
そうですね
感想とあれば、
Okay,
It was
quick
a thing that
question.
happened.
そうですね、ちょっと思ったより追い切れなかったですね。 もうそれにつきますね。自分も一つの画面見るのが精一杯で、なかなか他の2つの状況を確認するのが、確認して解説するっていうのが難しかったんですけど、まあ、あとは、そうですね、結構説明する必要がある場面が多すぎて、ちょっとね、まとまりがなかったかなっていう部分もあって、ちょっと解説の部分はかなり悔いが残る部分は多かったんですけど、まあでも、はい、すごいいい経験させてもらって、こういった場で解説しながら、こう喋りながら、この FF12 の RTA 見れたっていうのは、すごく良かったですね。はい、ありがとうございました。
はい、ありがとうございました。結構ね、3チーム、時間のズレがあったんで、同じあたりじゃないっていうのが、まあ、ちょっと解説難しいところだったかなとは思うんですけど、
それもありました。
はい。またね、リストリームの方で、他のイベントでもね、FF 走られるシーンよくあると思うんで、もしよければ改めて、
はい、
解説を来ていただければと思いますので、よろしくお願いします。
はい、
はい
よろしくお願いいたします。はい、ど
はい、
うも
ありがとうございまし
あ、ごめん
た。
なさい、最後に1点だけちょっと、
はい
そうですね、今回走ったニューゲームマイナスの、日本語訳したチャートなんですけど、これをジャパニーズリストリームのディスコードの、資料告知チャンネルっていうところに、自分が、使ってるチャートの方を貼っつけてありますので、もし、まあ、走るとまではいかなくてもいいんで、どんなもんなのかなっていう興味をもし持たれた方がいらっしゃったら、こちらの方見てみてください。で、本当にちょっと興味あるな、走ってみたいな、でも、この辺どうやってやったらいいかわかんないな、みたいなことがあったら、もう全然自分の配信ですとか、X のダイレクトメッセージですとか、もう何でも構いませんので、ご質問があれば、ぜひ、私の方までしていただけると、もうとても喜びます。なんせ、その日本人走者は SRC 上でも自分一人だけで、SRC 登録されてなくても走ってる方、一応2名自分は知ってるんですけど、まあ、あまりその活発ではない感じなので、ちょっとでも興味持ってくれる方が増えてくれたら嬉しいなと思います。はい、以上です。
ありがとうございました。
はい、どうもありがとうございました。
はい、ありがとうございました。
失礼いたします。
します。
Okay, so where should we pick up? So we still have two running through the kind of opening segment. They're working through it as fast as they can. I saw it briefly mentioned in chat, so I'll just mention it again.
という感じで、そうですね。まあね、皆さん FF7 リバースの方にね、3チームともゲームが映ったんですけども、一応公式上ではおよそ30分と40分弱のギャップがある感じですかね。はい。今日ね、このゲーム、解説の方がですね、おられないということで、
an enemy skill called Sonic Boom. It boosts your attack and your magic, I believe. And a new weapon for Cloud.
困ったなというところなんですけれども。
I'm here by the way now. Sorry, I'm late.
Hello.
Okay.
Welcome.
Okay, I'm just gonna go right into it here. You get my friend Zalem here.
You're the one who knows these texts. We don't.
Yeah.
Here is the master. Close the war, everyone.
So at the
ね、
start here, we have
FF7
a big wall here in the run. The runners will do this at level 16. You can do it at 15 as well.
全く、FF7 ってでも、
Zalem. We don't
僕
have
ね、
Stephen here like in OG's FF7, but the goal here is
や
mainly
や
keep
ったはずなんです
attacking
よね。
your
ち
leader.
ょっとこの画面をよ
Sometimes
く
it gets a bit janky.
記憶にないんですけど、
In this case,
あれさ、デジキューブで売ってたやつですよね。
That, of course, was mentioned. That's a buff to your bravery and your faith for 30 seconds. It's a
で、なん
1.2
かコンビニに
times buff
カードが ぶら
on
下がっ
your
てる。
physical attack and your magic
あれで売っ
attack.
たやつですよね。
Unless
この画
things
面
get a bit
覚えが
janky.
ないですけど。
Once you do enough damage, he'll coil, Or you can cause this to happen by doing enough ice damage. The boss is weak to ice. Unfortunately, this boss moves around a lot, and so therefore
まあ
you
ね、
can
ちょっと僕も
miss.
喋れることがあんまりないんで、現状左下、ザ・シドさんですね。
You don't run out of time during when the
トン
boss is pressured.
ベリチーム、トンベリチームさんの方がおよそ45分進んでる中で、モーグリさんチームが15分、およそ間のギャップが30分ですね。で、ややこしいんですけど、チョコボさんチームの方はビッグシドさんなんですね。ザ・シドさんとビッグシドさんがいる感じで。
If you break the head, the damage carapace will cause the boss to take more damage than physical damage. It doesn't matter if it's phase 2 or phase 3 or whatever. I think the defense
なんか
multiplier
あれなのかも
goes
しれない
down
です
to
ね。
0.8.
メタルギア的な感じの関係なのかもしれないですけ
So
ど。
in phase 3, the boss is going to try to dive, and we really don't want that. And that can happen if you
今日は
have
右下、画面右下にグラフとかが出てて、だいたいどれぐらい詰めてきてるとか、どれぐらい離れ
in
てる
phase
っていう
3,
の
you
が、
just catch him with
グラフ
shields
と
like
か、
this.
ラップタイムとか出てたりするんで、そっち
Mention
見
yet,
なが
I
ら
just
ね、
got here. And
皆
then
さ
you
ん
just
We
omni
ゲーム持
strike
っていければなと思うんですけれども、
Okay. So the synergy abilities, if you look at the ATB when they are in battle, you'll see
一応ですね、
little
本
blue bars
家
on the ATB. That's the
の
pips. And
関
as you use an ATB ability with
本
one
家
ATB, you get
周り
one
のと
pip.
ころ
Two,
が、こ
then
う、
you get two pips. And
今回のイ
then
ベントはね、全体のグラフ
if you
が
have
出
enough
してある
points,
URL を僕は見た
you
こと
need
見て、
3
ちょっ
points
とどっから
for
探し
most
出せた
abilities
もんなんか
on
ちょっと
normal.
僕
On
わかん
easy,
ないま
it's
ま
2
なんで、
points between two
グラ
characters.
フしか見
Synergy
てないん
ability
で、
like with
皆
Woadyb
さんに
showing
こうや
right
って
here.
探してくださいねっていうの
And
もちょっと
for
難
MK,
しい
it just
話
knocks
で
them
申し訳
down.
ないですけど、
But a lot of bosses,
現
they
在
don't
で
catch
すね、
them, and if you do enough damage, the pressures, that's we're gonna see that a few times maybe,
なんだろう、
depending what they go for.
結構
They'll
ね、
run.
FF9 のあたりで、チョコ
But
ボ
yeah,
さんチームと
really important. Synchro Cyclone, Scales off Magic. There's some that
モーグリさんチームが入れ替わった感じで、前半はね、かなり
It's really weird the power
チョコボ
difference
さん
the
チーム
ultimate
が
nail lists us out, and it's
モーグ
not
リさんチームより
consistent.
早かったんですけど、
But
入れ
it's
替わっちゃっ
typically a
て、
power level of 1100 in
一
total.
方、圧倒的なスピードで逃げ続ける
On Sid's stream, the Sid.
トンベリさんチームなんですけども、
Yep, where I'll be doing
まあ
that.
少しね、
Don't
ト
worry.
ンベリさんチーム、
It's going to be
Yeah,
the theme of this entire
ちょっ
run.
とだけ時間が
Everybody is named Sid.
遅れ始めてる
Woadyb
み
is,
たいな
called
感じになって
City
て、
B today.
逆に
Okay. The Sid ended up doing
モーグリさん
something
チーム
is,
が少し速くなってきてる
it's
感じですね。
they try to keep it to a minimum because it is slow. Like even if you want to get like 5
追い
notes
か
on a
上
deck,
手に
it's
追い
like
かけていってる
20
感じ
seconds
で
or、
まだ
something.
まだイベント続きます
So
んで、
they
ここから
really are only going to pick up
長丁場の
Even
Choba.
menuing in
Choba
this,
Choba の
game,
ゲー
I've
ムも
noticed is
まだまだあるんで、
considerably compared to remake because menuing is also slower.
どこまで追いつけるかってところですけ
Yeah,
ど、
in
ちょっとね、
remake, you
僕
can
が
like
ゲームの話ができればいいんですけど、
even before you can
これ
see
一
where
体
you're
なぜ
going.
この
Here, it's just it's so
炭鉱みたいなと
They're
こを
gonna
走り
try
回
to
って
keep
い
the
るのか
menus
を
as bare
僕は
bones as possible, but
ち
there
ょっ
are
と知らない
some
ん
places
で、
where they're gonna
ち
need
ょっ
it.
となんとも言い難いですね。
It's one of the big sad changes that they made. Hopefully they fix that in part 3.
ずっとなんか転がったりスライディングしたりし続けてるのは見てるんですけど、
Parry punching that we used to use a lot in remake. In Rebirth, there is multiple different characters that we use for fast fleeing. Primarily Red 13 now, actually, just because his mechanics slightly easier to do. But yeah,
もっとね、
getting out of battles as fast as possible
リ
for
バース
other
っ
ones
て
is always a good thing.
何っていう話をこの前聞いたら、前のところでミッドガルって、ミッドガル以降からディスクの2枚目ぐらいまで行くよ、頭ぐらいまで行くよみたいな
Okay.
感じを聞いた。ディスクの2
Sorry,
枚目
I'm
って何だ
also
かわかん
doing
ない
the
ですけど、
splitting, and I
なん
was
かそんな
reminded
話
about
を
like
聞い
you
たん
need
で
to、split. Oh yeah,
まあ
that's
そんな
right.
ゲームらしいです。
On
Okay,
BigSid's
okay,
screen right
okay.
now, you just saw the yellow paint when you climb up. This is something that was used in remake and in Rebirth. For some reason, reviewers don't seem to like it.
そう、令和筋、僕もね、ちょっと物心、自我を持ったのが令和以降なんで、ちょっとあんまり詳しくわかんないんですけど、一応ね、ウィキペディアさんによると、ファイナルファンタジーシリーズのメインシリーズ7作目、ファイナルファンタジー7のフルリメイク版、
You know, people
シリーズ全3部作の2作目ということで
If
ね
it、was consistent, it would be nice. So there is a few
前作、ファイナル
consistencies
ファンタジー
that
7
have
リ
it.
メイ
It's
クの
not there.
続きから始まってますよということですね。まあ皆さんご存知なのかなと思う
I。don't know any off the top of my head though.
あんまりこの話しても思んないなってことだとは思うん
I
で
think
す
it's
けど。
mostly side quest stuff.
Oh wait, yeah, in Grasslands there's some. That's right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just in case, there is a lot of side quests in this game that we are not doing.
前作のメン
I
バ
don't think there's
ーに
any
合わせ、
side quest worth the time loss at all.
前作のメンバ
The
ー
only
No,
I believe is a Chadley fight.
がプレイヤブルキャラクタ
only
ー
only on the Sonic Boom, and then a normal. we
で、
have ATB
レッ
booster,
ド
which
サ
you
ー
have
テ
to do a
ィ
couple
ー
side
と
things, a couple hunts, but
ユフ
they
ィ
don't
ー
need
と
that easy, and we probably don't even need
ケ
it
ッ
normal.
ト
It's just
シー
there
がプレイ
still.
ヤー
It's
キャラ
just
と
not
して
used
参戦した
yet.
ですね。ケ
Still
ット
being
シ
worked
ー。
on. On the Sid screen, we have
現状
Turks. This is going to be a recurring thing. There's going to be a lot of duo groups here,
出てるか出てるかちょっと僕も
where
わからない
there's
ま
two
あで
Turks
申し訳ない
together,
ですけど。
and they all share a commonality in their ways of getting pressured. Now, when you use a 50 cut ability, which I don't know if it's gone over, I'll go over it after this real quick. On Elena, she gets pressured, and then that makes Rude mad, so he targets the person who pressured her. And then you hit him with someone who is not that character. So he pressured with Cloud, and so you can
そ
smack
うです
Rude
ね。
with
プレイ
Tifa
ステー
or
ション
Eric if you
5 の
want,
みで
and you
発
can
売
group
され
them
て
up,
るんです
but
か
they don't
ね。
do that easy. They just stagger Elena.
一応発売日が
And
2月
they can
29日、
push.
今年2
They're gonna do
月
a synchro
29日と
cyclone
いう
to
こ
get
とな
through
ので、
this big shield, and then it's going to pressure both.
およそ半
And it's
年
just gonna
弱前
keep grouped, and most of these fights you want
に
to
出
keep
た
them grouped.
ゲームということですね。
And then they're just gonna finish them up. They have limit, and it's pretty simple, honestly. Usually it's like around a minute-ish, a little over a minute fight, regardless of category here. Another strat is like on normal, for example, you can like Sonic Boom Elena into Rude, and you catch with like Tifa, and you kind of body them both, but that can have problems for sure. This is way safer, honestly.
I believe BigSid at that point does a Tifa swap on the face change, which then allows the synergy attack to keep them grouped together and then nukes down both at once. Which
いや、僕、僕今ね、ちょっと今悩んでたんですけど、何からリバースするのかなって言ったら、あれですね。再度生まれる方のリバースなんですね。
But if you get it, you can just
逆転の方かと思ったら、再度生まれるのリバースなんですね。多分
they're trying to
前作がリメイクだったからリ
get
バース
around
な
a
わけですね。
lot around a lot of encounters. It's not like a very problematic thing throughout the one, but there could be cases where you get caught and you're like, oh, I'll just do a quick retry because it's a very quick load screen, or you might opt to just defeat the enemies depending on the grouping.
なるほど、アンリアル
In Remake,
エンジンを使ってるって
you
ことですね
were。forced to fight so many battles. Like it was very much a little bit different. Whereas this one, you can kind of just ignore most battles until like end game. That's where you start to really have to fight.
City B currently doing the slow crawl, which we all know, love, and hate.
Yeah. Having to do the intro on this makes it a little less. Like you really don't want to reset if you have to. You don't want to have to do this over and over. Like on remake, you know,
片手でひょいひょい
yeah,
崖を
it
登って
wasn't
き
a
ま
big
すね。
deal. You know, you had
Yeah,
to reset, but
I think
Also,
all
the
of
early
us had
game,
silly PBs on that first chapter on remake just because of how many times we reset the run back to the train percent, as
Yeah.
we said.
and then you know you're running in the red right from the get-go. Well, whatever. Also, like remake was a little more reset heavy because there was like some weird little skips, you know, fountain skip and like the bikes and stuff like this on that, but they don't have to worry about a lot of that early game here. So, like the first real wall is Zalem, and then that could cause like a reset. Like Materia Keeper here isn't a big deal, you know. Again, you just attack, you dodge the first attack, you blow him into the next phase. If you're not targeting, if you're not locked on, you'll automatically lock onto, or you'll automatically be targeting a leg. In normal, you would carry over ATB, but they do so much damage that they don't bother with that here on easy. They just blow into there, knock them off the ceiling by doing enough damage to the enemy part. The body does take full damage when you hit a part, and some parts in the game have different defensive multipliers, usually weaker.
なんちゃらなんですかね、
Otherwise,
次の。
why would you go for it?
リデュース、リユース、リ
And
サイ
then
ク
you
ルみたい
just
な感じで。
push them into the next phase, and again, you get the little synergy tutorial on how to use your synergy abilities. Now, there is an alternate strat where you can counterfire trying, but it's slower because you have to wait for the animation for trying. And even if you blow the boss up when he's on the wall, which can be done on easy and normal, but normal that requires a ridiculous setup, he HP gates at 1 health. So you have to knock the boss down no matter what.
stagger bar perfectly for phase 3 there, ready to just knock him over the edge.
Yep, so the boss starts walking and trying to run into the wall. You cannot stagger, so it's very safe. You know, you can just go and push and gate and whatever you want to do at that point. Get your ATB. It's very nice that like that. Whereas most fights, you know, accidental stagger, that's not a good thing. You know.
Yeah, the stagger management, especially with the for switching characters, I mentioned it earlier. You know, to stop the stagger happening, but allow the damage to hit.
BigSid tried to do the counter fire. I
なんか
don't think he
こう、
has
サ
it
ッカー、
practiced.
こうタイヤのついたものを押したり引い
But
たりしてる時
I
間
like
結
that
構
he
ある
tried
な。
to go for it. It's like you see the big animation and then you see like a tiny triangle come out.
で
and
ゲームとしては、このゲームが
I believe BigSid,
6時間15
pull
分
off
ということ
counter
になっ
fire
て
in
ま
his,
す。
NK fight.
Oh, did he do it? Nice.
Yeah.
That's pretty sick. Yeah, not the normal strat, but it's a swag strat.
Yeah, I was wondering what he was doing. I was like, why is he just waiting there? And I was like, oh, okay.
Yeah, it's a nice surprise. I hope they do a few other things later too.
Over on this SID right now, we're currently in the Coral Mountains. Not we're in the Coral Mountains. What are you talking about?
Mithril
Sorry,
Mines.
Mithril Mines, yes.
Mithril
what is
Mines.
it? And so this is one of the kind of themes of the game again. As we've mentioned some of the themes earlier, the party is currently split up into groups. And it's just currently Red and Barrett right now, and we're trying to make our way back to the rest of the team. And moving this minecart around and just moving some junction boxes. We'll have more of that later, and it's a wee bit more fast-paced later on.
そうですね、結
shall
構
we? But we'll see that when it happens.
長い6時間
I gotta say,
半。なので、
I gotta
今
say
一番
though, in the
進ん
mines,
でい
I
るトンベ
always
リーさん
question
チーム、
how does
ザ・シド
Barrett
さん
and
です
Red
ね、
climb the wall
の方が
with no thumbs and
そろそろ1時間というところなんで、あと5時間半ぐ
Barrett,
らい
you know, he
で
just
このゲーム
pulls
終わっちゃ
himself
う。
up with one arm. That's crazy. His strength is
Yeah.
insane. And you see him pulling the minecart, it doesn't even break a sweat.
Yeah.
Barrett on the ladders in Remake always made me laugh. Just the way they've got the animation made.
Yeah, he just straight lets go and he's like, nope, I got it. We're good.
And Red's animation is pretty funny when he's climbing too. You can see him. It's ridiculous. I like it though.
Thankfully, none of Red's animations in Rebirth are anywhere near as terrible as him pulling the levers and the drum in Remake.
Oh,
And
God.
that was some of the
ああ、40時間もかかるんですね。
in the game.
Okay, so Sid, he's setting up for a boss here. This is Metal Golem. This boss, originally it was like, oh my god, this is gonna take so long, but it's really not that bad. You start with bonus round here. It gives you a little extra clip. You see the ammo next to the attack. That's on high caliber. And this is a magical attack, not with his physical. So you'll be doing physical damage and the little magical blips, but it does great stagger. It does 1.5 stagger per bullet. For overcharge, it'll do on every shot. That's 5 bullets. On your normal combo, it'll do it on bullet 5, 10, 15. Or 5, 10, 15, 17. It was 17 shots or something, but it does 4 shots. And there's like weird ways to get more out of it, but it's an absurd ability. It feels like haste, basically. It's a lot like that. But you just get your sonic boom, you get rid of the head so the boss is pressured. He's weak to thunder, and you just blow him into the second phase. You'll always do this magical mallet. And if you get rid of the 2 parts, the sword and the spine, I think it's only the spine you have to deal with actually. The sword can be annoying, but if you get rid of the spine, he'll be pressured instantly after getting up and reconstructing, which the boss will try to do, but you won't have the same physical resistance. Normally, this boss is resistant to direct physical damage, but if he's
ボ
pressured,
ランティアの
then
人数も
this
限られ
changes.
てますんで、
Red
ちょっ
can
と
tear
僕の
him
方で
apart. A normal focus
視
on
界
Red,
と
easy
音量
focus.
調整と兼任してるんで、ちょっとゲームの音量上げますね。皆さん、
And
ス
just,
ピーカ
you're
ー、
just done.
ヘ
Like
ッ
it's
ド
way
ホン
faster
気を
than
つ
you
け
think
く
it
だ
would
さい。
be.
ちょっと
And
Clean fight.
せっかくなんで、
really
僕の声が皆さん聞きたいと思います。
coming up here, we have a notorious load. This load is between 3.3 seconds to 11.5 seconds. It can be really bad. The loads are pretty inconsistent in the game, and he just got a terrible one.
This is shocking. Oh,
Oof.
okay, right, we're back.
Yeah, you don't
Fair.
notice this in a lot of them, but like this one is awful.
Variable load times from PS4 have made a comeback.
Yeah, and we're on PS5. You'd hope not. Well,
you
there
clearly
are
don't
some weird things. I don't know. Go ahead.
I was just going to say red dashing away from combat, as we'll see that
Where to
used a lot
now?
more during the run.
Where there's a draft.
Yeah, red is usually the fastest. Tifa's really quick too. You can, with Cloud, is probably seen in the first chapter where you can mash Punisher and Circle, and you'll keep doing like this little twirl basically for Cloud. Or if there's one encounter there, you'll get a tutorial if you do this, but you can escape it by doing the square and dash. With red, you would like attack and do circle. I shift between mashing it or just, I don't know, like trying to time it, but it can be tough. Tifa, you can just mash triangle and circle, like stuff like this. You'll see like the quick animations. It's not as crazy as it was in like
モー
remake
グ
with
リさん
Perry,
チ
but
ーム
it's
と
still
トン
nice.
ベリさんチームが
One thing you will have just seen
タイムが
BigSid doing there is we've
横ばい
actually
に
just
なってき
switched
て、
technically
ちょっ
chapters
と
in the game between chapters 3 and
横
chapter
ばい
4.
気味で、
But unlike
その代わり
remake,
少しね、
the
チョコ
game
ボ
doesn't
さんチームが
automatically fully heal
時
your
間を
party,
タイ
or
ムを
give
取
you
り
all
戻
your
しつつあ
MP
る
back
感じですね。
between
まあ、
chapters.
美たるも
So
の
you
ですけ
do
ど。
have to keep an eye on that even over chapter switches. The game's a lot more seamless, shall we say. There's less obvious loading and jumping between zones
ゲレゲレが
than
ね、
there
走ってます
was
ね。
in remake, which was all very much small areas. Rebirth's some much bigger open space, so they do have to keep an eye on their health. Obviously on normal, I'm pretty sure you have a lot more to worry about, but it's worth them
結構
keeping an eye
こう、
on
あれ
it.
ですね。
Yeah, on normal, Cloud would be pretty heavily damaged, so you would use the Mega Potion drop off Rude usually to heal him. Then you use an Ether, and Barret and Red need like a potion, but it's all routed out nicely. Like I don't use the cure materia at all or anything. And here, and they're gonna get a full heal in the inn later after the next boss. There's a
さ
couple
っ
of
きまで
points
転がって
where
る
you
時間が
do
すごい
sleep
長
and
か
you
った
do
イ
get
メー
the
ジ
full
でした
heal,
けど、
which
結
is
構しっかり
useful.
今回は
It's
走っ
nice
て
to
ますね
have. Because otherwise, you know, you're gonna have to invest in like buying potions or something. And again, we want to try to keep the menuing down. It's not that bad on the vending machines, but you know, everything that costs time, well, it does add up, of course. Something that we'll probably see on Woadyb's screen in a little bit. I like the way he does grasslands. He kind of takes the pathing that I take, which is jumping off the cliffs. But again, we need to learn some of our abilities. Focus shot. When you use it, you get 10%. When you get the proficiency bonus, whatever it is, it depends on what it is. For the focus abilities, you have to stagger an enemy. You get 30% extra, so you get 40% in total. So what you want is either 2 just normal uses and 2 full staggers, or you just go for 3 staggers or something. On normal, we get it on Cloud and Barret in Grasslands. Here, they're going to get some on Barret, and then they'll get the rest on like Zalem, because they're going to keep the Gatling gun equipped. And then focus thrust, if I recall, they will equip the Buster Sword back on and learn it later. But for now, we'll use the Sleek Saber, because when you pick up these weapons, you are kind of expected to be at certain weapon levels, which correlates with your own level and the SP that you get. If you get like get like books, they give you like 2 sets of SP, which are 5 each. So that's essentially like, you know, 1 extra level, but the books give you 2 worth, so you save like 2 levels. Even like a crazy Mog route that was invented to try to like get through Zalem better and have other stuff where you would have the level 19 extra weapon core at level 17. On the Sid screen, we have our next boss, which I won't forget to split. It's Zalem. This boss, a little trouble there, but he always...
Bottom swell as
Bottom
well
swell.
over on this side.
Yep, bottom swell. It is like, they named it Terror of the Deep for NA version, but it's still called bottom swell, even in Japanese, but whatever, you know. The boss always attacks twice at the start, and you can counter, and then you can mash R1 to get like another counter for some nice ATP. You thunder the boss, you can overcharge, you'll do enough damage to pressure, and then you just stagger him, because this boss has a heat gauge, a stagger gauge of 80 on normal, and then of course on easy, this is 60% of that, and then their health is 70%, and then the amount of damage you take is 40%. So there's a bit of different percentages here, but just easier to say, okay, they you know, stagger and die faster. It's just like that. They're gonna take damage on this tornado on purpose. This damage is consistent. It's always the same. 365 here. It would be. I think it does change based on your magic defense. It would be 880 if I recall on normal. Gonna somersault the boss when the boss is here to knock it out. Pressure it, because otherwise the boss will keep diving around in these holes and be really obnoxious. And, we don't want to deal with that. So you just knock him out, hit him in the middle, stagger, and finish the boss. It's pretty simple. Even on normal, it's just that easy. There's like another strat you can do. I'm the only one who does it. It's a little bit slower, but you can use the ranged blade synergy ability where you get in the boss's face and then you do like R1 and square twice and then triangle twice and square twice. And this is with red and bear. And you're just like filling the stagger gauge so incredibly quickly. And then it just staggers. It's really not bad. There was a weird thing in the demo where Ian, another runner, he had found a way where the scene transition did not happen. I don't know what happened. We've never replicated it, but it just didn't happen. And you could just go right into the second phase. Might have just been like a demo thing.
Just to catch up on some earlier story that we had. BigSid right now is being helped by Broden to run away from the Shinra soul troops who were looking for you when you first escaped from Midgar. So they worked out that you're on cam, they're still hunting for you, and he's just giving you a hand to dodge past them. You are going to end up on the rooftops, and that gets you to help hide. There's some silly voice lines where Broden distracts them. You find out that he's, I don't know if we're entirely sure he works with Avalanche, but more he's a friend of, I think is the best way to phrase it.
Yeah, he doesn't explicitly state it, just like, maybe like a contact and information broker kind of guy, I'd think.
Yeah. But it also leads towards kind of a similar ending to this opening section where there's a kind of a corridor trip through a basement before you move into the next segment. And that's how Chapter 1 in Remake ended, so I'm curious to see if they do similar for Part 3, where there's the kind of the group of you walking down a corridor together to get to your next section.
Oh yeah, all they gotta do is... Well, no, I guess they can't do sewers. I was gonna say, do the RPG trope where you got the Lost Forest, you got like the sewers, that's in every RPG, they could do sewers, but they already did the sewers, so, I mean...
We had to do the sewers too many times in Part 1, let's not do it again.
Yeah, please, no, oh my god, especially, the shout.
Yeah.
Chasing after that little...
ちょうど今、音声は、モーグリさんチーム、左上の画面に出てるようですね。音符マークついてますね。
We'll have more interactions with him later. But now we get a decent mini game here. We're about to go swimming with dolphins.
Hey, perfect timing.
A little different from the OG, where you don't just like try to jump up. These balls here, they do make you go faster. It's like if you don't get these, it's like 7 seconds slower or something, if I recall. I mean, I was hoping you wouldn't have to actually do the mini game, but you have to actually do it.
Yeah,
if you miss...
It's very much Wave Race 64, for anybody who remembers that game. It's basically the similar design. It's actually a fun little game. They took out the CPR minigame from this area, which I'm not particularly upset about. But yeah, this is a fun kind of minigame to replace it instead.
Yeah, it's not bad.
そうですね、トンベイさんチームはミニゲームに入ったんですかね。
As long as you don't use like the motion control, which you could have on if you want, which is fun, but like we don't want that in a speedrun.
And Woady's finished his one VR mission, as we said, to get that unlock that we needed for that extra damage boost that we get throughout the rest of the run.
Yeah, and that's the only enemy skill we pick up. I mean, it takes like about 54 seconds, I think, to get to. It takes longer than you think, but it really does save a lot of time. It's quick animation, wind damage, it's ranged. It can miss, but the buff will not miss. Unless you get like a weird thing where you use it during a transition, you can get the bravery buff, but not the faith, because they do come in order, so you can actually miss it. Unlike when you cast with like an empower materia, you will never miss it. It cannot fail to apply. And on the SID, we have 2 QTE prompts to do. You can get like a good rating where it's like almost in and tiny bit quicker, but yeah, I wouldn't risk it. If you fail one of these 2 QTE inputs, you have to do the whole game over. You have to do all of it. I know. I failed it casually.
Nobody wants to do that. Oh yeah, I failed it casually the first time around as well.
Yep. We have on Woadyb, he's coming up to his Zalem.
もう今映ってんのがイルカですか？
BigSid is doing his grasslands, you know, just getting through it as quickly as we can. You do see Red kind of move forward. That's a teleport ability. It's called Summon, and that's the actual name of the ability, which is, of course, not what we want to call it here, because then you'd think, oh, well, we actually have summons. It's kind of confusing. They also have, you know, synergy ability, and well, we also have synergy ability, which are not the same thing. You know, the small abilities and the big abilities. Kind of wish there was a better way to name them, but
I think I tend to call the small ones synergy skills, and the big ones synergy abilities.
Yeah, that's a good way to do it. But if you are one swap, the character will go into the air next to the enemy, unless they're a character that cannot go aerial, such as Red. But so we make use of that by teleporting Red and just, you know, fleeing. Okay, looks like everybody pretty much does about the same thing. They get the one proficiency here, and then they just ignore grasslands. I don't know if they go for level 16. You can do it at 15. You can do it at 16. Even on normal, although it's a lot riskier at 15 for normal. It's pretty dangerous. Thus said, we get to see the High Wind. A nice little... I don't remember if you see this in the original, right? When you're here in Junon? I don't remember the original.
Yeah, you climb up. Yeah, you climb up the tower, and it's an FMV where you see the Highland.
Yeah, I haven't played it in a long time. I do not remember the OG.
Woadyb to Midgard right now? Yep.
Yep, he gets his blizzard. He did not miss. That's all you really care about, and then getting the focus shot off. Really important not to miss that, and then push. If you get that, if you get a nice clean phase one, it's not bad at all.
I was watching him do a run a few days ago, and he had to delay pulling off the blizzard to make sure that it hits the head. Blizzard is a infuriating magic in this game. Despite the size of that snake, you'd think you could hit all of it. No, it's got to hit the head. And Blizzard has this
皆さん見ておられる方はこのゲームをプレイ済みなんですかね？
head out the way, it can actually miss, so it's really infuriating if that happens to you.
On normal, we have to throw one at the body as well. I've had it miss. I've had the boss kind of just wiggle out of the way, and I could not believe it. It's only happened to me once, but it was crazy.
Look at the size of it. How did it move out the way?
I know. I know. I couldn't believe it.
Thankfully, the range of the ice explosion seems to be a little bit wider this time around compared to remake, but that just might be me in my wishful thinking.
See, and then great, they added in the Blizzard, when you used it, followed around the flying enemy when the enemy moved. I'm wondering if they never did it for body parts for individual bosses.
Yeah, probably not.
Because, you know, for Intergrade, that was such a huge quality of life improvement. Because otherwise, again, every flying enemy just moved out the way. It was the same
今
with
こ
Wind.
れエレベーターで下に下がってってるんですかね？
So I wonder if we'll eventually get, you know, a version of this one where they fix stuff like that as well.
あー
So
ジュノ
overall,
ンレベル
BigSid,
3って書
we're
いて
coming
ま
up
したね。
to well, this is kind of this is his first real break in the run. He's just had actually coming down this elevator.
プレイステーション5
No inputs required,
お
nothing.
持ちであれば
So small rest of the hand.
されてる方多いのかなとは
Break.
思うんですけど。
Hydrate, folks, if you need to.
Yeah, this is like a
because
minute.
of the sheer amount of talking we're about to do.
It's like a minute and a half. Sorry, I was checking the AoE. It is. So it was 1.6 AoE meters on remake, and now it's I think it's 2.8 or 2.4, something like that. So it did get buffed.
Yeah.
For iced.
And that, folks, is close to war or walking Ultimania.
Yeah. You don't want to see my spreadsheet. I've got like 40 tabs in it or something.
Actually, you'd have no idea how interested I would be in that spreadsheet because I love that type of thing, but I am that sad.
Same.
I love a good spreadsheet, and don't tell me otherwise.
Underestimate how much me and Emmy are data nerds.
左下
It
は
is
ミニ
useful,
ゲー
especially
ム
you
じゃ
know
ない
if
で
you
すけ
need
ど、
to do some damage calculations and whatnot, which they don't come up often, but sometimes you know if there's a chance for something to go wrong, then you would maybe want to do some use a calculator. Like I had to do that for a mid-game boss in this game, you know, or there's a few bosses in like remake.
音ゲーみたいな感じになってますね。シアトリズム
Yeah,
ってやつ
the
ですか。
numbers are very useful. I mean, a lot of it I
結
pulled
構
from the Ultimania. The Ultimania in
さっ
this
きから
game is
こ
unfortunately not as
う、イ
useful
ルカ
as
に
it
乗っ
was
た
in
り、
remake. The
い
remake
ろいろ
was a lot
こ
more
う、
in
細
depth.
かいゲームだったり、
In
細
this
かい
one,
ギ
it's
ミック
even
がた
got
くさんあ
things
るん
like,
です
oh, you
ね。
know, your EXP from the boss is going to be between 50 and like 3,500 or something. And it's like, well, I just got 4,400 experience. But it lists this for like everything. So there's a few weird things that aren't right, but for the most part, it's okay. It tells you like how things are pressured. It tells you the numbers of like
バ
defensive
ットがやっ
multipliers and
あんま
the
り
correction and stuff like this
ガ
on
チ
the
ガチに、
bosses.
お
And it
ガ
tells
チ
you
ガチに
some
できなくても
enemy
クリ
house
アはできる感じ
pools,
なんですかね、今
stuff
の
like
ゲーム。
this. Only some of them in some of their levels, and others it's a weird, inconsistent thing. I think they focus more on like the lore in this time around.
So
Whereas,
on,
of course, yeah.
Sorry, I was going to say on
go
BigSid
ahead, go
right
ahead.
now, you've just seen that he's unlocked one of the towers. Something Chadley introduces you to when you're playing casually. That kind of shows you the kind of side quest content in the game that you can go and do. The game really does try and push a lot of the side content at you. And
あ、そうですね。ファイナルファンタジーシーズン、やっぱりこういう、なんていうんですか、ミニゲームが豊富に、
he's not the
ね、
politest
なん
to
か
you at some
あるイメー
points.
ジ、結
But
構
yeah,
強いですよね。
the best I can just try and describe it as, it's almost like an Ubisoft tower, just to show you the whole area and what you can do. Thankfully, it doesn't uncover the map.
まあそこも
It
ね、
still makes
ゲー
it
ムの
there,
楽しみ
so
の
you
一
still
つ
have
なの
to
かな。
explore. But yeah, it does give you a bit more
ファイナル
of
ファン
a
タ
map
ジー
to
シリー
make
ズと
sure
いえば
where you
ね。
can go to do more side quests in the game.
Yeah,
And
Chadley's
there's a
really
lot.
passive aggressive.
ナンバーパズ
He
ルは
gets
何か
snippy. He later in the game, he's like, "Hey, you gonna go search for the stuff I asked you to, or?"
Still waiting on the information cloud. You know, basically, yeah, he gets like that.
What can we say?
On
Chadley
Dusted,
Chadley grew up a lot between part 1 and 2.
Dusted screen, we are in the Junon section. We do have to do the parade. It's a little bit different. You don't have to do it like in OG, but he's going around and recruiting some soldiers. And you just got to remember that there's 4 different formations that they can do in the parade, and one of them is slower, and we're just doing the fastest groups that we can get without getting the Bahamut formation. You want Ifrit, Shiva, and Ramu, and that's it. That's all. So there's only one quick way to do that, and so they do it. Well, there's technically another one, but we don't need that here. We don't need Solaris. And then Woadyb,
There's 10 groups you can get. We choose the fastest 5 for the quickest route, as you say.
Yep. Woadyb, he's doing Turks. You know, clean phase 1. Again, he's gonna synchro cyclone.
本番みたいなのが
get
始
rid
まり
of
ま
his
した
big
ね。
shield, and then stagger and
トン
just
ベリ
finish
さん
him
チーム。
up. Like again, this fight is like sometimes you can mess it up, but like at a certain point you just don't mess it up anymore. Because you can stagger in phase 1, phase 2, it's not a big deal. Just remember to stagger and then get your damage out and use Omni Strike. Omni Strike gives back 70% of an ATB. It hits hard, it builds the stagger by 30%. It's way better than it was in Remake. Remake, we didn't really use it. We would use like Rise and
こ
Fall
の
and
ミ
stuff
ニゲー
like
ムは
that.
結構
And
難しいんですかね。
even then, a lot of times it was like, you know, you did like the 300% stagger or 200, whatever it was to get the. I don't remember what materia that was. Was that Perry? I think it was. But here, yeah, in Remake, you had to like build the stagger a ton to get one of the materials. I don't remember. I think it was for Perry.
Yeah, Perry, you had to get over
Was that the
200,
300%?
I think.
200?
No, 300. Yeah, I think it was over
300.
200.
Something
Yeah,
like that, yeah.
The 300% was an achievement, I believe.
Yeah, that's right. Okay. Yeah. But here they just use Omni Strike. It's insane. It's insane. Like Tifa will not be using Star Shower like she did in Remake. She is just there for basically Omni Strike and to feed a special ability, which we'll go into later, a synchro skill that we're going to see a lot. Well, sometimes she'll do her royal dive kicks. But mainly they will be focusing on Cloud as the damage dealer. Cloud is the only one who has Berserk. We don't have the Fury Ring like we did in Remake, where you would get that before Abstron. So you can't just be like, oh, we've got Star Shower that gives 70%, and then we've got the Berserk that gives 30% multiplier on top of that. So we need other ways for damage, which is going to be Cloud's Berserk. And of course, Sonic Boom is mainly going to be on Cloud. Sometimes they move it, to Barret and other characters, but Cloud is the main damage dealer.
That is a thing they've added a lot more in, or it's rooted a lot more in this part. We are using a lot more self buffs during combat in particular. Whereas previously we had one, now there's several we can ultimately stack.
Yeah, there was so many. There's like a lot more, and when I saw it, it's like, oh god, there's so many things that are out now. There's different debuffs as well. There's D-Protect, D-Show, which will come up. Not D-Show, but D-Protect, we'll see. You've got Poison. Poison does... I think it's... let me pull up my spreadsheet here.
While you're checking that out, let's see if we get BigSid to pull off his Blizzard.
Yeah, BigSid got through that. He's just gonna build the stagger. He's gonna get hit by the fire.
And yeah, look at Sid's limit, and now look at his limit. There you go. That's how you stack up limit Rage.
Yeah. If I recall, the numbers were actually lowered for getting limit in Rebirth, so it's a little bit easier than it used to be.
Just absolutely nuking him down. That was beautiful there.
And notice a lot of common theme in the boss fight. They'll use Tifa to Omni Strike, which builds up the stagger gauge a lot.
Yeah, you could use like Rise and Fall in some things where that's more damage, that's more keep. But it's not. It's a slower animation, and it's not as much. Not as much gauge as like 25. Woadyb having some trouble with the snakes. You try to grab the lever to de-aggro them, because we do need to pull the lever anyways. And when you interact with something, the enemy's de-aggro. But the snake was stuck on the lever, and so he got the encounter. So he's just gonna clear him out. Whereas normally you'd clear him out when Aerith is pulling the lever. Or if you really wanted to be cheeky, you could wait and you could flee with red after the gate is open. You just don't defeat the enemies. And then you flee into the Golem, which is something they would do on like New Game Plus, for example. But
the
AP
objective there
is
for
important.
Woadyb would have been to fight them later while Aerith is talking, because then you're kind of doing two things at once. Now you've lost time and you have to wait for the Aerith conversation anyway.
Yeah, unfortunately,
いつの間にか
Snake
音
is right
声
there.
が
That is unlucky. That's very
トンベリさ
uncommon.
んチ
That
ーム
doesn't
に
normally happen.
移ってますが。
Let's see
Also,
if he gets
the
his lever pull right here. I saw him fluff this recently. So...
did he? Yeah, if you put the cart on like the little straightaway
he's played it.
segment.
頻繁に装備が変わっている感じしますね。武器にせよ。
Yeah, you just got to put it on the little straightaway segment, and then it'll move on its own. Thus said, he's doing the chapter 4 segment here, which is the Junon. We got a bunch of guards. You just cleave them up. You can fire. You can triple O-ski. Boom. There's like so many ways to do these, and they all end up being like around the same amount of time. But he has a new weapon here, the Ruin Blade. This is a common theme, of course. We're going to be using the weapons that we find, whereas again they come at a stronger level because you're expected to be a higher level, and so they're more powerful than what you have usually. There's some exceptions, but the Ruin Blade is very powerful. It does have an attack plus 20 little weapon ability that you can equip onto it, and it has a magic plus 20. And some runners do the attack, some do the magic. Woadyb, I know he does the magic now. BigSid, he does the attack. I think Sid might do the attack. I've gone between magic and attack. It's hard to tell really what is the most optimal. So the idea here is. Go ahead.
I was just going to point out at this section of the game, the flame troopers and the shields, they do really feel a lot stronger than the original. Perhaps you've got that in your notes, but they are just a lot more tanky feeling. For the Sid there, it takes a while to take them down. You've got to do your best.
I feel like the flame troopers. I feel like the flame troopers are a bit easier to deal with here. Maybe it's just because like the scenario where you actually have more magic attack, whereas in like the OG you get to the big turrets and the flame troopers and it was kind of annoying. In the OG version. Here it's kind of whatever. You use the riot troopers to group and then you fire the troopers. Here we have two sweepers. We have two guys up top. Hopefully they jump down. Did not jump down.
They should jump
That can
down.
happen. Yep, should. Sometimes doesn't. Get up there and chop them. That's what I do. You can go into the air and chop them. It's okay.
I don't know. Okay, yeah, but you
I
can't
think Sid is
jump
just
up to
yeah,
them.
he's just gonna
He's
reset the
just like,
fight.
yeah.
なるほど。
Sometimes they get,
関与
I
を
don't
疑
know,
われ
it's
た。
like they
関
get
与
hit
は
or
してるん
something
ですよね
and they just
実
don't
際。
jump down. This game works as intended. Sometimes.
Like we mentioned earlier, it's held better. It's held together with better duct tape this time around, but still duct tape.
Yeah, we can mention some bugs later. There's definitely some bugs in the game.
Do you want a
Hopefully-
soft lock for skipping a cutscene too quick? We've got that covered.
Yep. Okay, he's got one sweeper. Once you take down the first one and the two guards, the next one comes out and two more guards. You just get rid of the sweeper, and they're weak to thunder. They pressure after you use enough damage, and they can pressure on their own as well. Take them out. The two dudes will jump down. These ones do not mess up. They will jump down. You group them up, you sonic boom to take out the group, and you continue on. Woadyb finished up Mithril Golem.
なるほ
Pretty
ど。
simple. He does
さっ
Barret
きの
Main as
モーグリの
well.
格好をしたユフィさんは、
Same
スタンド
strategies.
コード
I
だっ
think
た
these
っけ
runners all do the same strat for Mithril Golem, where they focus on Barret. And then BigSid is cleaning up the Turks, keeping them together with the thrust. I guess they all do the same thing here. No reason to do anything different if it's all the fastest possible. And he's done. Good. No problems. There can be problems at the start where if Rude decides to go into his shield right away or do his shockwave, and that can be frustrating. Because then you're kind of just, okay, well, I'll just go attack Elena for a bit or something. The Sid is done with his little segment here. There's an enemy there. It's not an issue on easy, but on normal, it is a bit more frustrating. Either way, you have to get one ATB, use like fire on it. You can't use thunder. It's immune to thunder, if I recall. And then it knocks it down, and you pressure it and stagger it and kill it. It's not too bad.
For those
Roche.
of you
Yeah, I
who didn't
believe
think we had enough Roche, he's back.
Roche. I like Roche. I'm glad he's back.
I like Roche this time around. He had a, not to get into the story thing, but it's a very nice theme of what happens and everything. So
Yeah. Yeah. He's on his bike though, which can be annoying to
Oh,
chase.
bike
So you
not
just
that.
start the
人が。
fight by getting ATB, and then you punish or counter, and you can move to the bottom left or choose to do initial position depending on your setup, and counter him again, and then you get 2 ATB and you just use fires because he's weak to fire. Depending on how your ATB roll was, you might stagger him in phase 1, you might stagger in phase 2, depending on what happens. Either way, it's like a 5-second variance in the fight, regardless. It's a simple fight. And here they're just gonna fire him. It might damage roll to kill him, and it might not, but it definitely kills with the
あ、
sonic
飛ば
boom.
されましたね、なんか。スキッ
Clean,
プされた感
clean
じ。
Roche, no issues.
チュン
Sometimes he can get away from you and do his ranged attack and kind of waste time, and you're just waiting.
So now we're making our way out of what you would call the little segment there in Junon. We used to kinda
ロー
call
チ
them
さんって人
gauntlets
です
in
か
the
ね。
most part, when it was just fight after fight after fight after fight through an area. And that's that done. So over on the right there, we've got our travel for getting over to Costa del Sol. Over
ね急に始まって急に終わったんで、ちょっと、まあ単に、イベントムービー、
a military transport anymore that we're sneaking
なん
onto.
か RTA 的なスキップをしたわけじゃないですよね、多分。
There's a wee bit more to do on it than previously, but we'll see that when we get there.
Yeah, something I didn't get around to mentioning, but in Calm, I was trying to find ways to actually skip it, and you can almost skip. There's like a way you can jump in the river when you're following Broden, like jump on a boat and jump in the river, but unfortunately the warning does catch you and it makes you go back automatically. I was so close to being able to actually skip Calm.
Oh, that's
Frustrating.
It would have been so nice to have, the cam skip continuity, considering that's a huge skip in OG.
Yeah, and it wouldn't skip like any of these story triggers because it would skip like the big crawling segment. So you wouldn't hit like a hard story trigger. Where this game does have issues where you have to hit the hard story triggers, which we can explain when we get to chapter 9. There would be a potential skip there, but we don't have it. Now, BigSid
Not yet.
is on the ship. We have a important ability here. Quite important. We're gonna go on the right side here, pick up some stuff. And we're gonna get Melee Blade. Melee Blade is absurd. It's ridiculous. It's way too strong. It shouldn't be in the game. That's it. It gives you Power Cleave and it gives you Spell Blade.
ちょっとね、わかりづらいんですけど、
You're
少
gonna
しず
see
つ
just
少
how
しず
strong it is.
つ
But first
チ
we
ョコ
have
ボ
to
さ
do
ん
a
チ
little
ー
story
ム
stuff
が
where
タイム
you
を
got
縮
like a
め
little
てき
card
てて、
tournament here. You
モ
will
ービ
see
ーさん
cards
チーム
in
も
this
縮
run.
め
We
つ
will
つあ
see
る
it,
中で、
but only
モ
because
ービ
we
ーさん
we
チームが
have
ね、
to.
結構
But they're just gonna quit out. There's like a card game against Red. He's in his
タイムを縮めれてないみ
security
たいな感じに
officer
なってますね。
outfit, but we don't bother playing. We just forfeit.
There's
おそら
Barrett
く
in his
モー
classic,
グリさんチームに対してチョコボ
Barrett
さ
in
ん
his
チーム
classic
が
sailor
1分ほ
uniform.
ど
The marshmallow.
縮めたんじゃないかな、ここまでで。
Yep, Woadyb is doing bottom saw. He got the stagger, no issues.
まあなんかね、
Sometimes the boss can do like 2 hits, and then
バババババっ
they
て
don't have to worry
銃
about
撃
it easy.
って
But
は
sometimes
しごを下ろし
he
て
might
上
do
に
like
上がっ
water skip to
て
try to get you with
の
water
先
self
ヘビ
damage
みたい
or
なのがいっ
kill.
ぱいい
Like
たん
you
です
can
け
give
ど、
like
そこで
there's
も
this
ね、モー
chance
グリ
where
さん
it's
チーム
one
は若干
really
戦
terrible
ってた
path.
んですけど、
But I don't think they have to worry about it and
そ
easy.
こをなんか完
So
全
it's
に
it's not a big deal. You
チョコ
don't
ボ
have
さ
to
ん
worry
チームは
about
ス
as
キ
many
ップしたよう
variations.
な雰囲気があります
Just
ね。
stagger them, get them down.
で、このちょっとトンビリさんチーム
Take
と
your
は
damage on the twister.
ギャップが大きいんで、
Comes
一体ど
up,
こに縮んでるのかわ
somersault
かん
to
ないんですけ
pressure,
ど、
stagger, take him down. Pretty simple fight.
ちょっとね、細かく細かくタイムが縮み始めてるような気配が。
directly into damage, and she just flies up into the air.
Yep, Barrett with his focus shot. Focus shot. I mean, Barrett, he used it in, of course, remake, but
カードゲーム
sometimes
大
it
会
would
ね。
whiff. So we are careful
9ではだい
in
ぶ
how we use it. There's not as many issues with it whiffing as there
チョコ
used
ボ
to
さん
be.
チームがカードゲームで
Like
ハマっ
Queen
たみた
Brush
いな
Strike
話
in
を聞き
remake,
ました
it
けど
would。whiff all the time. It can miss on Zalem. There is a chance that Zalem attacks mid animation and it whiffs.
Okay, so we've got past the Queen's Blood section on this side of the screen here, and something has happened on the ship. So we're now going to do our investigations. And for any of you who played OG 7, you'll know exactly what's coming up shortly, but we'll get there shortly. Now it's just some trash. Usual, we're going to pick them up and taking it down as fast as possible, basically. It's wonderful use of Spell Blade here. Spell Blade's got quite a nice range on it, which is good for hitting characters. What's the other one? The Spell Blade and... What's the other spell? Sonic Gun, I think it was. I'm trying to remember what the other move is. The one that's short range.
Power Cleave, sorry. My finger's lagging a little bit.
It's all good. Some context for those of you unfortunately listening to me join you on commentary here. I got asked 5 days ago to commentate on this one, so I'm relying a lot on Close to War here doing the heavy lifting on the mechanics here. I haven't actually ran Rebirth yet. I've played it, but I ran Remake a lot when it came out.
Yep. Okay. Boat. Chapter 5. Chapter 5 is a thing. It goes well or it goes bad. It's not going to be in between. You have the little mono drive type enemies. They have a lot of very high evasion. We just use hits that try to hit a lot, like a cleave or like Red's spin, something. Just something to catch them. And you can always hit them with thunder. But on the first battle, some enemies pop out and we just Spell Blade, which is a linear
1時
attack.
間4分で宿屋みたいなところね、モーグリさん
Short
チー
range
ム
physical
出
attack,
ま
Spell
し
Blade
た
is
けど、
magical. And
チョコボさん
the
チー
Power
ム
Blade
が
does have like a
1
tiny
時間
AoE.
何分でこれを
And
出るか
it's
ですよね。
stronger power wise, but Spell Blade again has the range, so it is kind of balanced that way. Outside of like the stats itself, you have these little twin brain enemies. They can kind of jump away from you, so sometimes we might see the runners hold their power cleave to get the enemy to come forward. You just have to hold it for a second, which is you hold guard and then you press like square or triangle depending on who you want to use. So your first character would be square, your second character would be triangle. The little demon entity behind them can do howl, which he didn't. The Sid did not get hit by. That's good. That'll stun you. On easy, it only lasts like a second, but on normal and above, it's like 5 seconds or something. So it's really bad to get hit by the paralyze. You can block it. You can block most. There's like some moves later you can't have it, but like that one, for example, can be blocked. But you wouldn't need to do that because you really just go for the big dude, and typically the small guy dies to collateral, or you can Sonic Boom to clean up. Pretty simple. The big necrotic entities here, they're just like these robe dudes, you know, the clones or whatever that, and they merge with the Vargid Polis or Twin Brain, whatever they call it. I think they're Vargids here, and then they become these big dudes, and they can do Fyra, which if you interrupt them with an ability, it won't actually interrupt, it'll pressure them, but you need to have a second ability to then interrupt the Fyra. In normal, this is the worst move to see, because we interrupt them and then we just get hit. They can also do Sub-Astral Fury, where they attack a bunch of times, you can counter it to pressure them, or you can just say whatever and power cleave through it. Onslaught hits once, and then it has an unblockable second hit, which it'll jump up, and if you see this jump, you need to hold power cleave. Even on normal though, you can just power cleave through them. And the Sid was able to clean up really nicely for most of this chapter, outside of like the Twin Brains jumping away. The demonic entities, you can cause hit stun if you get behind them and like cleave them and stuff, but if you hit them from the front, they kind of block it, and you won't cause hit stun, and they can continue to do their moves. Here we are at Genova, the first one, Genova Merchant. I don't remember what it's called in first game. Is that Birth? It might be.
Yeah, Genova Birth in the original.
She's back.
Yep.
She's bigger and she's uglier.
Yep, she's going to be. I have to remember to say the name so I don't forget to split. But phase 1, the Sid is going to build up stagger, and he does a technique here where you queue up a power cleave and then you switch off, and you cannot stagger. If it lands, the AI cannot stagger with this. This is a nice tech that is extremely useful throughout the run, otherwise they might stagger here. On normal, we do stagger. I stagger on phase 1 because if you don't gate, then it's not a big deal to stagger extra times. If you were to gate and you're sitting there and stagger, then you are losing time. Phase 2, they'll just stagger, and again, we're just going to Omni Strike to buff up the gauge and push. When it gets to the O, the boss is going to push into phase 3. Phase 2, she has a bunch of moves. Phase 3, she's going to have some tentacles and stuff, and she has her head. She's automatically pressured. Her head is weak to physical. The shoulder piece, her left shoulder, is weak to magic. And if you break either one of them, as long as it doesn't push the boss with that move, you will build a lot of stagger gauge.
そうですね。ちょっと素手で触るのは勇気がいるビジュアルですね。
Yep. And it did break the head as the target automatically swapped to the tentacle. Stagger and clean up. It can be a rough fight. Depending on what happens. And now we have BigSid coming up to bottom as well. But that's chapter 5 out of the way for the Sid. Thankfully, not too bad. That's just a chapter where it'll go great or it'll go horribly. BigSid is having some issues. Boston pressure might not have enough ATB. Sometimes if your counter is perfect, you won't get as ATB.
めちゃくちゃ来ますね。
Woody's currently at his rest, so he'll be chilling out, not hydrating right about now.
ね、ちょっとめちゃくちゃループ的な感じの。
Scary bottoms while there.
皆さんね、ちゃんと交通ルールを守っていただいて。ヘルメットもね、努力義務ですか。皆さんぜひ、ね、
It's too much to focus on to point out their
外で
mistakes.
乗り物乗るときは。
And I'm not that mean. His limit. Okay, he's fine. Again, phase 1 can get wonky depending on what happens. And if you do manage to get a perfect guard, you're not going to get much ATB, as Cloud will get hit a tiny bit, but then, okay, I don't know what happened there. And then he's just going to do the fight over. What'll happen is Cloud tries to, he like moves back and then he tries to do all these slashes like a bunch of them. And it's a long animation. We don't want to see it anyways. And sometimes perfect guards are just frustrating to get. Whereas if you were to do like a normal counter, you will get like one hit and it's a lot of damage. So the counter was buffed in this game. A lot of Cloud's kind of Punisher attacks and stuff were buffed. And it's nice. It's a nice change. Because again, we're using Cloud for damage. Thus it is.
The new mechanics, when you talk about how there was the 2 different tiers of synergy ability. The Yuffie DLC for Intergrade, which was Intermission, kind of introduced synergy attacks. And it was all based on what you would kind of see the pips. If you look at just under Tifa there, she's got 5 pips because she's used 5 ATB. And you've got different attacks you can do depending on what you've learned. But there is some basic synergy skills that you can use with one another, and we use them a lot during the run. And they're kind of shortcut activated, so you don't really see.
モーグリさんチームも鉄砲をくるくるするところに行きましたね。シアトリズムゾーンに入りました。
There's so much in this run that you do via shortcuts, it's really difficult to explain what they're doing and when.
Yeah, it's really quick, and you can, if it's slow enough, you can see the shortcuts come out. Shortcuts in this game can be frustrating. I know I only ran the OG remake, but I know like Integrate, they made it so that the characters always rolled when you do it. Yeah, and so you'd have to adjust things. And then in this version, Aerith is the most egregious culprit for this, where she will finish her entire combo chain and she won't listen. But you can guarantee the shortcut, like it will gray out, but you can guarantee it after like a spell blade. If you pull a character in for a synergy ability, they will use it if you tell them to do so after a synergy skill. I'll say skill so we don't get it confused.
おー、カードゲームなんですね。
Okay, so
But
over
shortcuts
to
for other
this set.
characters,
最近ね、FF 5版、
I was just gonna say, shortcuts
5
for
版
other
8と
characters
9
are
やって、
frustrating.
カードゲームでは苦しめられました。
It's way easier for our player character to use them.
That's for sure.
So over on continue some storyline. Funnily enough, we're over in Costa del Sol now. If you were watching the SID screen a few minutes ago, you saw we met back up with Johnny. Johnny's been conned into buying a
お父さんチーム、予選をなんかやり直した感じがあったんで、ちょっと遅れましたね。
there's a couple of mini games we need to do here.
モーグリさんチームが1分、じゃあ1時間4分で、
one of the card games here is actually amongst the quickest ones. So we choose to do it.
宿屋みたいなとこを飛び出してましたけど。
And the objective here is we all want to get onto the beach, but we need beachwear. And to get the beachwear, we've got to get some vouchers. To get some vouchers, we've got to do the mini games.
10秒、20秒ぐらい遅れてしまいそうな。
New Game Plus,
ですね、ちょっと遅
they
れま
have
した
their
ね。
outfits right away. They don't have to do this either, which is nice.
Yeah, New Game Plus does quite a few things. We get to skip all the Zack sections,
Oh.
and we get to skip.
What?
Hands doing
あ、水行手に入れてるんですね、今。
items of the card.
モンターンむちゃくちゃしてるけど。
Yeah, these scooters are difficult to learn how to use. You essentially hold. If you're holding up, you can like take corners quicker, but it'll kind of wiggle a little bit, and it's a lot more difficult to use it than you would think. But the segues.
1時間
So really, when you
44
use it,
分
you
ぐらい
are
で
just holding up the whole time as you
ピ
turn
ッ
and
ティング
stuff,
ルーム
which is
に入
better
ってま
more
すね。
consistent instead of just holding R2, and you'll save time that way. Choosing the outfits. So the outfits. I guess this is as good a time as any to get into it. This game has something in the final
お
fights.
ああ、
It
マジか。
is
Like
Remake, where your
入ってないの
party
に
is
カーテン
determined
閉め
by
ていいんですかね
relationship system.
人
Except
入
in
ってんのか
Remake,
な
it
みたいにな
was
って、
determined by
他の
the
人使
Whisper
えなくなり
Sprites
そう。
only.
フィッ
The
ティングルームってか、着替え
here
部屋
it
か
is
な
determined throughout the entirety of the game. So we do have to keep track and pay attention to what we are doing when it comes to those conversations that you have, whether they are
更衣
optional
室かな
or just story forced. You have three
カーテン
options.
閉めてましたけど
One
ね。
gives 4, one gives 5 points, and one gives 6. In, of course, the order of, what the character wants to hear the most, right? Certain things that you do, the big synergy abilities, they give you 2 points, and this is only once. If we use the ability multiple times, it will only give us the ability once. If you use the smaller synergy skills, it gives you 1 point. Certain mini games, they will give you 3
チョ
points,
コボ
4
チーム
points, 6
が
points, etc.
さっき1分ほど
Basically,
縮めて
most
た
of
ん
the
ですけ
minigames
ど、
throughout this game
ま
are
た
going
ちょ
to
っ
give you
と、ほんのちょ
relationship
っとだ
points.
け、
Now, this does
モー
determine
グリさん
fate
チームに遅れ
in
てます。まあ、ほぼ同着ぐらいの
whatever it
感じ
is
で、
with
ちょっ
Gold
と
Saucer.
数
8,
秒、数
7,
十
8,
秒だけ。
something. I don't know off the top of my head. 8, I think.
8 and 12.
Yep, and then in 12. 8, we are probably going to see... Actually, we might see Aerith or Tifa. Who knows?
I believe for most of the guys rooting, they make sure that they talk twice correctly to Tifa.
Mhm.
To make sure that they boost her to the top, so we're expecting Tifa for all three.
Tifa, okay.
結構セグウェイなんかわ
Yeah,
かんな
for
いですけ
me,
ど、
I don't care what I say to Tifa, so I always
セ
get
グ
Aerith.
この乗り物時間も結構あるんです
And then
ね
in。Chapter 12, we'll always have the same party, which we'll get into when we get there, or the same date person. But the main thing is the end game party. And this is so
写真を撮っ
important
てる
because otherwise you're going in
ポ
with
ケ
a
モン
party
ス
you
ナ
were
ップ
not
的ななんか
expecting,
ミニ
and
ゲ
now
ーム
you're
があ
gonna
るんです
have
か
to
ね。
improvise.
So the actual marching minigame that's going on right now on Woady's screen, you don't have to do it. It's completely scripted. You can fail it as much as you want. You don't have to press anything. Annoyingly, you do have to do an input between the 3 different marches, so you can't just walk away for a good 3-minute break.
なるほど。
while
サ
you're
ボ
running.
テンダーの
It's
読みつける
pretty
ミ
nice
ニ
to
ゲー
do
ム。
that about now, but I'm afraid you don't get to. So, but you can get like 30 seconds between each one if you want to quickly just go grab a drink.
Yeah, you gotta skip the cutscene, otherwise it's like 10 seconds in between each one. You could take the time loss, but like you don't want to do that.
バンク
There's
シー
better
的
breaks,
な。
especially because you had that big elevator and here at the start of the chapter, and that's usually where people take the break to go to the bathroom. Here is where I usually get a snack to eat. I have like a snack and I'm just eating between these. Like there are enough breaks in this run. There are some 1-minute breaks later on, 2-minute breaks. It's not as bad as it was in Remake, where Remake I think it was only in the dance, and then like in Shinra Tower there was like 3 breaks in total, I think.
Yeah, you had the break at the the TV scene, which only lasted about, I think it was 58 seconds.
モーグリさんチームもあれです
Oh, that one,
ね。
yeah.
モーグリの
And
衣装
then you
で
had the dance sequence, then you had the 2
狙撃に向かっ
breaks in Shinra Tower
ま
just
すね。
before the end.
Yeah, and that was it. And if you ran the
ここで
OG
成功したら話が早いんでしょう。
version of Remake, you had before the final chapter with the motorbike, there was
どう
like a
も
50
狙撃
second
失敗するみたいな。
unintegrated.
That load, yeah, when the load screen was long enough that you could consider it a break, it was insane. So what we would do here over
返すべき場所に返すんだ。あ、乗り換えるの？ 誰かが置いてったやつに。あ、片付けてる。あ、えら。めちゃくちゃ、えら。デポジットが返ってきたりするのかな？
Yeah, the segways.
Segways, yeah, to return them back to the correct color locations, and that then, finishes it off and you get your vouchers for your outfits.
Yep,
I
we
know
buy
that-
a very...
なるほど、なんか
ユニ装備みたいなのをもらいに行った的な。
I'll talk about that in a second.
一人
I'll let you go over
に
what
な
Run
ってます
Wild
けど。
is exactly because
First, there was something really...
It's Square
Yeah.
stealing another game as always.
There was something really important there, by the way. Shout out to A and B for not realizing this as he was routing with regular earrings, but you can buy platinum earrings
まだ
at this
写真撮影
NPC,
が続いてるん
which
で
are
すね。
1600 gil, and they are twice as good as the regular earrings. They give you the 10% magic bonus as opposed to 5%. Really, really important. It's because otherwise you can't get them until chapter 10, and we're in chapter 6. On the screen what he bought.
いろんなとこに、あ、
He's not doing
片
run
付け
wild,
る。
but if we see the other two
お
runners do it,
お、それも片付けた
I
方がいい
kind of try to get them to do a gentleman's agreement to all do it. I really hope one of them does it. I do it. It's
青
part
の
of
セ
my
グメを
route.
今度片付け
If
て
you
やつです
can
ね。
manage to achieve a time remaining on the clock of 1:30ish remaining when you finish it, you do not lose any time compared to pictures. But my
セグ
average
メ
is
を
like
片付けるためなら犠牲はいとわ
1:27.
ない感じ
So
なん
I
です
do
ね。
on average lose about 10 seconds. But I
お
don't care
ー
because it's fun. And that's it. And you get 2 ethers. But it's not worth the. I'd say like an ether is just like a couple seconds, the value.
なるほど。おー
Woadyb is going through his chapter 4. Chapter 4 can have issues. You can get nice time saves if like the flame trooper comes forward onto the
おー
riots. But again, he's going to.
さっき壊したやつが復活してんのまた壊してるってこと
Oh, that was really good. Yeah, you get your ATB off them because there's 3 of them, so you just cleave them all, and then you have your ATB for fire against the flame troopers. It's really nice. And also the
Johnny.
setup is complete. It never fails, right? You just walk behind them, cleave. It works every time. Thus said, we get to see Johnny a bit more there. Johnny, a nice
ジョニーを追
character.
いかけると。
Goofy.
おー
Essentially, say at least, and he's doing his work for Shinra, which we're gonna. There is a cutscene you have to see with him. Whether you go to the helipad or you wait, you have to get the cutscene.
なんか暖かい土地の人たち。
But they're gonna change your outfits first.
観光地だ
And
から
on the relationship
おおら
thing,
かな
your
方が
outfits,
たくさ
you
ん。
get 2 points, if I recall, for Aerith and Tifa if Cloud's outfit matches them. Which is the first one matches
Oh,
their first ones, or the second one matches their second ones.
いいのかな
Yeah,
中
the
入ってる
second
の
first,
確認
right?
せずに
'Cause
開けて。
I take the
ず
second
っと
outfit
これ
for
が
Cloud,
気に
and
な
then
る
I take the first for Tifa and Aerith.
がいるん
in the
です
menus
ね。
there. Aerith, we don't care
Yeah,
about the relationship. There's reasons for that, but we do care about Tifa.
Oh.
And I believe everybody wants to have Tifa as their number 1.
あ、ティファとも
For
違い
the
はるんですね。
relationship stuff. And Barrett is number 2.
Yep, that's my understanding as well.
こんなに着替えたかないですね
A。lot more when we get to the kind of
Yep.
色変わったかなぐらいの。いいのかな締めて。
Very fun if you get a low ATB roll. You get to keep attacking it in the air. It's the only way to consistently get the ATB. Unless it gets stuck on the wall and then you can cleave. But otherwise, you can just sit here and, you get it down, you pressure it. If it gets up, it puts up a shield and try to attack you if you hit the shield, which you can counter, and then you can get behind it and like focus thrust or whatever. But you don't have to worry about that on easy because the stagger bar is lower. It's a lot easier to stagger them.
1分50、じゃあ1時間52分ぐらいで。
Busted. He's going to look.
やはり
There's
それ
this
が
movement
階段を降りるみたい
where
なム
you
ービー
look
が入ってま
towards
し
a
た
certain
ね。
part in the beach, and Cloud can get his full movement back for about 3 to 4 runs.
あ、
And if you keep
マ
doing
イクの人と
it,
戦
you'll
っ
go
て
a little
る
bit quicker than just
モーグリ
walking.
さんが。
Um,
さっきなんか
overall,
一瞬
it
で、
saves about 8 seconds.
あれ戦った後だっけこれ。
Was wondering about it, and I
一瞬
relooked
で終わ
at
った
it,
や
and it does
つ
save about 8 seconds, and you don't have to wait till like the 2-ish seconds at the end. But it is risky. It's something where if you do it, you have to do it correctly. I think he is going to wait here for Hojo to fully sit down, though.
戦
There
っ
is
た
a
後これやって
soft
たん
lock
かさっき
during
の
this
人。
transition where he's sitting down. If you skip the cutscene too early, this will be an infinite load. But you can press start and go to title screen and load up the checkpoint. Luckily, no soft lock.
唐突にね、終わるやつですね、この後。
One of those,
And then
one
we-
of those things
Mowgli
where it's
san
where
no.
it just punishes you for going fast.
I have no idea
Oh,
how they did not
戦ってる。
know about it. It's so easy to get. Even if you walk
ちょ
behind
っとさっき
Hojo,
なんかスキップして
normal,
たんですね、あ
and
れ。
follow him, and you skip the cutscene right away.
あ、
you'll
終わっ
get
た
it.。The beach here, you get to choose a party. You do get more relationship points for the people, depending on
もう
which
その
party
頃
you、get.
トン
You
ベ
get
リ
to
さんチームは
create
海岸で
the
ロ
respective
ボと戦
characters.
って
Here
ま
it'll
す
be
ね。
Aerith and Barrett. They go with the magic route of Aerith. I'm the only one who goes with Tifa for physical, as I do a different relationship party than anyone else. And I mean, I don't run easy, but anyone else in the game completely. I want Red to overcome Yuffie.
なんかどっか連れて行かれました、
So they
I think that's
just
one of the
spellblade.
longest HP gates in the game. Takes
セ
forever.
ーラー服を着たバレットさんですかね。
Yeah. Spellblade is nice because you have a linear attack and it
ボ
cleans
スっ
up the
ぽい
mobs a
感じ
bit
ですか
better,
ね、このロボ。
depending on how the fights go. This is a gimmick fight. You
Oh.
can do a certain amount of damage.
Yeah,
and
this was really
retrieve
quite
one of your two party members and take them away, and there's dialogue. One of the downsides to using Aerith is there's 5
でかく
extra
て
seconds
強
of
いやつ
dialogue
かか
here.
ってるみたいな感じになってますけど。
But and you just say, okay, well, you know, if I care about the 5 seconds on the enemies, you know, then it's worth it. So it's really pick your poison kind of deal for the party. And then you have to hit another trigger, which will get rid of the last party member, and then you just have to wait. And after all the dialogue is finished, we'll get captured. Now, if you are using the Punisher attacks, you can actually accidentally evade this capture device because it will miss. So you have to be careful. I saw that happen to Crystal before, and it'll have to do the animation again. So don't do that.
拾えてるんですね。
And it's at this point in the story, Yuffie shows up and finally assists. So unlike an OG, Yuffie is brought in as a character. They're not optional. They will be joining your party. You don't have to do any making sure you pick the right commands, or they'll run away. They are just part of the game now. Johnny's deciding that he wants to be a hero.
Yeah, and
さっき
Phase
セ
2
グウェ
is
イで
easy
貼っ
enough.
て
You
た
just
ジョ
blast
ニー
it
さ
with
ん
like
ですか
Thunder
ね。
or Thunder or whatever they use here. You can do it on normal. I actually get Thundaga just because this is where I have Thundaga. I just blast it early on and blast it. I stagger it in phase 2 and blast it away in phase 3. But you can do either or. For easy, you would
スマ
just
ホで
push
操
it
作してるんですね、ロボ。
and then you will fill the stagger gauge and then defeat boss here, as you can actually push to end the battle. Going to get use of Arcane Ward, which will repeat your spell. The MP cost is 25% or 30%, I forget. For Aga, it would be 18 and then 5, so whatever that is. And the damage would be half. There is not the bug that was in Remake. Remake had a bug where if the warded spell would put you at 0 MP, you do not get the warded spell. That is not here. That this is fixed. It was probably fixed in Integrate as well, I would hope. That gimmicky snail.
Should probably cover what BigSid's doing right now. We didn't really catch it when the last two went past it. There's a small section here where you're taking control of Yuffie. And basically, Yuffie is about to, frankly, try and assassinate the President Shinra.
Yeah, just outright do it.
Rufus. You know,
いろんな角度から見る
no ifs, no buts. She's
ル
just
フ
going to
ィ
go
って
for the
感じの
headshot.
スキップになりましたね。
So we saw her briefly in a cutscene earlier when we were on the beach. That's when we learned that she is in the area, and here we learn what she's up to. And the story at this point in time, you are actually trying to kind of almost make a deal with President Rufus, and well, this is about to
装
turn
備を
that
整え
entire
る感じですかね。
sideways.
Yeah,
so
she
that's how
runs
kind of
it.
Yuffie shows up into the game.
This is important to also mention. This is something that people won't realize. This is when Yuffie actually joins your party. Now, what do I mean? Well, this is where it starts to count her experience. This is where she actually starts to get EXP, when you first control her. And she will come in your party depending on how much she has gotten. If she's not in the party, which she's not in the party, of course, she'll get 80%. Now, experience is a problem. In some cases, it won't be uneasy, but routing it is a little obnoxious in some parts. Considering there can be a rounding issue where this game has the same problem that Remake had, where if you defeat a group of enemies or enemies close together, it groups them together. What do I mean? So this means when you have, for example, an odd... Oops, hold on. If you have like an odd amount of EXP, like let's say 49, right? 49 times 0.8 is 39.2. Well, it's going to round up to 40. So if you get two groups of these enemies together, that's 80 experience, right? But let's just say you had instead you defeated the two enemies. Well, you get 98 experience times 0.8, that's 78.4, and that rounds up to 79. So this can cause a discrepancy with your experience points. And it shouldn't be a big deal, but you will get somewhere between like a difference of like 5 throughout the route. So if like your experience and you needed certain levels was within 5 points, then you might want to consider taking like an extra enemy to deal with this. Just the nerding out a bit there, don't mind me.
No, it's all good. On the Sid, we have just headed towards Corel Mountain. You do actually buy a chocobo there to rent, and there's a whole area of the game that you can go and explore. A bit like all of the regions, there's almost like a small bit to start you off, and then there's a huge area you can
ちょっとね、
explore
本
all
家
the
の
secrets
方が
in. We don't have any time for that. We didn't even have any
な
time to climb
か
the
七木え七
so
木
we
恵美さ
run
ん
away
声が
from the
若干
slow
遠いの
walking
かな
party member because frankly they're slow, and we try and kind of go alternate routes. You'll see us climbing rocks and jumping over things, and I believe at that point there's
ちょっ
even
と
a
音量
save
小
load
さいんです
to
け
try and force Tifa slightly further up the mountain quicker, just to avoid slowdown as well.
So what you do is you go into the map and you choose to come back to Mount Corral, and this will force you probably halfway up the mountain, so you don't have to. It is definitely faster. If I recall, it's like 10 seconds faster or something. It's a good amount, even though you're coming back and then you have to walk forward and sit through a tiny little load. They are up there, and you can hear them going through their dialogue during the little load as well. A little time save there. But when you get up to the top of it, you do have to wait a little bit for them to finish dialogue because you hit a warning screen, and then you can just hop on the rocks to hit the trigger there.
Woady's just picked up Kaiser Knuckles, really handy, and it's also like right there in front of us on the route, which is also useful. We don't have to go out of our way to get that, so immediately put that onto Tifa.
That's basically the metal knuckles of this game, where it's your physical weapon and it gets hardly any magic. It can get like magic nodes to put onto it, but it's really strong. You want to make sure you have dive kick mastered before you equip them. I
現在で
even
す
had
ね
a run where I didn't have
およ
dive
そ
kick
6時
before
間
Ginobili, so I
15
had to do it
分を予
with the
定
gloves.
され
It's
て
not
い
that
る
bad, honestly.
フ
To
ァイナ
have
ル
to
ファ
do
ンタ
that.
ジー7
I
リ
mean,
バ
that
ー
was my gold
スで
split
す
for
けど
this
も
chapter.
先頭のトンベ
But
リ
they
さん
will
チ
be
ームです
switching
ね
to it. And some of
2
them
時
might put
間
on the auto
を超え
attack,
たというところで
which will get the attack nodes automatically, which might it'll get
お
the
よそ3分
the
時間的には
concentration
3
rate,
分
which
の
has a
1
50% chance to proc
弱
concentration,
で
which
すか
means
ね
you could have Omni Strike at the start of a fight, and that can save a little bit of time. But a
ど
lot
う
of
いうと
runners
こなんだ
opt
け
to
ど
not
す
get
ごい
that
く
because
る
they
くる
don't
回りな
want
がら
the
進んでま
variance,
すけど
where okay, 50% of the time I have to do this strat, the other time I have to do this strat. And also, if you ever have to flee with Tifa, that can get in the way. Which there are some segments where we do flee with her.
Here we go, Woady and Genova time.
でこの3チームの
Nova and
バイクの
the
人
Sid is
と
actually coming up to Valkyrie, so we're gonna have a couple and we have Roche on Big Sid's screen. Again, Roche, very simple. You get your ATB and you fire in phase 2 as well. Phase 1, again, they're switching off. Oh, okay. Woadyb is going to do the stagger in phase 1. That's right. Woadyb does this differently than the other two. He's gonna stagger phase 1.
I was going to say,
No, he didn't mess
was
up.
that a mistake or was that intentional?
No, that's intentional. I'll talk about Valkyrie down here. Valkyrie starts the battle by shooting you. You can block it, get 2 ATB easily. You do Sonic Boom to get your
大食い
faith,
3チームは
and
ね
the boss is weak to wind. And then he comes down and you just
ぐ
keep
じょぐじょ
spelling
した
here.
やつと
And
戦い
normally
始めま
we
した
do
ね
a thing
ジェ
where
ノ
we
バ
do
でしたっけ
Berserk with a specific timing and Thundaga. And you can use Thunder here too, so the boss is weak to wind and thunder. Same as in Remake. Still, he's going to shoot you with a cannon. We can't do this on normal, but you can absolutely just tank this. As on normal, you would get blasted away. You're going to pressure, stagger, and then finish the boss off. Pretty quick fight. Usually, like this is a sub 1 minute fight for easy. Usually around a minute for normal.
あと
Woadyb
4
is
時間ほど続
he
き
does kind of
ま
what I
し
do, where you
て
stagger and
でファ
well,
イナル
not
ファン
quite.
タジー4
Phase 1 stagger, and then I would
です
push
ね
in phase
が
2.
2時
But
間45
here
分
he's just
次
gonna
は
push
6
after a
が4
stagger
時
and
間半
blow up the boss in phase 3, I assume.
10が8時間55
I
分
don't know if he changed his strat yet
で
or not.
聖剣伝説ファイナルファンタジー7、3、8、13、1、5っていう感じで、まだまだ。ゲーム的には1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8、8個ゲームが
And That's
進んで
done
ます
for
の
Woadyb.
で、あと10
Yeah,
ほ
do
ど
you want
ゲー
to
ム
go
があ
over
ります
the
ね。
difference
まだま
between
だ
easy and
楽しめ
normal
ると思
over
います
like your attacks can be interrupted? Because I know that's
皆さ
something
ん
you
ゆっくり
struggle
お
a lot
楽し
more
みい
in
た
your
だけれ
routing.
ばと思いますけども
You。don't just get to face tank stuff
Yep.
quite so
Okay.
much.
Yeah. We have just some dungeon movement here, so it's fine. We can go into it now.
で、このゲー
So
ムあと4時間ほ
normal
ど
versus
続き
easy,
ますので、まあ9時
and I'll talk
頃
about
に
dynamic
終わ
in
り
a second
を
as
想
well.
定。
Um,
一番先頭走者さんの
normal,
終わりが想定
you
され
have
て
you
ま
know
す。
everything is normal and easy. They have the
およ
enemies
そ
have
40
70% health,
分ほど
60% stagger gauge. You take
ゲームの
40%
スター
damage.
トが
So if you want to reverse this on normal, you would
の
take
ギャ
two
ッ
and
プ
a
が
half
あり
times
ます
damage,
ので、
right?
まあ
And
9時から
anything that
10時
is
の間に
40 keep,
レ
which
ベル
is
が
the
終わるか
ability
なとい
to
う感
not
じで
get
すね。
knocked out of something, is pushed up to 60. So like any ATB ability, any synergy skill, etc. This gives you 60 keep. So you can sit there and just tank abilities. If you try to do this on normal, everything would knock you out of it. You just get tapped for a lot of things. There are other things that they can do that we can also tank as well with 40 keep. But 60 keep, you can tank everything that is not a cutscene move or like a couple special things here and there. The cut is the same. The cut is the ability to knock something out of their move. So like bosses, you know, the cut is odd. It'll be like 30 cut, 50 cut, 70 cut, etc. Like for example, Braver is
大森
50
さん
cut,
チーム
40
は
keep.
ミ
And
ニ
the
ゲー
bosses
ム
moves
エ
are
リアに
typically 50 cut,
到達しましたね。
except for a few other ones. So this enables them to make use of Power Cleave and Spell Blade. This melee blade is absurd on easy, so sometimes people say, you know, it's a melee blade spam, and you know, it's boring, but it's really not as simple as that, as you can definitely get punished by sitting here and spamming it, because enemies do move, of course. So sometimes you have to decide, okay, I'm going to hold it, or I'm going to shift into spells and stuff. Of course, it doesn't cost any ATB, and it gives you ATB, so these skills are absurd, and they should definitely abuse it if it's there. For dynamic, compared to normal, dynamic, the enemies would overlevel. They would level up with you, like the bosses and stuff, but I believe you have to be 5 levels over. In terms of a speedrun, a normal and a dynamic would not be any different because we're underleveled for the whole run. I tried to figure out the exact level it was by leveling off Turks, but the EXP cut from as you level up was just too great. And if you're lower level, you do get more EXP up to a point. Like Midgard, like Zalem gives the same amount of EXP at 15 and 16, and then at 17 it starts you get cut. And like Turks, for example, you get more EXP at 17 compared to 18 in Chapter 3 Turks. So easy is easier, but they can still die at points. And they can still lose time, definitely, of course.
We'll see short play if Woady's doing your mini game for you. Over on this side, we're continuing on. So we're through some sections in the Krill Mountains. There's more of a kind of a mini section here where we're getting to the rail tracks.
カード
But
ゲームが
Claude's
始まって
currently
ま
having
す
a bit
ね
of。a migraine and the road's blocked ahead. So we've got a section here where we're going to be controlling Yuffie. And this movement and kind of mini game is similar to stuff we already did in Intermission DLC, if you have played that. And there's some stuff we can do where we're just going to be using grappling hooks to move around. We're going to be throwing, you know, to knock boxes off. And we get to climb up these conveyor belts again, and it's always really cool just to see her jump on and jump off. I'm pretty convinced Yuffie will be good at parkour. And Tifa's just doing what Tifa does. The speed. I will never not laugh at that.
Oh, you mean running away like usual. You're right.
Yep. Let's see if we get this here. If we get this right, we can actually skip a movement. Oh, no, we had to do an extra one. And you can actually swing straight up and grab onto those kind of grips to
Yep,
climb up this ladder here.
I don't move my camera in as it makes it easier. So you use triangle to hit the purple thing, then you grab it, and then you hold forward, press R2, and then you press circle. Like I usually try to use initial position wherever I can for everything. We have this bird. This bird can get stuck on the left, and you can't hit it with these aerial attacks, so you have to kind of just use range to get your ATB and then take it down. You can get trolled with this bird. It's happened to like everyone. Party is going to be coming back. Like we're going to be splitting up, coming back, but it's mainly just a Yuffie thing over and over. Taking this encounter just to flee a bit quicker. Combat movement is faster than outside of it. Not much to say there. Coming up, we have the cockatrice. Hopefully they're nice and not bad. They can give trouble when you're trying to dodge. If you get them, you just try to go to the end, but there's an issue in the game, and it can happen in Chapter 1 as well with the bats and Chapter 11 as well, where you're trying to flee, you're in the area, like you're out of the
さっき
battle
とち
zone,
ょっ
you
と違う
can
感じ
flee,
の
but it doesn't trigger. And
上
so you
半
have
身
to retry
裸
the
では
fight
ない。
essentially, or just destroy the enemy.
服に着替えましたね。
And okay, so he should go to the right
あ、も
here
うどれ
and
を選ぶか
de-aggro
は
by
好み
staying
なん
out
です
there
かね。
for like a few seconds.
Oh wow.
Because this will happen. No,
Yeah.
that'll happen every time. It does happen every time if it goes like that. You should stay over there for about 3 seconds and de-aggro the fight.
Yeah,
That's the way to
this
handle that. But it's a guaranteed setup if you do retry as well. So it's not a big deal. He didn't want to risk going to the end and getting that issue with the flea, like I said, where you can't flee. So sometimes, you know, you want to
セグウェイ
choose to be
片
more
付けるの
consistent
と
over that.
バンクシーの世を探せみたいなやつを言ったかなと。他の同じのを選
Some
ぶ。
swinging. You do have to learn how to do this. You can get some quicker swings or slower. Here, for the Sid, you want to do... Oh, it moved back a bit. He's going to have to do 5 then. You can just kind of hold forward and you'll get it in 4. Kind of like rotating the stick.
Yeah, the game
Swinging
doesn't
does take some
actually-
use too.
It doesn't actually have momentum in its mechanics. The physics is just completely shot there. You just don't want to go back far and just go forwards. It's
それは
really
こうむやみやたらに街を破壊することのない
Yeah.
ライディングです
See
ね。
if we get the second. No, we got caught in the encounter. It came over. Those are extremely fast. If you look at them, it's scary how
あ、
quick
ゴミ
they
箱
are.
だけは
They're
蹴る
so
んだよ。
fast. Look at you. Woadyb is not doing run wild.
Can you imagine
I'm
a
so
turkey
good.
chasing us in real life? I mean, I would run as well.
Yeah. And they can petrify you? Yeah.
Unfortunately, them two doing them now. But
ちょっと音声が乱れてますかね、本家の方。
BigSid is on his Genova first.
ビヨビヨビヨンと言っ
He
てま
opts
す。
to not stagger in phase 1. He's going to fill up the gauge and then stagger in phase
ね。
2.
チョコボさんチームも今、本家でも言ってましたけど、ジェノバ戦に入ったねという。
And I think they also will, yeah, probably just stagger in phase 3 as well. We'll see. I went through all 3 runners' runs. I've completely forget which runner does which strat already. They do different things.
Over the last week, I've watched all 3 of them do a
写真を
run each. I've
出すと
got
って、
like, several pages worth of notes. I can't keep up.
セグウェイを片
I
付け
know.
る
I
のかな
know. Okay, stagger in phase 3 and just push. So this will be Nova done for Choco. I'm on it with the splits now. I'm ready
あ
now.、
写真を。
I swear to God, if BigSid does not do Run Wild, I'll be so
I was
disappointed.
going to say, you've only got 1 chance left.
I'll be so disappointed in these runners for choosing to do this. I do it in my runs. Come on, guys.
ああ、
So,
Oh,
yeah.
he's
始まりましたね、
Woady's
セグウェイ
running
片
around.
付け。
I'm not sure if that's faster than just jumping down. I jump down and just go. I'll have to look at it.
少し、ボンベリさんチームより遅れてそうな。
Not really a lot
Big
going
Sid.
on right now on any run.
BigSid is also in Costa. You'll notice he parked the red scooter there because during here you have a slow lock when following Johnny. You have to follow him, and like if you didn't have the scooter, you would just buy the platinum earrings here. But you can just zoom all the way here to the point where it gives you a warning. However, it's not enough to trigger the okay. You need to go
逆
back.
に、チョコボ、
Take your hands off the controller and forces you back. That's so obnoxious.
I will say the sideways
チョコボ
sliding
さん
through
チームが
spaces, I understood the reason for it in Remake,
こっち、
because it was to
追いつきつつあ
help
るのか
hide
な
loads on the PS4. There's absolutely no
Yeah.
need for that in the PS5 at all for Rebirth, but I think they just left it in so that it didn't feel like, you know, they were removing it entirely. There's absolutely no need for them there.
ジョニー。
Yeah, I mean, it's. I don't know. Thus it, he's fighting the bomb. He did not get trolled. This bomb can troll. It has one of two different kinds of openings, usually, where it'll do a fire breath, which is great because then you can pressure it early by doing enough damage, or it'll do a tackle and then it'll kind of back up and do a fireball. And if you use Art of War during that, you can catch it. And on normal, it requires a specific setup, otherwise you get hit by the fireball. Where, for me, I do the ranged set of attacks, and then I
水着に
I shift into the aerial, and it's one set if it's going to do the flame breath. If it does attack, I know it's doing the second set, or fireball, and I do a second set, and then you can go into Art of War, and then it's free.
さっき
But it
と
can
こ
do
の
a
イベ
thing
ント
where
が
it
発生して
swells
る
and
視点が
blocks
ちょっ
all
と
your
違いま
hits,
す
and
ね。
it takes forever. It's very bad if it gets to that point. We have Gigatris
こっ
for
ち
the
は
Sid.
階
This
段
is
の
a
下
big
みたいなと
bird.
ころ
This
で見
bird
てま
is
したけど。
immune to wind.
ちゃうの
Weak to
か。こ
fire.
の
You
後もう一
can
回見るのか。
just kind of get in the air and
階
hit
段の
it
下で。
with Art of War with Yuffie, or you can opt to shoot it down with Barrett. The idea is to stagger it in phase 1 and then chunk through its HP to get it down to about half. In phase 2, it's going to shoot out tornadoes, which it can infuse with arrow to damage you, and with its
結構片付け
petrify
たや
stuff,
つ言ってく
which
る
will
んです
cause the
ね。
tornado to turn into a red swirling petrifying mess, and it can do a big dust devil attack where it does a huge tornado in the middle.
水着を買いま
Petrify
し
is
て。
an ability that we're not going to have to worry about, hopefully. It is a
光の
thing
水着は
where
1種類しかないのかな。
if you
ああ、
get
ないない
hit
な
for
い
a。certain amount of your health, you take
大丈夫
you
か
turn to stone.
Got fire
Here-
timed perfectly.
大丈夫かそれは。
Yep,
入れる
here
かそ
we
こ。
opt to use the tornadoes by
アイテム
shooting
入っ
a
てる。
fire or
わけわかん、
because
わけわかんないことになって
tornado
ますけ
and
ど。
hit the boss. You wouldn't use
何
smoke
何
because that does it's not a
見え
projectile.
へん見えへん。
And,
見えへん見えへん。
in that case, it would just hit the boss outright.
何にもわかんないけど。
Done for Team Tom
ほ
Berry.
んまに着替えてんのかな
Nicely done, very clean.
Has
Pretty much.
Woadyb just
You-
found a new soft lock?
What happened? I didn't even see that.
The game's just not got the graphic. Okay, I think it's letting him continue anyway, but the
ああ、着
Oh
替え
no
れ
no
て
no
ま
no
すね。
no!
graphics
The
were completely
pool.
shot there.
No 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 no
No,
no.
the pool got stuck in the
Oh,
change
is that
Yeah,
what
the-
he did?
Yeah, the pool got knocked into there, and that was it. It was just blocking
も
it.
うほぼ近いタイムで
Okay.
階段のムービーに入るんですか
I
ね。
have neither.
That's it. Oh no, they're about to embed it. That's not.
Steam, your voice quality is coming over sounding
1
like.
時間46分38秒くらい。
You know, at this point, I'm thinking some early sci-fi is going to call you and ask you to do the.
それに対してチョコボさんチームは今カードゲームですね。
Woadyb, he is not going to do them. None of these people are going to risk doing the quick movement, like I said earlier, where you could save time, but if you don't, like if you go for it, you have to do it correctly every single time. You should not ever do it. So just like practice, and you don't want to risk the soft lock. Otherwise, you'd have to load this checkpoint and do this walk again. So just be aware of that.
Things our feet could never pick up on. Yeah.
あ、このゴミ箱はみんなすっ飛ばすんですね。
And thus it, we're finishing up this carousel. He's just dashing away. Coming up, you're going to have a
男
little
性は
Minecraft
奥で
segment,
着替えて、
which-
女性は手前のフィ
We
ッティン
actually
グルー
can't
ム
take
で
a break
着替え
yet.
るみたいな。
And that's because there are boxes, and there are Yuffie boxes. Yuffie boxes you can hit. You do have to time it. There's a little circular reticle that gets smaller and gets on it. And once it's on the triangle
チョ
prompt,
コ
then
ボ
you
さ
can
ん
hit
チ
it.
ームは
If you don't,
上
and
半
do it early,
身
you do actually
何も
miss.
シャツを着てない
And that's
水着。
bad. As we want the
コン
items,
ベイ
if
さんチーム
we
と
found
同
the
じですね。
X potions and or elixirs we get. X pots are better, but if you get elixirs, you can menu them, attack menu them later, or or you can set it to shortcut. But it's going to be
コンベイさんチームは
useful
ロボット。
in chapter 10.
Let's see
Turbo
how good-
ethers are not useful.
Let's see how good his RNG is. He got 6 in his run that he did yesterday that I watched. So
That's
we'll see how-
insane.
Yeah, I was like,
My average
RNG was
is-
shining on him.
Average is 1 X spot, 1 elixir, and then the rest are Turbo ethers. They sell for 3,000, but we don't need the money. Now, this is a thing with you can get more
叫んでま
relationship
す
points,
ね。
which I'll explain in a second. You got 1 X spot there.
ミッフィーさんが。
Woadyb is doing the gimmick fight where again you just have to wait. It's basically an auto scroller. You can speed it up by doing enough damage early
傘
on.
で、ああ、
Otherwise, you
傘。
have to
これ
wait
は
like 30 seconds.
ビーチパラソルでロボットと戦ってるんですね。
And then BigSid is
Right, I'm-
coming to.
あ、連れて帰った。
Sorry,
There is
I
some.
am back. I think I'm
Tomato?
not a robot anymore.
You're not
You're
welcome
human.
クラウ
back.
ドさんも
I'm human again.
連れて行かれそうになっ
So
て、
how was your time casting on Buck Rogers?
It was interesting, and I
いろん
didn't
な
even know
角
I
度
was
の
doing it.
イフィーさんのムービーが入って、ムービーというか、各
I didn't see
3面ぐらいからユフィ
the
ーさん
Sid
が
we
ね、
got.
同じ
I
ポ
saw
ーズ
an
に
Elixir that though
ムービ
in the
've
X
've
spot.
終わる
seen
みたいな感じで
two
した
so
ね。
far.
And okay, he's
Three?
so good. He's definitely good.
来ましたね。
But here you can influence your relationship points. You'll get 3 points depending on the track we took earlier. The path, another X spot, nice. You can move the track to be more in favor for the left side, which is coming up, for Barrett, or the right side for Yuffie, which is the safer path. You get one more Yuffie box on the right side for a total of 9, but we don't care about that as it takes time to move the track and it's slower, regardless, on the path, as the left side is faster here. You will get 3 relationship points for Yuffie in this case, and you'll get 4 points for Barrett unless you shoot 5 boxes and get all 8 Yuffie boxes. Each Yuffie box is 5 points. You need a total of 45 points to get the great rating, which would then get you 6 relationship points for Barrett. For me, in my route,
この
I have to
後
do it. I just
煙
have to
玉
shoot
で
5 boxes
シュ
at
ッ
the
と
start,
消え
and
て
that's
ま
it.
したね。
Make sure I get the Yuffie ones. For them, they don't need to do it because they took Barrett on the beach, so they get the extra 2 points there.
I love the default route anyway. It's far more Donkey Kong Country.
Yeah,
ド
it's
ンキー
great.
コングカントリーだっつってますね。
Because that's how physics works, you.
Yeah, and Yuffie gets angry here at Cloud.
Definitely worth
So-
taking the. Definitely worth taking.
We'll go more into why we need those X potions later, but trust me, they will come
Okay.
in very handy for.
ムチ打ちになりそうな止まり方をして。
Yeah. The gastropod, which of course is, a play on gastropod. Is that what it's called for snails? I think that's what it is. Wodie's done with that. BigSid opted to do pictures as well. I'm so disappointed in all the runners. I'm not talking to them today. Well, that's it.
You're gonna have to explain what that mini game is now, though.
Yeah, so if you know Rocket League, that's what it is.
チョコンさんチームもお片付けに入りました
You
ね。
have 3 opponents. You try to score on them. The black one has 2 more aggressive Dargos.
いろんな
The
角度
blue
の
one has 4
パターンを見
puppers.
るシーンが
I
あり
think
ま
it
す
is 4 or 5.
Right.
They all are stronger than Cloud. The yellow one has a chocobo that tanks, just sits there and camps. Originally, I thought you had to win the game, and I would always go for first. But it turns out you only need second place because I don't know how to read. And so then it became much easier because you leave yellow alone, and you take out black and blue, and then you score on yourself, purposely taking the L to get second place. And the average is around like a 127 remaining on the clock for me. So it doesn't really lose much time compared to pictures. But yeah, it's basically Rocket League.
I was actually joking with Steam before this run, like how many different games have Square taken influence from for many games in this one. We've got Rocket League, we've got Wave Race. There's quite a few that they're borrowing influence.
Later, we're gonna have some Mario Kart or Chocobo Kart GP.
Yeah.
Yeah,
This game has a good amount of mini games. We can quit out of some, as we did quit out of the Choco Hustle early on. But part of me wishes they were all required, that you had to do them.
Yeah, as always, being annoying speedrunners that we are, if we can skip a mini game literally by just, quitting it and saying no, I'm not doing it, after it's loaded, we do it and it lets us go faster. Sometimes the game doesn't let you do that. For example, coming up, there will be the initial chocobo riding training for the racing, and you must complete that trial. You can't just exit that one, or you just have to go and do it again.
Wait, you talking about the practice? No, you can exit the practice. You have to do the actual race though.
おー、なんか、
Sorry.
またミニゲームが始まりま
Yeah,
したね。
what I tried to do is I tried to not to do the practice at all, but it makes you. That's what it was.
Yeah, and New Game Plus actually can quit out
Lock
of
out
the
みたい
Choco
な。
race itself. So that's a different thing. We have to do the Choco race here though, a new game.
Okay, so the Sid is
う
now at the
ん
Gold
さっ
Saucer.
きと同じ、
And
さっき
very
の
early on,
トン
we
ペリ
get,
さんチ
if
ー
you
ムと
remember the
チョコモ
fighting
さんチー
minigame,
ムが大体同じあたり
well,
で
we're doing a kind
イ
of
ベント
warm-up
発生し
version
ました
of it
ね。
with
レア
Theo
ーズ
here.
上
You
に。
have to do that as soon as you arrive.
Yep. If you're on New Game Plus, you don't have to do
なん
this.
か装備みたいなのをここで買っ
But here we
Basically,
have
all
to do
I'm
the
hearing
tutorial.
from you is good reasons to run hard.
I know, right? New Game Plus is, and
It is
also,
really
you know, in like
cool.
grasslands as well, how you have to go through a bunch of stuff and do the chocolate. You can
Fitting
actually
room
teleport around in grasslands
food
early
or
on, like
combi.
before teleport is normally unlocked. Like, and there's a lot of segments where there's slowdown here on New Game, but you don't get the slowdown, like the slow walking and stuff, like the Bronco stuff later. You know, that segment in chapter
You
12.
get to turn off all the Zack story. I mean,
I know there is a lot of reasons to run New Game Plus.
You have what it takes, young man.
So this brawling mini game, if you do win, you get 2 extra points and relationship points for red. If you lose, well, you don't get as much, but it's not a big deal. No one, even I, don't care about the outcome here. But basically, we don't want to sit here and dodge. That is a little bit slower, so we just take what we get. Either he's gonna win or we're gonna win, and we don't care. I believe if you lose the, I can't remember. I don't remember if the win or lose. I think losing the load on the next cutscene is faster by like 2 seconds. I can't remember. BigSid would know. I don't remember.
おー、15、6秒ぐらい、チョコボさんチームが。15は適当に言いました。14、20秒ぐらい、チョコボさんチームが、モーグリさんチームに追いついて
That's
ます
okay,
ね。
because a lot of people go crazy in this game.
早いですね。ほぼ同着って感じですけど。
Not spoiling or anything.
もうちょっと
Yeah,
20
yeah,
秒、
yeah.
30秒わかんないですけど。
I go crazy when I need to.
46秒。 じゃあ
Gold
1時間
Tosser on
45
another new game
分
plus thing is I
50
think
秒
you can
とか
just
だった
basically
んで
go to the sky wheel. You go to like the ghost hotel, then the sky wheel, I think. But here,
字は要
you
請
have
して
to
きてます
visit
ね。
every square. So there is different ways to route this.
まあ逆に言うと、
Um,
このタイミングでまあそれぐらいしかずれてないんですけど。
leave the longest run back to a Moogle till last because of a forced voice line.
トンベリさんチームは今、
not sure what to do. For me, I do event square last
スペー
because
スマウンテンみたいなとこコロコロした。
I think you're talking about like where you're locked out of.
ゴーストなんたらとか言ったんで、ホラーをテーマにしたようなアトラクション
attention
ですか
everybody or whatever. The event square, you're forced to do like a slow jog on the carpet anyways, so it's best to have that one last because you don't get locked out of the Moogle at all. I think what they do is they do the run back through Wonderment Square, which is actually 3 seconds slower.
ゴーストホテル。
Yeah, a good lesson for these
ホ
runners.
テルなんですね。
If we'd actually
It's
played that
slower.
cutscene there,
Yeah.
the guy does fall down from the roof again, just like he did in the original, but we're not going to stop to wait and see it.
We will see it later though because it won't be in a cutscene, which is nice. In this cutscene right here, I do enjoy a lot. Where Palmer and the Turks come up and whatever, you know, it's a good cutscene. Woadyb, he's doing Valkyrie. No issues here. There is like a weird thing I saw with one of BigSid's run where the boss kind of just waited in the air, and oh my god, it was a nice time loss. The boss did not want to cooperate. He can do Fire Wheel early, and if the boss goes up and does Fire Wheel, then Spellblade is going to miss. And so you're kind of.
Hi to his teammate there.
トンベリさんチームはついにトンベリと、
He went up to the
He went
Tonberry.
over to
Yeah,
the
he went up to
Tonberry.
yeah. Talk to the
There's
Tonberry.
the creepy little mechanical Tonberry in
Yeah.
that room. It just freaks you
Fine
out
with
when
the
you walk in there.
prejudice.
Purifying air levels.
Yeah, it's good. It's good. I think it does it quite good justice here. Valk is
So-
done, cleaned up nicely. Big Sid is on the
The
snail.
Zack walking section.
The Sid is on another Jack segment. We're gonna have that every chapter until like 12. We don't get him anymore then. Here, you can't just progress. You have to interact with Aerith, and then either the holy element or the book. The book is faster than the holy element, and then the camera will turn. And Zack opens the door with his left hand, so you kind of want to be lined up properly there.
On my first casual playthrough, I thought I soft locked the game because I couldn't find the trigger to open
Oh,
the door.
you can find the door. Yeah.
I love that we're all so jaded by Square Enix games that we just assume we've soft locked it.
Yeah, it can't
It's
be
like,
me. It can't.
there isn't a solution to this puzzle. The game's broken. That's the more obvious solution.
Yeah.
BigSid is done with his Costa del Sol. Nobody got the soft lock. That's nice.
Going down to the lobby, sir?
We have Gungaga reactor, quite big. Don't really remember what you did here on OG. I think like the Turks were here or something.
In OG, the Turks were there. You saw them. You went up to the reactors. Scarlet appears, looking for huge materia or big materia, and then disappears. And then
Where you can find Titan, I think. The Titan materia.
That's Gungaga. But that's not the.
Oh, that's Gungaga. Not yeah.
Oh wait, this is yeah. This is Corel. Right?
Corel,
Whatever.
Still, you're
It's
jumping
another
ahead of things a
reactor.
wee bit.
Getting ahead
They're
of
all the same.
ourselves. Getting ahead of ourselves.
They all get blown up. It's the same.
Yeah.
モーグリさんチーム、だい
Shinra
ぶ
is not big on safety standards. Let's put it that way.
もしかしたら
What is it?
トンベリさんチー
Ultron, you guys
ム
call it in the US? I can't remember what it's.
先行してるような気がします。先行というか、だいぶ縮めてるような気がしますね。
Yeah.
OSHA.
Yeah. We have a chocobo here. So the chocobos, I don't think we went over it, but in the first game you can kind of just ignore the mini game. You can kind of go through and you'll go right side of the first chocobo and grasslands, or the left side depending if it turns, and then you throw the rock. And there's like a weird thing where you can't throw the rock for a few seconds. It just gives you like a and you can't throw it. And I don't think anyone knows why that happens for a few seconds. But here we have another chocobo, which is the tropical one. Comes with a nice tropical outfit, and on normal you would actually go do 2 hunts here, so we could get ATB boost later in Corral. But here they just go to the end with this chocobo, and
Yeah, it's amazing how much of the map they are actually completely ignoring there. And they were doing more quickly
Yeah,
fast
they were
traveling back
lucky.
to where we actually are, just because it skips some conversation and lets us go faster.
yeah,
Luffy no
and,
part
the
に
choco
2
does
時間
have a fancy
2時
slide,
間の
which
タイ
is
ムで入
useful
って
in
な
the
かったと思う。
swamp when you're going from land into the swamp. Outside of that, it won't be used much besides the race drifting stuff, which we'll see. Yuffie segment for Woadyb. They do grab the Twin Viper Shuriken, which he's going to grab in a second. That has Windstorm. That is an AoE.
チ
Wind
ャレン
Dash
ジ
is
失敗と出ま
automatic.
したね。なん
This
か
is a
ミニ
physical
ゲーム
weapon,
を
but we don't care. We want the ability.
サ
And
レンダーして飛ば
it'll
したみ
be
たい
an
な感じですか
AoE,
ね。
a big AoE around her. And then she'll throw her Shuriken, and her Shuriken it'll do the Windstorm around the Shuriken if it's thrown at something, but the AoE is smaller, and the attack is also a bit weaker. This ability is amazing, quite frankly. Casually, it didn't feel as great, but for like a run, it's superb. We will see that in Chapter 9, just how good it is at grouping enemies.
Yeah, grouping enemies together. This game has quite a lot of splash damage mechanics on the magic, so even though we're not using any, well, what's called all materia or magnify in the remakes, and we're not using that at all. So if you hit fire against one enemy, but they're close enough together, you will catch the ones around you. So grouping them up is always so useful in this game.
Yep, the AoE was increased on like everything. Damage, the power value for each thing was kind of kept the same outside of the Agas. The Agas,
なんか次
we
は
will
ア
see
トラ
that
クション
later.
的なものに
Yes,
乗ったんですか
we'll
ね
see。
it
later,
gets
but they were
quickly.
buffed. Oh,
Not his.
and
It's your first time.
no, missed it.
Nope.
で、即出ましたね。
You could see the circle prompt. It showed up there for like a second. BigSid, I think he'll get it. Thus, it is still going through each zone, and it takes a lot longer to navigate Gold Saucer compared to OG. OG, it was like, you know, you had the lobby, and you just go over and over, and you hop in the holes and whatnot. Here, it's actually way larger. They
The
have
lobby was
increased the
made
stalls.
bigger than the rest of the Gold Saucer combined.
They did do the battle one as well. The battle, you can just quit out, thankfully, because oh my god, those fights, the first one is really horrible on normal. It would be awful to have to route that. You get like experience in AP, but we can just quit out. The Wonderment one with the bike, you can quit out. I kind of wish that was forced because first place is a Whistlewind Scarf, which gives you 500 ATB, which is a third of a bar. 1 bar of ATB cost is 1,500 points. You don't see this; it's hidden behind the scenes. And this was a nerf from Remake. Remake, it was 1,000 points, so 2 ATB was 2,000 points. Here it's 3,000 points. But there are more ways to refund ATBs. Like on the Folio and stuff, you can get like 5% of your ATB back. Omni Strike is 70%. The keychain from Roche, which they don't use, the Speed Demon keychain, it is amazing. It does give you 10% back. So Omni Strike could give you 85% of your ATB back. Woadyb unlucky with the card choices there. He got the flea glitch thing where you get targeted and then you can't get the flea.
They really just had it in for him there. I
Yeah.
think you can also skip the space shooting minigame? You can just exit that one once you start it as
Yep, you can exit that as well. We can exit all of these. You just have to go in though. I wish you could just go to like the teleport, but like it does make you do the minigame, or start it rather. Valkyrie for BigSid for Team Choco. Again, blocking at the start. Sonic Boom to get that buff. And the wind damage, doing Spellblade. And during the animation, BigSid is switching to Aerith to get some ATB because her ATB roll was too low. So that's a variation that you can do. And then the ward.
G バイクというミニゲームをやるみたいですね。
Ward,
トンベリさん
I don't
チー
think
ム。
they need to learn it. In normal, we do have to actually learn it. Whereas you'd have to get
バイクに乗っ
the
て真顔になっ
proficiency
て
bonuses.
サレンダー。
That way you can switch weapons. They will be switching
怖
weapons.
かったんですかね。ふわーっと上に持ち上がったんでね。
The laser. I had an old strat on normal where the
ま
laser.
たがる
there's
だけなのかなと思ったら
a box that gives
なん
an
か持
MP
ち上がったら
charge.
ちょっと怖い
I would
シー
have
バー
it
み
shoot
た
the
いな。
box. It was so precise that I just decided I couldn't do that in a run. No way. Because I needed the MP at the time, but now the strats are way better and made something better.
やりたかったのこういうのなんちゃうの
Valkyrie done.
ね。
Pretty clean. Woody having to wait. You have to wait for these. This segment, it takes time. It doesn't feel too bad to like do it.
動く歩道みたいなの乗ってるんですかね。
The rewards in these boxes are set per box. Like there will be an ether in this first set of boxes, for example. I think they do have to use some ethers in the run. I'm not sure. A normal we chug ethers in a lot of places. And then there's another ether in the second set
あ
on the left
音
here.
がチョコボさんチーム
You
に
can
移
kind
り
of
まし
mess
た
around
ね
when。swinging if you want. It doesn't affect it until the end. I do this backwards, or I swing in a circle, stuff like that. You know, just wasting time. The switch, you can get it in like 4 kicks, and then you can do like a weird slowed down kick if you want, and that'll enable you to get on the next grapple point a little bit quicker in one less swing. Rarely ever works out, honestly, but just a slight time save.
Over on this side, we've just got back to Battle Square. We've learned that there was, unfortunately, some murders, and it was committed by a gentleman with a gun for an arm. Obviously, we all know somebody who matches that description.
Woody's getting fireball.
He's not with us right now, so they're away having
本
to
気解説の
chase
声がはっ
after
きり聞こえるのは
this
僕が喋ってない
prove
から
our
ですね。
innocence.
Okay, not too bad of a bomb. I knew Woody was getting the fireball because the bomb retreated. Slightly mistimed the Art of War, otherwise he could have got it. The fireball is a bit too early. But no issues, no swell. We don't want to see swell.
もちろん解説の方の環境
The
だったり
horribleness that can
お話し
ensue.
される
But
方が違え
Gigatra's
ば
coming
も
up
ちろん
from
環境
the
も違
Spade
う
is
の
coming
で
up to Dust Bowl.
はっきりというのが音量的なものなのか音質的なものなのかでちょっと話は変わってくるかと思うんですけど
Gigatris, again, it'll open in like one of 3 ways. It'll do like a drop attack, attack where it kind of tries to claw you, or an arrow, and you just get some damaging. Switch over to Barret. The fire, interesting. Is he gonna do a bonus round? He might not be going for that. Okay, he's opting to completely stagger with Tifa. And you can see again. Yeah, the Omni spam. And sometimes you don't get enough ATB, of course, because it's only 70%. But you can do like a rolling uppercut to supplement that and get the rest of it. And then phase 2 again. I'm gonna throw a fire or a blizzard, depending on the runner, through this tornado. It'll hit the boss, knock it down, and pressure it, and then you can just stagger it as you please. You got the fire, good. If you mistime it, there is
チ
like
ー
a
ムが
second
間
set
もな
that it'll
く
put up
2
and
時
you can
間で
get
す
it,
が、
but
同じく先と同じ
if
く
you,
で
if you
すね。
fail that one, then
モーグリさんチーム
you're
と
in
同じ
for
く
a
2時
world
間
of
で、
pain,
この
pretty much.
ユフィのほぼ同着か、ほんの数秒遅いかぐらいのギャップですかね。
And that's Gigatrice
Giga
down.
Tree's down. Yep.
The Sid screen, the way that you handle this is we need to get 3 Silkus screens to progress, and there's many things you can do here. I have timed all of them. I even timed the cards. That one's horrible. Don't ever think about it, because the third guy, the punk guy, is extremely hard to beat. His deck is absurd for the starter deck that you have. But the thugs that I just defeated is one of the fastest. The
guys
there's like a liar. Yeah, the liar guys. It'll be one of the 5 people, which he's gonna do now. Okay, he does this in like a anti-clockwise way. He's gonna read the text. The text does change. There's like a few, like 2 different lines per one. I think one of them might even have 3. For this middle guy, you want to see Gus, north, and then we typically write. No, Stamp right there. Squinty Rachel. If you see Stamp, it's correct. The right guy, you need to see Test 0. The middle, the girl on the left from the middle, I forget her name, in the jeans, she talks about the weapon shop, and if she mentions an elixir or that it's quiet and she gasped and got knocked out, whatever, that's correct. And if it's not any of them, it's the last guy on the left. And that's how I handle it, because the guy has 2 voice lines like for everything, and they're long. So if it's not the other 4, it's the left guy.
The far left guy, and reading the notes here, it's the Bill Jumper serves sunshine, or the Bill Jumper waters down its drink, are the 2 you're looking for on that one.
Yeah, the problem is it's like 3 lines of dialogue on the screen, and he has like.
音量に関しては、12の時よりかは先ほど、音量的には大きくしています。解説の方が現在このゲームおられないので。
Right, far right, left girl, and then left, and I think everyone kind of handles it the same. That said, we see a minigame, Desert Rush. This is not part of normal. It is on one of the normal routes. One of the 3 routes.
というかは、12の時に結構音量をちょっと、
a minigame, we don't care
調
about
整して
winning.
ちょっと音量を下げていたんですけども、12より前に比べて音量を12の時も下げていた。現状は戻してます。
So you can break these boxes and get points. You get the
Every
big
one of those
boxes.
time boxes you hit, it gives you plus 5 seconds to your time, and we don't want extra time.
Yep.
チョコボチーム、モーグリチームが徐々にトンベリさんチームに
And once you get enough of these like electric boxes, you can go on.
少しずつ少しずつですけども。
They have these 200-point boxes that get knocked all over the place. You can get the top reward, which is Dragon Claws for no time loss. You can do this fast enough.
3時間半ほどこのゲームありますけど。
I would knock that out of the way, but I guess he doesn't need that many
何分縮めていけるかが。
You can do it fast enough and get the Dragon Claws, but Star Shower is not in the route, and those have Star Shower. Technically, it's better than Kaiser Knuckles up until a point where Kaiser Knuckles does overcome in the end game its attack, but there is an ability which gives 15% increased damage on unique abilities such as Omni Strike. And so with that, if you're Omni spamming, Dragon Claws actually out DPS's Kaiser Knuckles.
もちろんね、奏者で
But if you were to use like dive kicks or limit or something,
イベントに出られている方なので、得意なアイディア、苦手なアイディアがタイムするでしょうし。
If you do this quickly, you do get a nice break. The problem with actually going for the
今
Dragon
と
Claws
まだまだ
is
ね、
the first
トン
set
ベ
of
リさん
boxes
チーム
is
が
if anyone's done the
タイムを
advanced
縮め
segment,
てい
there's
く
like
可
an
能性もあり
area
ま
in
す
the
けど。
upper right where one of these 200 boxes out of the first electric box can get knocked there. You cannot get to it because that's the advanced segment. You cannot get to there, but the not box
チョコ
can
ボ
get
チー
stuck
ム、
in
ト
there
ンベリ
for
チーム、じゃあチョコボチー
you're
ムと
screwed. If you're trying to
モー
go
グ
for
リ
that
チーム
route,
が
that's
お
why
よ
it's
そ
really risky.
11
Normal, we don't
分
do this. We do what's known as the
弱の
Cactuar
差が
route, where you chase the Cactuar, and it's about the same speed, although we do pick up the Gil chest there, the 4K. Just because we need the experience in AP for the 28 Palmer route.
I missed how many explosions Woody got there. I saw one at the very end, but I don't.
I saw one at the start too, so he's got at least
Okay, so
two.
he's got
I
at least
saw
two.
a couple. Yeah. So basically, essentially, to go over this again, you do thugs, liars, and then you do desert rush. You do cactuar, and that's it. When you ignore everything else is too slow. I have timed like doing the
ちなみに
battleground
こ
thing
の
against
後 で
like the test
言い
zero and
ま
stuff,
す
and like
と
if you fully gear up, it's not that bad, but they're not like.
全体的にですね、モーグリさんチームが、日本人の操縦の方はお一人、チョコボさんチームが日本人の方は3名、
Easter eggs in that battle. In the,
トンベリさんチームは日本人の方は
playing
お
casual,
二
I
人と
highly recommend you go down and do that.
なってますね。
Some quite comical voice lines that they have given those tests.
この後で言いますと、
a lot of people might notice that's in like the
4
OG JP
時間後とかになるんですかね。
That's
この
like a
ゲームが終わった後、
and that's what that's from. I don't know the exact
セブ
specifics
ン
on
リ
that,
バー
but
スが終
it's
わ
not
った
in
後の
the localized version.
フ
ファイナルファンタジーファイファン4ですね。ファイファン4ピクセルリマスター。日本人の奏者の方がチョコボさんチームで
Yeah, it's like a
走られます。
It's the same map screen that's got that
こ
kind
の
of
後
hidden red
FF10
character that's just
もチョコボさん
hidden
チー
on
ム
the
で。
screen even though you can't see it, but has been found by people.
日付変わりまして、月曜日、11時ぐらいからですね。
BigSid just had a really clean
まあちょっと
bomb.
時間は変わってるかもしれない
I
です
saw
け
that.
ど、
Yeah, that was nice.
朝からです
You
ね
got the flame
モー
breath
グリさ
and
んチーム、ファイファン
first
3
quick bomb.
ピクセルリマスターで走られます。
Gigatrice.
Again.
Yep, he's gonna get bonus round. We do wanna. I guess you don't have to learn it because you're gonna
そ
keep
の
high cal on the whole run.
深夜、その後深夜です
And
ね。
normals had some things where like you
ファイ
get
ファン
killed with his bazooka, and I
ピクセルリ
swear
マスター。
I have better runs when
日
I
本
have
人の方は
that.
トンベリさん
but
チームで走られますね。
Eventually, we kind of just phased it out. I phased it out. Good phase 1. Hopefully, no issues in phase 2. BigSid is coming up to the Choco Racing segment. Again, where you do practice.
ファイファンですよね、
And then
今。
after the
ここ、
practice,
フ
you
ァイ
could
ファ
get
ン
like
リレーですよ
250
ね、今。
GP here if
こ
you
のゲ
wanted,
ーム
but
はい。
unfortunately, you
ファイ
can't
ファン
do
シリー
anything
ズ
with
リ
it.
レーレ
There
ー
are
ス
like books you could buy, but
なって
you
ます
just
ん
can't
で。
get any quick
ない。
enough. Which again, the books would save you about 2 levels at certain specific levels, like 28. You could have the next weapon core. That's where you get it, but you could have it at like 26 or something. And when weapons level up, they get big bonuses to like their attack and magic attack, assuming they're at least the requisite level of what you'd have. Like again, these weapons we get are you're expected to be at a certain level before you get them. I hope that wasn't too early on the SID. There is a save load here, which saves a few seconds. As soon as you hear the intercom start, like the ding, you can save load. And the SID was too early. He didn't wait for the ding. You have to wait for the intercom sound to start, and then you do the save load. It's only like 2 or 3 seconds. It's not a big deal. And then Esler would talk to you and be like, okay, you know, oh, there's a split there. Esler wants to have you do the race, and we do equip the chocobo for this. We'll see. I don't think I'm going to see any 219s here.
So for those of you who have played Mario Kart, you'll understand the concept of having to grab 10 coins to get your speed up all the way. Well, similar for us, in this, you have to grab 10 blue balloons, and that brings your speed up to the highest speed. You also gain dashes
声に出して読みたい日本語っていうね。
from red. So
で
the
すね。
first
ファイファン
lap,
5。
you're gonna really want to focus on
ぜひ
getting
皆さん、
the speed
声に
up
出して
to
言ってい
10.
ただくと、ファイファン5の良
You
さが
can
分かって
kind
いた
of
だ
power
ける
slide
と。
around corners. Again, similar, you can get a small boost off of those. We
こ
want
れ
to
単に
time
僕が
through
ちょっ
those
と
few
声
corners.
控えめに喋ってるから
Slow down.
音が小さいだけかもしれないですね、もしかしたら。
Here, so we can see we use speed burst and allowed us to go onto the grass. And we try and time this so we can do it 2 bends in a row. And there we go. And if you get that last red, you can just time getting that final red balloon there, so that it extends the speed burst that wee bit longer. If you collect them while it's activated, it extends the time it runs. You can also try and do things like cut the grass at more at the start there if you've not used it earlier. There's a few different ways to do this.
Yep. So the most
All
optimal
optimize
way is You're going to get the blue speed balloons. That's the priority. As even if you were to get the red stuff and use the boost, it still
順
can't
調にチョコボレース
perform
は進んで
getting
ま
all
す
the blue
ね。
balloons to get our speed up to 10. If you bump into something, you lose a
トン
bit.
ベリさんチーム
He
は。
really should probably use his thing, but that's fine. You don't actually want to extend the bar on laps 1 and 2. You want to do it on 3 because there's a certain cycle to it where you get 3 of these because we have enough intelligence with the gear that we have on to where you'll get the boost right after the second little bump here with the red balloon. And then you can cut the corner. And then you want to cut the corner coming out of the tunnel. And you use your boost around there. And then you also use that to cut the second group of grass too. You can cut this grass if
ファ
you
イフ
want.
ァン以外の読み方もあるんですね。
Sometimes you can hit these
ファイ
and
ナ
get
ルファン
double
タジーは
dashes.
フ
You
ァイ
can
ファンです
get
し、
both of them at
セブンイ
once.
レブンは
It
分
hits
入れ
on
で
very
すし、
consistently. It's pretty
マ
tough.
クドナルドはマクドナルドですよね。
And then again, on the third one here, you would hold your boost until around this corner right here. And then you go through it with the speed burst, and that will give you enough time if you use the
先
dash
ほど
in the
ね、
corner
2
here
時
as well
間
to hit this red
30
balloon
分ほど
and
で、
extend just like that. As you see that.
デートが始まった後に一番最初
Going
にカウン
into
ターに話し
the
かけ
final
てい
one
ましたね。おそらく
And
ビター
he's
ぐらいで、
done.
2時間半ビタぐらいでね。
The Shinra helmet we picked up for no time loss when following Ezra in the Dust Bowl.
大食いさん
after
チ
we
ー
were
ム
done with all the 3 things that we had to do.
ホテルで
As you are
昔の
you have
思い
enough
出みたい
time.
な
Now,
のを
if you
今
take
か
too
ら
long,
見
then
る
she'll
感じで
turn
すね。
around and wait for you. Yeah,
ザック
that's
さん。
Chocobo racing, and you have to do it on new game.
I actually like the Chocobo racing in this game. It infuriates me that I think it's better made than Chocobo GP, which was an entire game in its own right.
Yeah,
on
it's
the
good.
different-
It's good. I had fun with it.
Yeah, the full extra maps and all the extra stuff they have in it are actually really enjoyable to play. You know,
Especially the Cactuar gates. That's really enjoyable.
oh, they can be infuriating, but when you get it right, it is fun.
I just used the one that jumps, and I would just jump over everything. And apparently, which I didn't know, in the Ultimania, it says that when you land, it stuns opponents near you, which is a thing. A little bit of a time
Kingdom
save here. They're
Hearts.
not going to go
Oh,
towards
Kingdom
the
Hearts
Desert Twister here. Which is
Kingdom
where you
Hearts
naturally
は
think the trigger
ス
is.
クエアエニッ
Faster
クス
by
旧
3
スクエア
seconds
が
or
発
something
売
like
してい
that.
るロールプレイングゲームのシリーズ
Yeah,
であ
the
る
triggers
As you hit
can
the
have a
trigger.
weird
と
long
いうことなん
diagonal
で、
line through the
キング
map.
ダムハーツに関してはね、
Go to the
スクエアエ
profile
ニックス旧スクエアが発売しているロールプレイングゲームのシリーズとお呼びいただいたらいいかなと思いますね。
Let me see where you are. Right. So Corral for Sid. Gold Saucer with Woadyb. He's got to do all the squares. And then we have Dine for the Sid. This fight is a little different than the OG. We don't have the right arm to throw. You can't get that off the bomb. Dine, he's going to use 1 or 2 moves pretty early on. He's going to do fire bombs, which you can block, or paralyzing shot, which you can't, and you can roll out of the way though. There's some ways to make it kind of glitchy, which we don't want to see, but they're going to get buffed up.
先ほどまでチョコボに乗ってたと思ったら
In the
ね、
middle
急
and
に
not far
激しいバトルが。
and you get hit by point blank. If you're standing near that rubble pile on the right, like just to the left of it, he cannot do point blank. But you basically have to be right next to it. The idea
2
is
時
to do
間
enough damage to
22
pressure him,
分
and
ぐら
the
いで
bonus
今
round
カウ
is
ンタ
really
ー
important
で
here
お
because
話
it
しして
does
ました
enough
かね。
cut to where it'll keep him locked down. You can see he couldn't do anything once he's pressured. He can't do anything. He
完
just
全に
keeps
8
shooting.
分ほど。
And then you push. And phase 2, he throws some mines around. You're
こ
going
の先か。こ
to
こですね。はい。2時間
not have to worry
23
about this essentially.
分
Just
かな
fire,
らない
he's
ぐらい
gonna
ですね。
overcharge,
喋ってるんで、およそ
stagger, and he's gonna do as much damage as he
7
can here.
分強。
And it
ファイファン
pushes
7
when
に入ってから、
it's at like the start of his name.
大栗さん
This
チー
one
ム
will
は
be the
トン
next
ベリ
phase
さん
for
チーム
Dine.
とのギャップを縮めたという感じですね。
Okay, no problems. Phase 3, it gets a bit Resident Evil here. It's gonna have
yeah, that's a good way to explain it actually. The beginning of this, we want to immediately
The-
kind of roll back or run
あ、
back.
ダイン、ダインさん、あ、
or you're
あ、
gonna
なん
get
か、
a whole
explanation
lot
for
of
this.
pain.
I don't know how to explain this.
大
It's a
友
thing.
克弘のアニメみ
But
たいになっ
yeah,
てます。
you
大丈夫
roll. If you get hit by the first roll, I believe you can mash it out and get a guaranteed setup for the second roll, but he didn't get it. But also you do want limit as well for what they do on here. Be careful of that. Stun, not a big a deal.
To tank that intentionally to get the limits actually.
おお、すごい。メカしくなってる、ダインさん。
Yeah, he might have.
いわゆるサイバーダインってやつです
You
か
do
ね、
some
こ
more
れ。
damage and you just blow him to hell.
チョコボさんチームね、
Luckily, Paralyze is not
ノ
not
ッ
a
クア
big
ウト
deal
的な
because
ゲー
it's
ムが始
easy.
まりましたね。
It doesn't last as long, but on normal, you can die here. If you like choose to use like a high ether or a turbo ether, we don't have high ethers anymore. We just have them in a row on normal. And you mess up the final phase, you are dead every time. If you didn't elix.
音声はね、今、チョコボさんチームの方の音声は流れておりま
And
す。
now we have a boss that I forget to split because I'm focusing on this. It's okay, I got it. We have Palmer, the Anurin Suppressor. There's going to be some Folio work here first, though, which we're going to get Spellbound Blast for Aerith. That's really important. And the Magic Attack. Now, Woadyb did some of his menuing early on. He listened to me and he grabbed the synergy damage on here. The synergy damage does affect your partner's abilities as well. If you use Spellblade, it does scale off of Cloud's magic alone, and only his. But Aerith, if she has, 5% increased synergy damage, it does increase the Spellblade's damage, along with the bigger synergy abilities as well. Spellbound Blast is a lot like Spellblade, except it's like a longer AoE, and it has a particular use in Chapter 10 after the boss there that really helps out. Picking up Fox Flame for Yuffie, which I'll explain in Chapter 9, and some more synergy damage nodes. Now we have Anurin Suppressor, which is Palmer. This boss requires a lot of practice regardless of your category. On normal, before I had a nice, good strat, even when I started to get the strat that I have, it still took me about 8 hours of practice to get somewhat good at it. This requires a lot of practice. The boss will move around a lot. Goes down, goes up, comes to the middle, electroshock. If you take too long or you do too much damage,
おじさ
you
ん
get
が出て
Nina
きましたね。
Nina, which is a little cutscene where he pops out and he kind of smacks his ass and, only, which is what he does, and he has that in OG somewhere or other in his fight.
In OG, it's just before you get the tiny Bronco scene.
小栗さんチームはバイクに乗ってすぐ降りるやつをやります
Yeah,
ね。
and we want to skip that for sure. On normal, you need to be 28, or you have to rely on like Thundar. No. For the 28 route, it's just a Thundaga. But if you're 27, you gotta do some Thundar stuff.
チョコボさんチームもうゴーストホテル来てますね。2時間17分、18分弱で。
Phase 2, you just knock him down. You can knock him down with like a Synchro Cyclone. Any synergy ability will knock him down. And then he'll be pressured. He won't be pressured yet, but if he does Neener here and you hit him with 250 cut abilities, he will be pressured and you can stagger if you want. On 28 and normal, we just burst him down. His legs are targetable.
ぐんぐんとギャップを縮めてきてるような。
If you target the legs and you break a leg, the
気がする。
boss will be knocked down for longer. But as you can see during the Sid's fight, the boss moves around a lot. So sometimes you need to reposition and stuff. So if you sit there and try to spell, just mash out Spellblade or Spellbound or something, you will get punished because you can miss because he moves too far.
Another
It's a
kind
tough
of
fight.
mini game segment.
さっきね、なんか水のとこのボスで一回多分失敗したような気がするんで、失敗してないのかもしれないですけど、なんかそんな気がしたんで、それがなければもっと縮んでたのかなって感じですね。海のとこですね。イルカゲームの手前ぐらいのボスで。
Other than that, it's just, shoot them down as fast as possible. You can see that it's showing that they're going to throw one right on him where he is, so see, he's just going to kill them rather than have to move.
He killed it, yeah, before he could get it off. You definitely want to change your reticle to the purple to move it faster. The helicopter can choose to shoot, and that's unlucky because he gets hit. And you can't tank through it. These enemies do have less health on easy. This is a cycle-based minigame, so if you're too slow on some of the early ones, which can happen on normal, you will sit there and wait, and you'll just be driving and nothing's happening because it's cycle-based, and you have to hit the checkpoints, which is frustrating. But basically, you want to focus on just shooting. until you're out of ammo, and then overcharge if like you have to move. If you move, you can do overcharge during the animation, and you can reload during the animation as well. But just using overcharge willy-nilly as it comes up is slower than just pew pewing. And then we have Palmer. He hasn't had enough, so he chases us and he's shooting. This minigame has another relationship thing where it has 3 different sets of amounts of points you'll get. You'll get either 4, 5, or 6. If your health is, I think it's 60% or greater, something like that, you get 6 points. If it's between that and like 30%, you get 5, and then lower than that, it's 4.
ゴーストホテルから
This
it
minigame
doesn't matter.
does have some auto lock on, but it's not the best as you're seeing.
先ほ
It doesn't always track as well as you would like it to.
どカウンターにお話しいたのは2時間23分ぐらいのタイミングでね、2時間23分弱ですね、タイミングで、モーグリさんチームはお話しに行ってましたが。
Yep. Also, Palmer brings out his cannon to shoot you for like big damage. You can try to fight the auto lock because it will try to auto lock it, and when you break it, you knock down the boss, but then he goes off screen and you can't hit him.
がゴロンゴロンしますね。
You can just choose to try to fight and tank the blast, and then defeat Palmer. Zach. So here for Zach, you need to speak to 3 NPCs and then stay in a specific location, which is kind of that puddle in the background here near the dude to his right. So you walk towards it and you can explode. If you hug the left side towards where you think you would go, you will skip the thing here, and you have to come back and hit this trigger.
9分ほど縮めましたね。
The 3 NPCs here are the fastest.
In this sack flashback or alternate timeline or whatever this part that is, I will let you all play the game and make your own mind up. He hears that a member of Avalanche is alive, and we're on our way to try and locate them. And it turns out it's BigSid. So that's who
もと
we're
もとゲーム開始時点で言いますと、
Yep, I don't know this story because I skipped the cutscenes in my speedruns, so I have no idea.
I think a few of us have theories, but I think I would rather let chat watching play the game on their own.
どこ見たのかな
Yep, definitely.
Yeah, hopefully they tie it up really well in part 3.
Here we have Kate Shi is about to finally join our party. This is also kind of a scripted segment here. Runners can take a quick break, go grab a drink.
It's might be the longest break, this or later on one of the plane segments. I
ゲーム
can't
開始
remember.
時点で
It's a nice one though. You could like you can even take so long that you drop your controller and not lose time, or you drop your controller and lose
モー
time.
グリさんチームとチョコボさんチームが10分
But this buggy is not going to be used very long, unfortunately. It's like less than a minute.
多分ね10
Kind
分
of a
違
shame.
っ
I
た
kind
ん
of
です
wish
け
it was
ど、
used
まあ
more.
Yeah, I was actually really impressed how they
1
handled
分
the
縮めた
buggy in this. I thought they
じゃあ
added
2
it
分
really
縮め
well.
たんか。なんで8
Yeah,
分ほど、
you basically are doing X game level tricks with
そう
a
ですね
rally。
まあ
car.
上のタイム出す
Yeah,
ですね。
I've-
10分ほ
I've
ど
tried to
そう
flip
なんで
it
す
and it auto writes itself. Like you can't flip it. It's a shame.
I do find
ト
that
ンベリさんチームは
also one of the
モーグリさんチームと30分の
the
ギャッ
mechanics
プ
of
でゲーム
getting
が始
out
ま
of
っ
it
てる
can
ん
be
ですけど、
infuriating because it sometimes will
ま
go
あ、7
out the
分
way
ほ
you
ど
want
縮め
it
た
to
ってことで
stick, sometimes it'll just
23 分
drop
ほどの
off.
差になってますね、おそらく。
So it can be annoying if you pull up thinking, right, if I get out that side, I get to go straight to the thing, and you get out the other side of it, and it's just like, oh, come on, game.
Yep. This is officially where Kate joins us, and now his EXP will start counting. And he is in the party here.
Unfortunately for those
They
of
get-
you wanting Sid and Vincent in this part, I'm afraid they are not joining us as playable characters. It is purely
It would be a
Yuffie and-
bit too late in the game for that, really,
Yeah.
to enjoy them.
It's the same reason why they didn't include Red as playable in part 1. And you know, I can understand why they've done it. It also means that in part 3 we've got some new combat and new characters and mechanics to look
Exactly,
forward to.
yeah.
So I think they've, for what they've had to balance, I think they've done really well. For the scope of the game, they've tried to grow in the size of the areas. I think they've done really well.
ワギ、水の中も走れるん
I
です
agree with
ね。
every story decision they've made, but that's everybody's own interpretation of Final Fantasy VII. Really,
Yeah.
that's what it is.
I
right
mean,
now.
this rail, it is. I think they handled it great. Like the rail, how big it is, and everything you can do, and you know, there's so much you can do in this game. It's crazy. It's a very, if you're trying to do everything, it takes a long time.
Oh yeah, I on your casual playthrough, if you're looking at 60 to 100 hours, depending on how much side quests you do. It genuinely
I didn't
is
even,
massive.
I didn't even finish all the side quests. I was on the ultimate party animal, and I started routing, and then I was like, okay.
No, I had to. I mean, my style of gameplay is if the game will let me do it before moving on to the next 4 section, I always try and complete it. Apparently,
Yeah.
I'm a terrible game player to watch. Because I get anytime the game
I
says
try to do
go
that
here,
too, yeah.
I turn around and go, well, what's over there instead then? That unfortunately meant in Grasslands, I explored the entire of Grasslands before I unlocked the Chocobo. Do you have any idea how much I was
Oh,
kicking
God.
myself after walking around that entire map?
Yeah.
I did that. I did that in the Junon region. I walked around the entire map. I was like, "Why? What are these walls for? Aren't I supposed to get a chocobo somewhere?" And then realized that I had to get it in the beginning of the.
何
It's
に
just
ちなんでるわけでもない
once I
です
learned
が、
that chocobos
ち
were
な
going
み
to be a
に
kind of a regional unlock, I started to look for them before I was doing
ま
the major map
そうだと思ってスピードラン .com を見たんですが、
The Sid, he's in. This is chapter
タイ
9.
ムとして
Heading
は
to、Gongaga.
ス
This
ピー
is
ド
the
ラン
jungle.
.com 上で言いますと、
Kind of hard to navigate
チョコボさん
until
チ
you
ーム
learn
の
how to navigate it.
ビッグシドさんですね。
スピ
ードラン .com では世界2位ということになってますね。6時間を切って5時間59分44秒でクリアされていると。
Probably not because of
で、
you know the size of the map or anything like that. It's because
コンベリさんチームのザ・シドさんですね。
Yeah.
が、
you'd think a jungle would be that difficult, but you know at times you could be 3 or 4 levels
世
up.
界第5位、6時間31分57秒ということで、ビッグシドさんとは32分ぐらいのギャップがありますよと。
And there would actually be a smarter, like faster pathing.
スピードラン .com 上ではそうなってますね。
But there is a Chadley.
ザ・シドさんは1ヶ月前、ビッグシドさんは21日前のキックですね。
It will proc Chadley to talk to you. They did make sure to. They don't have to worry about avoiding it in Chapter 8. Now that I think about it, because they don't do the ATB boost stuff. But they will have to avoid a Chadley crystal later.
なので、パーソナルレコードがこのままであれば、
Final Fantasy VII lore, and potentially from even before Crisis.
チョコボさんチーム
Cissney
が逆転することも大いにあり得ると。
So Cissney is in Rebirth, and she is hanging out in Gongaga.
ちょっとね、
Not
モーグリ
playable,
さんチームの方
unfortunately.
は、3位で、モーグリさんチームの方は3位ですね。
Play the game and see the cutscenes and get a wee bit more explained. I do highly recommend playing the Crisis Core
世界
remaster.
3位、23日前、6時間7分。
I haven't played it. I've only played the original.
モーグリさん
Oh, the quality of life
チームの方とチョコボさんチームの間がおよそ8分。
all the cutscenes are skippable, so I think the run went from like 7
もともとゲーム開始時点で10分差がありま
Oh,
す
they
の
couldn't
で、
skip it in the original, huh?
Yeah.
パーソナルレコー
I
ド
thought
ベ
said he
ス
did
ト
a little
パー
quick
ソナルベ
time
ス
save
ト
there.
で、
It's faster
考
instead
え
of
ますと、
navigate back through and cross the bridges here in Gongaga. You just do again. You just go back to where you are on the map. Like
一番最初に終わるのはモー
and
グ
your
リ
party
さん
separates,
で、
and you just go up to the inn here.
その
and
す
it's
ぐ
fast.
後ろでチョコボ
So
さ
we
んチ
did this
ーム
in
が終わって
and we do it here as well.
チャワ
You got an amazing little section here with the
チャワは32分ずれてても、ザ・シドさんの方が30分以上早く始まってるんで、
She does it to her own
ほぼほぼ横並びで終わる可能性がありますね。
just hang out there and listen to them. They all make me laugh. I could listen to that the whole time throughout this area.
BigSid is on the Dust Bowl. I wanted to mention there is a weapon there called the Umbral Blade. It sucks, but the ability is great. It's Prime mode. It gives you a different set of attacks, which is difficult to learn first casually. And you'll fling yourself around a lot if you do it, but Prime mode, the second hit of the strong attack where you hold it gives you Berserk 2, I just call it. As just like with normal, we would have the normal mode, you get Berserk for 30% increased damage. The Berserk 2 is 50%, of course, it's a double-edged sword, you take that much as well. But on easy, they don't need it. On normal, we do it, and we master it on the thugs encounter. As you can get the entire mastery on one battle there. But they do not need it on easy, as they don't need that extra 20% increased damage. But again, to remember that Berserk is a multiplier, so it multiplies into everything else. So if something is weak to something or something is staggered, it's going to give you a ton of damage, way more than like 30 and 50%, because it's a multiplier.
BigSid doesn't push that timer block out the way and just goes with the risks. Okay, I hadn't seen that.
トンビリさんチームとモーグリさんチームが
So
30
he
分
takes
の
that
差
one for extra. That's where he gets his extra.
で始まって、
Okay.
さらにその10分遅れでチョコボさんチーム。30分と40分のギャップですね。
There's plenty of things. You have plenty of time to go and get whatever you want, honestly, during the minigame. Woody is doing his racing.
そうですね。
I'd like to see him get at least, I'd
時
like
間
to
と
see
し
at
て
least
は、
221 or lower at the end of it.
Moving over to the inside, man knows his racing line.
序盤から
Sorry, I'm a
ほんの一
massive
瞬
racing
だ
and F1
け
fan. I love racing games, so
チョコボさんチームが勝ってたんですけど、その後ぐっとモーグリさんチームがタイムを縮めていって、1位独走状態がしばらく続いてたんですけども、
Finishing off this, the Sid is now heading to
モーグリさんチームはぐっと出始め、最初ですね、は少しぐっと時間が遅れたんですけれども、その後ぐんぐんとギャップを縮めて、
you would not get the text and stuff with
チョコボさんチームは徐々に、最初は良かったんですけど、徐々にちょっと
because there's a hunt that you would run by here. It's like a plan.
細かくこう遅れが見え始めて、ただここからまた盛り返してきてるというような感じで、この後だいぶタイムが並んでくる可能性ありますね。ただね、まだイベント自体は18個のゲームのうちのこれまだ8個目なので、この先もね、予断を許さないという。
environment jumping mechanics you can do.
Oh, Woody just missed the last speed
と
bump
いうよう
before
な
the line.
感じですね。
222.
Okay. Okay.
Woody
Pretty
is in
good.
the lead.
Pretty good.
You gotta check out.
It's kind of weird, but Gus has a
Yes,
picture
I've
of
been
The
tracking
Sid
it.
accidentally pressed
228.
R1.
Oh,
He pressed R1, and if you don't have a chocobo, you pause, and it gives you a tutorial. It sucks. Unfortunate. It can happen on accident too. You just accidentally tap that button. I've had it where I was doing like somehow I pressed the PS button on accident. I've done that during the choco race, and oh my god, it's disastrous if you do that. The PlayStation button, because you lose control of your character, of course.
so far Woody's
But-
winning the Chocobo Cup by 6 seconds. We'll see how BigSid does when it comes round.
Sid bought empowerment materia that allows you to cast bravery. If it was level 2, you can do faith, but we'd have to level boost it in the run to get that. They can naturally level up at the end of the run, but again, bravery increases your attack by 1.2, so 20%, and faith does the same for your magic. Here, you can skip this encounter, but I believe they want to take it so that they get their level up, and they're going to grab the crystal sword here. Most runners grab this on normal. I don't do this. I just skip the encounter and go.
I know BigSid
Crystal
does
sword
it
is.
as well.
Yep, everybody does it here. Crystal sword is a very powerful weapon. Again, remember when we pick up weapons, they're typically stronger, except for Umbral Blade. It also has attack plus 20 and magic at plus 20, so you can. Those are really good extra abilities on them. Honestly, just to have the base stats. Base stats are really strong, especially if you're using bravery or faith. Because in the damage calculation, your attack and your magic attack are counted twice for it.
See if BigSid's going to do the
一応ね、
to the
今
shop
現状スプリットで言いますと、
No, he's gonna do
春馬
to pick up
スプ
the
リットのと
Shinra
こ
helm, the
30時間
Shinra helmet for the
33
extra
分
speed.
58秒30時間34分ですね、ほぼ。で、モーグリチャはトンベリさんチームが
for
走
Woody.
ってま
Again,
す。
he's gonna buff up. He's gonna get his ATB up. Pressure. And he's gonna push with the focus. Overcharge and just shoot up a little bit.
およそ、
which I think
10
that's different from like what BigSid does.
16分ほど前に通過した
Woady's done a lot of
ス
his
プリッ
routing
ト
himself.
ネームになってますね。
BigSid has worked with Crystal Crown on a lot of the routing for easy.
BigSid and Crystal have done a lot of the routing, which I believe this set bases his on, and a lot of Woady's is independent. So we kind of quite similar though.
Even the fastest chocobos can't win Jack without the right jockey. I've seen my fair
Yeah,
share
it's the
of
kind of
those
thing
that
where
lead
like
to waste
if
and
multiple
wrong
people
riders
that know the
save
game
their
well
victories from a
end up
whole
routing,
round.
eventually things will kind of converge into the same
まあ、30
strategy
時
a
間
lot of the
51分
times.
でタイマー
It's
回ってま
surprising
す
how。often this happens in speedruns because people just naturally come to find the fastest stuff. And it's like, oh, that's the same strat I have.
Woady's already sitting pretty with the limit break for phase 3 here.
18分か
Nice,
17
nice,
分か
nice.
なんかそんなもんですね。はい。
So Sid got past this encounter. Sometimes they're in the way, but these enemies are afraid of you. They will run away if you get near them, and you can squeeze by them
今、
good enough.
モーグリさんチームはダインさんと戦っていると。
Doing fires. I'm dying here. Overcharge and limit, and it's probably enough to clean up. If not, he just needs one more fire, which he's got ATB for. And that's dying down. Gungaga reactor, you just got to go
ダイ
through
ンさんが
here
ダウンしたっ
do
つっ
the
てますね。
puzzles with the wires, the cables, plugging them in. There's a skip here where if it's called an up warp, it's the Grand Horn up warp, where you can get the golden collar early, but if you're in a different position, when you start the encounter, you can warp up here. Unfortunately, this skips the triggers, and even if you watch the whisper trigger there, you will skip the dialogue of Kate talking to you when you jump in the water, and this is apparently what enables the boss trigger to work. So since you skip that trigger, you cannot progress. Even if you go to the end of the dungeon here, it won't load. So there would be a nice skip here, but it doesn't work. However, the tech used, which this skip was discovered by, would-be skip was discovered by Hell Knight. However, I did look at it, and the tech used here is used for a skip at the end of the run in Chapter 13. I don't think BigSid does it, though. On normal, we always do it. On easy, you can opt to skip it.
I
And
believe
Palmer?
Woody does. I believe
パル
Woody
マー
does the up
戦
warp,
ですね。
but we'll see that when we get to it.
終わったタイミングは
Right, you go over the
スプリ
Palmer
ッ
fight.
ト
I'm
に
going
なる
to
かな。
Choco race.
Okay. Woody, again, he does the spell blades at the start to get the ATB, then Sonic Boom. And once he's buffed up, he's going to use spell blades here. The Berserk is nice to have. Aerith helps with her Thunder. And Thunder to push, there's no Neener, so nothing went wrong. That's good. In phase 2, if you allowed the Neener to go off, it can cause defaith, and it will cancel your faith, which you would not notice because there's no
最初
actual
の
animation,
30
and
分
then
差
like, where'd my faith go?
1個前のスプリットで23分差、7分
In
まで
phase 1, though,
縮
he
め
can
て
actually come out of the cockpit, and you can target him, and then pressure him by. But it takes too long, and you can't get him on the first time he does it. So nobody that does that would just go for it on. Just do damage to get through it. And he has the yellow around the bravery and faith. That means that is permanent. You cannot get rid of it. You cannot dispel it. He has perma attack buffs. Leapfrog happens if enough damage is done. And unfortunately, no eradication ray skip. You can do enough damage to skip this. This targets your leader. Okay, that's fine. He's got the stagger. So what happened is, if there is enough damage, you will end up getting
これがスプリットの終わりであれば、
It happens a
まあ
lot.
9分ほど縮めましたね。
Normal is routed to where you always get it, but you can mess up. The Sid is on Specimen in this reactor. This is one of the two specimens, and the one later is the Lost Numbers. Essentially, once you do an
徐
ability
々
of
に徐
50 cut,
々にトンベリさんチームに追いつきつつありますね。
you then cause a Mako ingestion, which the boss will give himself barrier or mana wall. Mana Ward. I can't remember which one. Mana Ward. One of them is them combined. But those are flat 50% damage cuts for either physical or magical. But they have it set up to where they can power cleave and just do enough damage to get rid of it. If you do enough damage, the boss pressures and therefore loses the buff. And then the boss does love to jump around, and that's why you need to be pressured before you start throwing any sort of ice. If you use Blizzard or Blizzard, different runners here use it. Ice is extremely good for building stagger, and the boss is weak to it, so you get double out of it. And D-Protect here lowers the physical defense multiplier. On some bosses, it's more useful than others. If they have a higher defense stat, it's more useful. Of course. And that's Specimen down for the Sid. Phase 2, you just stagger it and clean it up. Regardless of what happens, depending on your strat. You can even do different party setups. You can do 3 different comps there where it's Kate, which you can use Power Cleave with, Kate and Barret, and then Barret supports, or you can do like Barret for support and Red to help with damage for Mana Wall. I do Red for normal. Or you can do Kate and Red, which is a weird one, which I don't know. It's not that good. But I've tested them all. There is a bug there which did not happen, where if you were to pressure the boss as he tries to jump on a specific frame, the boss would then moon jump to the ceiling and just fly into a position where you cannot get him, and he can pound you with spells and whatever, and it's a soft lock essentially, but you almost, but you can retry the battle. And I need a drink.
Yeah, so I'll report in from Chocobo GP. Unfortunately, BigSid was 1 second slower than Woadyb. He was tied coming towards the last bend, missed the final boost, and yeah, that was it. It was enough to cost
20分、30分遅れだったゲームのスタートを10分
Muggles are the best at riding chocobos, not
弱、9分強ですね。大栗さんチームが縮めたということみたいですね。
Look, they let Red 13 ride chocobos. That's not that far fetched.
That's true.
残り3時間ほど。
We have Dying on BigSid screen. Again, do enough damage to pressure the boss, get your sonic boom.
まあゲームの半分、30分遅れからゲームの半分終わった段階で10分縮めたという感じですね。
Do enough damage to pressure, or stagger if you had built it up enough. In normal, we would do.
このままチョコボさんチームは
push stagger. Normal, the stagger is pushed into
ダインさん
phase 3.
との戦いに
On Dusted screen, we see Windstorm, which for a second there, where Yuffie just pulls in the enemies. It's so fast. It didn't last very long at all. There was another encounter, which I'll talk about when we get to it. Okay, we're good on splits. I have to keep reminding myself.
Yeah,
Big
you're
Sid pushing. Yep. Woadyb gets his break. Sid is Sid is still going through the reactor. On Tifa's side now, you have to do this twice. Once for Cloud and then once with Tifa, where it's a bit different, but not that much different. There's more grappling.
まもなく
Big Sid
6時、朝6時となりました。
enough. Not quite enough, but I think this will
皆さ
hit
ん、
him.
日曜日の朝6時となりましたので。
Not quite enough on his limit yet. There we go.
大体このリストリーム
He
に
must
関
not have
し
gotten
ま
hit
す
too
と、
much in earlier phases.
時間区
And
切
it's
りで、
dying down.
まあ普段ね、配信の時もリレーの時も
Also,
時
the thing
間
that
区切
happens
りで
is you
基
get
本的
party
には
experience. I didn't even
視
explain
界
this.
が交
But
代していくんで
eventually
す
your
けれど
party
も、
levels up.
ちょっと
You
ね、
get
今
50 per
6時
boss.
とい
You
うこ
get
とで
like
ね、
some for other things.
新しい
And at certain points,
司
it
会の人が来たかなっていう
unlock
ところで
more in the
僕の
folio,
司会の時間終わり
essentially.
感じなんですけ
Which
ど、
then you get this thing that does like little
新しい
unlocking
司会
screens, like
の
oh, folio level
嵐さ
3
ん、
unlock, level 4
ファイ
unlock.
ナル
And
ファンタ
it
ジー
takes a
7
while.
や
You
った
can
こと
see
あり
how
ます
long
か？
the animation is.
はい、おはようございます。
But these
やっ
abilities
た
that
こ
we
と
get are
は
well worth it.
ないですね。
Sorry,
Ah,
I'm just
that's
reading
cool.
some of the subtitles
Hi.
for Kate Shee's lines. As a Scot, seeing
シャト
大
リズムくらい。
体、あ、
Two
トリズム、
was
なる
trying
ほ
to
ど。
alliterate some of the Scots words.
大体現状、ゲームが半分ぐらい進んだところなので、あと、
はい。
ゲーム終わるまでぐらいですかね、嵐さん。
そうですね、終盤くらいに。
そうですね。一番戦闘の終わらないぐらいかな。一番先頭を走っているトンベリさんチームの方が、スピードランドとコムにあるタイムが6時間半ということなので、あと3時間10分ほど走られるのかな。タイム通りでいけば。
You now get
感じ
HP
なので
back, and you can like spam this and
先
stuff.
頭の
And
方
we'll
が
see
終わ
people
る
spam
前ぐ
later.
らい、
At least on one of these
まで
people's,
また
on
頑張
one
っ
of
て
the
いただければ
runners,
と思います。
they will be spamming that
じゃ
later.
あ僕は去りま
We
す
have
んで、
Palmer
あさん
on
続
BigSid,
きよろしくお願いします。
はーい。
um,
では、
using a
バイバイ。
combination of spell blades
お
and
疲れ様
spellbound
です。
blast and thunders to push the phase.
ということで、はい、司会
I
変わ
don't
り
think
まして、
Woadyb did spellbound blast. I think BigSid and BigSid do it though.
僕からは私が担当させていただきますが、
BigSid,
はい、
okay, painless. He got past the slug rays. There's slug rays there. They are annoying to get
で
past.
すね、
You
や
either
った
get
こと
past
が
them
ね、
or you don't.
ない
You
ね、
can choose to
はい、
retry, but
見て
usually
もらいながら、
it's probably just better
のん
to
びり
kill
と
him
見ていけ
honestly,
見
sometimes
て
with the
いけば
windstorm
ね、
and take
見
him out.
ていけたらなと思うんですけども、
Because otherwise, if you retry, you could get a position again
ク
where
ラウ
you
ド
can't
く
get
んの
past
ことはね、
them,
さ
and
すがに
this can happen
ます
multiple
し、
times.
パ
BigSid
ーティーメンバーもね、なんとなくは把握してますが、
having a bit of trouble here. Luckily, you
まあ、ストー
can
リーは
tank
全
your
く
way
わから
through
んので、
Strangle as you have 60 keep, whereas on normal you would have 40.
助けて
And
も
that
ら
would
い
get
つ
you.
つ、
BigSid is on
解説が
Crimson
突
Mare.
然
This is
ポッ
Scarlet.
プ
She
して
has
くるの
two
を祈りつ
arms.
つ、
She has multiple phases.
って感じ
Two
ですかね。
arms here, sabers, which you want to break. There's some bugs
と、
here where it won't break, and you have to hit it a few extra times, which is frustrating, to say the
一応トン
least.
ベリさんチームが優勢
Is Palmer done?
なんで
This
す
boss
か
also
ね。
flies. Like it's,
そう、
it can be obnoxious. She's weak to lightning.
まあ
If
ちゃ
you
ん
do
と
too much damage,
リレーの方もね、把握できてないところがあり
you
まし
will
て、
get. Okay, that's right. You'll get the 1.5 phase, we'll call it, which is the mana cannons, which she does a bunch of magic damage, but you can't damage her during this. When she's going to equip them, she goes into the middle of the field, and it's just a big time loss. So we want to absolutely be sure to break those. And he just got the bug where you can't break it. As you see, there was no health on the arm,
Oh, that's
the Sid, but it didn't break. And so it's frustrating. You could just try to break it with other ways with Fox Flame and stuff, but again, it's just a
出ます
bug.
けど、
And like for example, if you hit the second
う
arm
ん、まあ、
after the two arms are
僕は
gone,
ね、公
Scarlet
式
is
が
not
よ
able
く
on
呼
her
びそう
own.
な
It
単語
won't
に、
do.
単語、
She only has a little bit
用
of
用
health,
語
but
を
if you
使ってます
empty
ね。
her
はい、
health bar, she pressures. That's how you pressure her. But
F
if
で
you do
始ま
a
りそう。
Dogger, for example, on the remaining
はい、
arm and it breaks it, when she comes out, she gets hit by 2, so you do double damage. And this is enough to push into mana cannon. So on normal, with Thundaga, you have to be very careful about this. Or you have to do like a warded Thundaga. This is a fight where I had to do the math calculations to make sure that I can't overdamage. Like for example, you need 204 magic attack to one-shot an arm with Thundaga, a regular Thundaga, and I get 203 in the run.
FF7 リメイクの方のストーリーはなんとなくは把握し
It's
ちゃ
a
っ
combination
て
of
しまっ
Fox
てるん
Flames,
で、
which was picked up on
ゲー本体はちょっと積んでるんですが、
on the tree for Yuffie earlier, her folio.
ね、リバースの方は全くわかんないですね。なんかデートができるってことぐらいしか知らないですけど、多分デートは終わっているのかな。
Do a bit of extra damage
まあ、
and
そもそもデートする
ETB for Aerith. You can do a
人
thing
があ
where
る
you
のかと
switch between the two
すらもわ
characters
からないんだけ
with
ど、
Spellbound Blast and Fox Flame, but you have to make sure to not cancel Spellbound Blast. Because if you try to use a synergy skill with a partner who's in the middle of an animation, it'll cancel the animation, pull them out. You can use this to save them sometimes, or you can use like an R1 swap. But the Sid got it the second time, the arm actually broke, and he didn't have the pressure bug where if you fill her pressure gauge, she can actually not stagger. I've seen it only a couple times for people. I've
Yeah,
never had it.
To quote chat, Crimson Mare fight, wonderful fight, well designed, no issues
も
whatsoever.
うちょっとしたらデート。なるほど。
Slash
あ
sarcasm.
りがとうございます。
Yeah. And then final phase here, and you
あ
can't.
いや、
This is the thing I
モー
didn't
グリ
mention
さん
with
チー
Palmer,
ム
but
もそうだ
here
けど、
and Palmer, you can't carry the stagger bar over. It empties between
黒い
phases.
髪の
unlike most boss fights.
知らないバスター
But
ソードを持った
that's
人がいて。
that down. Crimson Mare down for Team Tonberry. Unfortunate bug on the first attempt, but the second attempt went fine. And in the last phase there, she's like very resistant to magic, so we just rely on Tifa. And you can get limit and somersault. On normal, if you attempt to do this, you will just basically die by going for that. So you can use. We used to use refocus, but I cut that out of the route recently. And you can just use Omni Strike to tank through her hits because 40 keep is enough. And you just spam your Omni Strikes. And if you get rid of one of the fists, then it helps a bit, but you don't have to. And when she's up in the air, because she kind of punches you and then she goes up in the air, you can use roll dives there if you want. And then, but I've switched it to Divine Punishment and DPS with Yuffie and then back to Tifa since then.
So this section,
Oh, and-
Sadats now,
yep.
where we're falling into the pool of Mako. We're inside a weapon. Now we're still not entirely sure whether or not these weapons relate to, you know, the emeralds and rubies and ultimates that we all know and love from OG. We'll find more out later. But yeah, this section's almost a bit like what you would call Cloud's True Past, the section from Medeal. They've kind of brought part of that storyline here. We also see the Wisps doing their thing. The Whispers are at war with one another now. There's now 2 different sets of Whispers. And again,
Bro.
Nomura happened. You can find out more about what's going on here if you play the game.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, what is going on?
Nobody, Nomura happened. Every time the Whispers showed up, I'd just go Kingdom Hearts 3.
You won't take down Scarlet.
Yeah, there are some kind of 50-ish second breaks here in between these segments here that, like, you can take if you really have to, like micro breaks. This is the slower segment in the run for sure.
でかいのが泳いでますけど。なんだろうこれ。
So similar to OG, when you're going through kind of Cloud's True Past, there's different areas you need to go to.
海流みたいなのがライフストリーム
But we're just going to click on them
みたいな話
in the
ですかね。
quickest way possible for the camera movement between them.
ふわふわしてるな。
You can do them in any order, but of course we want to do it in the most efficient order, so it's the least camera movement possible for us.
Yep. House, bridge, well. Yep, it does matter.
黒マントのキャラクターかキャラなのかわか
Woody
ん
is
ないけ
making
ど
his way to the reactor.
あの存在はまあ
He's gonna do the jumping stuff, which I mentioned earlier, where you can kind of like jump around and stuff.
追っかけるゲー
Do
ム
it
って言っ
well,
たら
it's
だいぶ
good, but
乱暴な感じするけど
typically
こんな
Cloud
感
doesn't
じなん
like
です
to
ね。
cooperate.
I remember when we first played this demo and we saw how much we could run around and jump on
3
things.
チー
and
ムは
the
階
idea
層
of getting a
シーンかな
chocobo.
こ
We
れ。
all thought this game was going to be so broken. We thought we were going to find out of bounds all over the shop we could
階
exploit.
層シーンという
Their
か
checkpoint system for plot is so
追体験とかそんな感
well
じなの。
ingrained that
It reminds me of like Bandai Namco games like the Tales of series.
クラ
Those
ウ
are
ドの
very
なん
much you
か
cannot
見てる
properly
感じなのか
sequence
な。
break. It's kind of frustrating
あの
because
給
like
水
we
塔
have
は
them,
ど
right?
っ
We
か
have
で見
things
た
we
記
can
憶
do,
が。
but
Oh
you
yeah,
can't use it.
we've got the out of bounds, but we can break the game, but the game just then looks at us and goes tough.
It's I mean, maybe one day, you know.
I almost wonder if the devs were embarrassed how badly we broke Remake and the fact that skips involved
It was
9 out of the 18 chapters.
it wasn't GDQ, so maybe they had known about it.
It's like when we had 7
Crazy.
different skips across 9 chapters. Yeah, we broke that game wide open.
Yeah, we do have enemy skips for stuff. There's a very important one later in chapter 11, which we'll go over when we get there. Woody getting set up for the boss. Now, there is one downside to the Crystal Sword, where it has no materia, as you can see, until later on. I think at the end of the game, everything gets like 6 slotted.
に関連する記憶を我が見てると。
On the note too, the times are tightening up too. It was quite a separation between the 3 teams, and now it's starting to tighten up a little bit.
I knew this cat had 2 faces.
Come on now.
Where are we on BigSid? He's okay. He's making his way to Gaga. I want to open something. Hold on. Wanted to there was something here. I wanted to say. I feel like we can reintroduce the runners here. It's been a bit. I wrote something up. Where is it?
I have
So-
no idea what he's got planned here, folks. Enjoy.
So, hey, I was up until 2 a.m. writing this stuff up. It took like 2 minutes to do, but I was still up until 2. So, you know, for Woadyb here on Team Mon, we have Woadyb. He's a legend in his own right. Pretty much a male model. Has a fantastic beard. You could even say the B stands for beard if you want. He has a dog that he cares about a lot, you know? He takes him for a walk during runs, and he's still going to crush his opponents. So I think that Mog is going to do very well. And he's really bringing it. Actually, he's been doing pretty good from what I've been seeing. He's been really pulling down the time. Playing well. You know, on Tonberry, we have the haven't been messing it up too much, but he's not your ordinary Sid. You can't even compare the FF ones. You know, we have like Sid Highwind, Sid Reigns. I don't know any of the others. But they're nothing compared to him. He's the newer of the 3 runners. Woadyb and BigSid have been in this game since inception. But the Sid did pick it up to help out with the relay. Big props to him. You know, he's not BigSid, but he is the Sid, and he's the leading man right now. Actually, Team Tonberry. And we have on Team Choco, we have BigSid, not the Sid, but BigSid. And, you know, I was in a coffee shop, you know, running away from speedruns when I heard the news. Our hero, BigSid, here today, a world record. The Sid must be his biggest fan. I know how happy he'll be. Heck, we all are today. Vinny, I says to myself, what are you thinking? I went running straight back to RPG Limit Break, and we sat up talking about BigSid all day. There we go. That's my intros I wrote up for them.
Impressive.
2 minutes to write my backside.
Wow, I did have to look up the FF10 lines for BigSids early on. That did take a couple minutes. And I would do more on it, but you don't see more than that in the speedrun.
But yes, round of applause in chat, please. That was a pretty epic set of introductions, and I think far better than what me and Steamed were able to achieve at the beginning, because obviously the overlaps with the FF12 runs. It's difficult to judge introductions when you first come on comms. If anybody else has done it, you'll know what it's like. I had no idea how awkward it would feel, but yeah, it felt pretty awkward.
I just want to mention Woadyb is at the specimen fight. He's got to do these amalgams. These will resurrect, I think, twice, 2 or 3 times, I can't remember. But you can prevent this by setting them on fire. On normal, we set them on fire. Here, the stagger bar is low enough to where you can do some cleaves into a power cleave and it'll stagger. Now, the hit that staggers does count as a stagger, or the hit that kills does count as the stagger. If they die and are staggered at the same time, they will not resurrect. And you don't get extra EXP if you kill them extra times. And now we have the specimen. We've done 50 cuts, so the boss is going to do Mako ingestion, and that's the that's nice enough because that's the mana wall. So physical damage is going to go. Sorry, I was checking the splits, make sure I'm not messing up again. So physical is good here.
There isn't one at specimen; it's on Scarlet.
Yep.
You're good.
Yep. Second Mako ingestion, the boss is not going to be jumping around until after it. You do know when the boss is going to jump. That was a bit risky. Barrett, I think, actually pressured the boss there with his attacks, and if it had been a little earlier, we would have seen the bug if the boss moon jumps. The Sid, Team Tonberry, he is going through Cosmo Canyon. This is the zone, or to get to it. There is a chocobo. We're not going to do the chocobo. We have to go a little bit until we get to Cosmo Canyon, the town.
I'd say around Cosmo Canyon here, the chocobo mini games I thought were incredible. Some of them were actually quite creative, but the scale of this area, wow! I thought this whole landscape was stunning.
Yeah, the whole flying thing.
It's a bit
Yeah, I
wings,
didn't,
wings.
I didn't quite
足の
enjoy
速
the
い
gliding
と
too
さ
much.、
レッド
Yeah,
13っていう名前
Island
が出てくる
wings is
か
what I've seen it referred to as.
あれを使っ
So
て
again, another game that they've nicked.
逃げていくと
Yeah. Woadyb cleans up specimen, not too bad.
足速そうなのに
No
ローディング
issues
で
with missing
外
anything
に出
when
て
the
くるのが
boss
なんか
jumps away.
シュール
It's
な
good. As long as you're not missing.
Place your bets for part 3. Are we going to get a specimen H 2048? Because they've gone 512 2024. They're just following RAM rules at this point.
I didn't even
I'm an-
notice that with the numbers.
I'm an IT geek. I noticed it instantly. Sorry.
I see. There is a thing with the actual catching the chocobo here, with the the minecarts and stuff. You don't actually have to do it. I devised a strategy that it takes some practice to do, but you can actually get to the chocobo without doing the whole stupid mini game where it's really slow and you're pulling the lever and you're going around the minecart and stuff like that. I don't even know how to do it casually. I never did it. Once I saw it, I decided I was going to find a way to skip to the end of the mini game, and I did. And then it's like, oh crap, we don't need it in the run, which is good because
走りのイメージ
that's
しかない
less of an issue to have to deal with. And again, fleeing with red, which we mentioned earlier, as red is the fastest at fleeing, and you don't have to worry about going into the air with an R1 swap.
Should we go over a bit about the fact that there's actually multiple party mechanics in this
そん
game?
なファンシー
And
な
that
あでも
this
ファン
one
タジーだから
got
別に
red
ファンシ
to
ーでいい
run
のか
and then swap back if they want to go into a battle with the right party.
Yeah. So you do have 3 parties that you can set up, and you can access these when you have all of your party members with you. There's a lot of points in the game where our party splits up and you can't change this or anything like this. You have to actually go into the party menu if you wanted to do this. But throughout it, you can see, you can't see anything right now because we're not on any of that, but you just press X and you press like L1 or R1 and you switch between the 3, and that's it. And you have your parties that you can set up. You want to make sure to not accidentally swap at certain points because you could have the wrong party.
Is there a point in the run where you intentionally swap for like, putting the right materia onto somebody else where they've already got it, or are you always going into the materia menu to move materia around?
So, depending how you do it, you will go into the big materia menu or just go into the character's materia and choose your materia like that. There are ways, like I was considering swapping the party members to get the party members closer in the menu to each other, but that's like really optimizing at that point. That's like way down the line where like, you know, you have, okay, Tifa on this party is, you know, she's like the 4th character down in the menu, but if you switch your party over, she's the 2nd character and she's next to, you know, Cloud or whatever. Like you could really optimize it like that if you wanted to, but that's like not something to have to worry about yet.
We're not quite worried about frames yet on a 6-hour run.
Yeah. Yeah, it's still early days. You know, this game came out this year. Still a lot of work to be done. Woady, there was a little thing there with the movement. If you get to the edge of one of these grapple points where one of these platforms, you can actually skip like one of the grapples and everyone's gonna do it. This encounter here with the frogs, you don't have to fight that. You just aim up and grapple and ignore it. Kind of frustrating because there is a technique with dropping the cable where you grab it and you pull it and you drop it and then you pick it up and it'll pull the cable forward a little bit. And you can do this with the Cloud segment. It's slower, but for some reason the devs actually figured this out by the time of Tifa's, and even though it's a small distance there and you would absolutely want to do the drop cable stuff, you can't interact with it. You can't press that triangle. And a little time save there is once you press triangle, you can press circle. This skips animation because you roll out of it. But yeah, we could almost skip it, but you can't interact with it if you try to do the skip.
Yeah, I quite like for plugging the cables in, doing the quick animation cancel. It's cool to see them all doing that. Here we go, BigSid's about to do it again. Yep, rolled immediately.
Yep.
Over on this side, we're working our way through also Bugenhagen's Tower at the top of Cosmo Canyon, up at the observatory. We're just going through the different areas, continuing on the plot points. I'm afraid there's not really a lot that happens right now. We've just got
One important thing to note on this observatory is that you don't have to sit there and interact with everything. You have to go up to the final room where the telescope is, and there's a round rug. You just have to touch the end of the rug and come back down. And that's the trigger to allow you to continue the story.
I did wonder what that trigger was, because when I was doing some New Game Plus playthroughs just to do the chapter quickly, I couldn't work out what the quickest way was to get past that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you just touch the edge of it, like, because that when you're counted, it counts you in the room then, and then that's it. We're gonna have two bosses here. We're gonna have entering Scarlet for Woadyb, and BigSid is entering Specimen. Again, he's going to power cleaves, and I think he does Blizzara here. And on Woadyb's screen, he's going to do the Fox Flares. He's going to use Lightning Ninjutsu. He does it a bit different, which will change your Fox Flare into Fox Flash, which will make it Lightning Elemental, since Scarlet is weak to Lightning. Just get the extra damage on the arms. And Aerith will be supplementing with warded spells, Thundara. It says the alpha because they have that on the folio, but the alpha is essentially useless. It makes it so that when it says it makes the spells stronger, that's completely incorrect. It does not do that. It just does this useless thing where it gives you a little float. You can see the lightning ball floating around here, and that'll do little clips of damage when you block. And it's so weak, it's essentially worthless.
Just to give you an idea, that arcane ward that we cast with Aerith, basically it's like a small area on the floor, and any magic that you cast while you're in it, it will actually cast twice, and it doesn't use any extra MP. It's really useful to have up if you.
It does, but it's a percentage. It's a
oh
percentage.
yes, you're right. Percentage of it.
Yes.
Sorry.
But it's so useful, honestly. And Yuffie has a thing where she does like doppelganger, and she can do like extra things with her stuff, but it's so weak, honestly, her doppelganger ability. It is. When I was running the numbers and testing before we had the Ultimania, let's just say I did a lot of damage testing. It was not very good.
I think I confused it there with Synergy Materia was given free MP when they did Intergrade.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, okay. But that's a whole other thing we don't need to get into because we don't really use it in this one.
Right. I need to split my break. My program has crashed. Ah. Why did you crash?
So while you work on that, this it
I got
has
it.
got this campfire sequence here, and you've got to talk to 3 people. And again, just as we were talking about the relationship being important in the game, at that section there, you don't want to talk to Aerith. Oh no, sorry, not Aerith. Who is it you don't want to talk to? I know that when you talk to Tifa, you want to pick the correct option. That's the one I know they want to do. I'm trying to remember who they avoid.
Yuffie. So Yuffie gets 11 points if you choose. We did not go over this, but you get to choose a bunch of different things, kind of like the OG, where you had to ignore her essentially. But here, you can choose different things. Earlier on in Costa del Sol, when you had Yuffie, and she'll say different things, do different things. But the fastest is 3 right inputs, and that gives you 11 relationship points. So we avoid talking to her anywhere else, because that would push her too high. So you would talk to Red, Barret, and Tifa in Cosmo Canyon. And then Aerith we don't care about.
And now we're about to undertake the trial. So we're going into the... Is it the Gi or the GI? I know when I was younger I called it
Yep,
GI
the Gi.
tribe. Yeah, it's now the Gi. So yeah, we're going to go in here, and this is where the X potions that we've been trying to gather earlier will come into play shortly. But we're also going to learn a bit about Red 13's past, and he's going to have a buddy to come along on this trial with him. He's not going to go alone, and you're going to be buddied up with Barret for this section. And there's some quite comical voice lines where Barret sees Red climbing up on the walls and stuff shortly.
Yeah.
It's just, he's like, yeah, that would be kind of useful.
I do want to mention that it has to be Barret, because story reasons they say, okay, Barret is going to go with you. I got you,
Yeah,
Barret, whatever. Like we don't get to choose.
So what do we do now? Now we climb.
Because, like, I don't want to spoil anything, but Cloud offers, and Copenhagen's just like, no. You're too strong, basically, which is unfortunate. BigSid, Team Choco here. Tifa segment for the reactor. You don't have to worry about getting this encounter. I don't think you can get this frog encounter. I've never had it happen. I think I've had them in the way, but it's easy enough to force them to run away. Yeah. Okay, bottom of here. I don't know if they're going to do shopping, but in Chapter 10, this is when we can buy our better accessories. The Supernatural Wrist Guards, which will be a 10% bonus to your strength. And Platinum Earrings, which give you the 10% to the magic, which I believe he'll be... BigSid sells something for some money. He buys the Supernatural, buys 5 of them. And some plats. And armor. He wants to be safe, which is good because this is an event. And Ginotalk is absurd. The boss of this area, his damage output is ridiculous. Honestly, he's so overtuned. On normal, you can die so fast. 2 hits, essentially. If it's really bad. Two combos.
Unfortunately, for those of you who played OG, no, we can't just use an elixir. It's not that fair.
Unlike the one boss in Remake.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that was Ghoul.
Yep, Ghoul.
Yeah, Ghoul.
But you had to, I think you had to get into
You had
stagger
to-
first.
You had
Obviously,
to pressure it to make it go
pressure it
corporeal.
first, yeah.
Yep. There's some little things you can do here. You can try to like move red to the end, like the Sid is doing, and have Barrett clean up. He can switch now. Yep. And then you skip the slow walk here, where Bugenhagen's explaining. Well, I guess you have to do it a little bit, but you're already over here. There's a lot of little time saves where you are switching characters to move them, while the rest are finishing the battle, just to save a couple seconds here, a couple seconds there, and it does add up throughout the run. Stinger, that's Stinger skip. Anyone who knows FF7 OG, yep. Another Stinger skip right there too. Very masterfully done. And here, I didn't find out for a long time, but you can climb up that rock. I thought you had to use the wall for quite a while.
Wait, what?
Yeah, you can climb up the rocks there and ignore the wall. Run up here, you can go left or right, but left side you can jump down, right side you have to kind of run down, and we're just gonna jump down, do as little extra stuff as we have to. And we're gonna find a little room here where there's a lot of hidden things which you can pick up. There's like an accessory for 10% extra limit gain, which is not a flat 10%, it's a 10% on the amount that you get. So when you do a stagger, you get 400 out of 1,000 points. So that would give you 440 in total, because you would get 40. But they don't care about the extra weapon, the Mystic Hollow, anything here. We just want the idol and go. Crimson Mare for BigSid. Scarlet here. Let's hope nothing bad happens, bug-wise. He's just gonna work on both arms with lightning magic. Yep. Just gonna use spells in Art of War, because Yuffie throws her shuriken. And that was very clean to break them, so he should be good to stagger and push into phase 2. The Sid, we have our first Gi. We use our X potions. Basically, you want to get an ATB and use X pots on the Lancers. I think Gigapots also will kill them, which they'll get 2 free ones coming up later. I believe that kills them on easy. It doesn't on normal, but you just use the X pots. Nidhogg, I think they want it in the route for empowerment. Maybe? I can't remember. They want it for something. You basically you could get a situation where you can skip it, or you get it and you just take it. It's like 10 seconds. It's not a big deal if you get it. Faster than sitting there and trying to de-aggro and force them away and stuff like that. Also important. Everyone's already got it honed in on them. But you need to, after the first Gi, that there's a cutscene, and you drop the idol. You have to pick that idol up, otherwise you're running all the way back to that room to get it.
なるほど。今はレッドサー
that
いい
does sound infuriating.
が
Yeah,
so like,
that's-
you
修
forget
行
to
を
open
受
a
けてる
door in
感
the
じなんです
ward
ね
and you start running towards it and you have to run all the way back to the middle.
お
That's
お
in my
すごい
PB.
壁走りができ
For
る
remake. Yep. It is. It stung. I was so mad. And I was so tilted that I forgot a menu and messed up the next fight as well. I was so
これで
so mad.
全チームクリムゾンマレーでいいのかな の区間を
These
突破
gi,
しましたね。
they even though we can't use like the X-Pots and elixirs on a Ginatok because Ginatok has resistance to fixed damage, and these do fixed damage. Not enough X-Pots on this Sid or something, so I'll
ト
have to
ッ
do
プ
elixir.
の
Um,
コンベイ
so
さん
Gi
チー
would
ム
just
か
take
ら
like 1000 damage because you just take
17
10%. It can cause like hit stun,
ほどが
but it's not
17分ほど
useful
離
to
れて
use
るのが
ATB on that.
モーグリ
It's
さん
like
で
1000 damage, you know. There's
24
way better
分
ways to get damage out.
25分ほど離れ
Hopefully
てるのがチョ
remembers
コボ
the
さん
chest with the 2 Giga Potions.
いった状況になってるみたいですね。
Yep, didn't jump down. When you're climbing that wall back, to take that back, you could accidentally jump down or something. I've done it. And you have to swim and go up a wall. It's really bad. Some fancy jumping on the braziers there.
じわじわ
That
と
does
で
not
すが
speed this up though.
差を
We
縮
just
め
mess
つつ
around.
はありま
Since
す
you're
ね。
locked into following Bugenhagen.
ここ
And
から
I didn't mention the save loads yet, but I'll mention it when Woadyb gets to
逆転
Cosmo. There was
す
one
る
in
ことが
chapter
で
3,
きるの
but
か
it's a small one there. Save loading here would not do anything. Essentially, it's a technique to skip a lot of dialogue, which then causes the NPC to actually go faster, but it won't work here. Grabbing those 2 Giga Potions because you don't lose any time. So that's absolutely free. If you are on normal, you could opt to go for a Spiderweb by breaking boxes, which I do for Iron Giant, which is Iron Giant, which is something later, which we'll get into, but slow is useful if you get there. Well, hopefully you get there. And then at this point, you have your movement speed back, and you can just manage your way through here. And Red has some puzzles here where he's got to open the gate. Very difficult. You pull the chain. Yep. And then you have to fight a couple of Gi. It's going to be a Gi Lancer here and then a Gi Archer. You can just X-Pot. I don't know if the Gi would work. I think BigSid said they did on easy. I forget the exact HP values. I have it written down somewhere. Lancers like to twirl their staff if you shoot them with ranged. Got hit. Okay, so the Giga Potion does kill. As we saw, it did 3,000 damage and it killed it. And then you have another chain here. This is technically skippable, but it's so obnoxious because you can pull the chain a bit, then you get the encounter, and you retry the fight, but the chain remains where you left it. So you can actually do this with multiple, but obviously that's a big time loss, and we don't want to do that. Oh, I saw him mention Bioga in chat. So Bioga is the strongest Aga per ATB. It takes 1 ATB, and if you use 2 of them, it's more damage than like Thundaga and Firaga and stuff. But obviously you don't have the keep, the 60 keep that Agas provide you. So Thundaga, Firaga, etc. is extremely useful on normal because of the keep. So you don't get knocked out of your moves. Same thing with like 2 ATB, Focus Shot, 2 ATB for Max Fury, etc. Stuff like this. Anything that would take 2 ATB is 60 keep. This one, there's actually a bug in the game. So we have a Lancer, an Archer, and a Sorcerer. If you leave the Sorcerer alive, it'll res any of the dead units. Now, if you defeat either of the units and then defeat the Sorcerer, you lose the rewards for said enemy. Like if you defeat Lancer, defeat Sorcerer, and Archer, you would get the Sorcerer and Archer rewards. You don't get the EXP, AP, etc. off the Lancer. Now, this doesn't matter for their EXP route, but it could cause problems on normal if you do things incorrectly. So it's important to try to remember to take down the Sorcerer first, but because you'd miss out on the AP and that would be unfortunate. Just a bug that's in the game. So if it could be like, okay, you do the Lancer, the Archer, and the Sorcerer, then you only get the Sorcerer rewards. And later on, there's more of these enemies, and you can lose out on a total of like a few thousand EXP and some AP and whatnot. 12 AP, I think.
Red really opening a lot of chains here. Finally coming up to boss fight for this area. Gain attack, as you'll all remember. We've got to move this wee stick over first. And this section is a lot of just silly pulling on the chains to open the gates, and we're just going to be trying to get the triangle off as soon as possible, and then the animation just kicks in to move him back there. There you go.
Remember to grab that branch and put it in there.
Yeah,
I try to pull.
Same.
Luckily, it's not very punishing on the time, but it's like, oh, I'm an idiot.
Oh, what are free flyer pilots exactly?
Gina Doc, absurd damage. I forget the setups they're gonna use. Woadyb I know is gonna do Withering Grip. You can choose to just fight it out, dodge his moves and stuff, and we're gonna be seeing Vengeance. Okay, dodge the Withering Grip, that's good. You can have Barret tank it, and then the boss will not do anything because he's busy damaging Barret. But in this case, Dusted is actually just going to fight him straight up. Now this boss is flying, so some hits are going to miss. Great mechanic there to have a ground enemy fight the flyer. But it is what it is. We go into Vengeance mode, which is, you block enough and you have a gauge, it fills up, and you can use it at any point then, and then it starts to empty. We don't care about Siphon Fang, which gives health back, but just the damage and the speed and stuff, and your dodge goes up to like a 0.3 second window of invulnerability if you're dodging. But when you actually activate Vengeance mode, you're immune to everything. You also get the limit as well. Limit gain is calculated before any sort of defenses. So this means if you somehow are immune to it, you get your limit, which I can explain a thing with that later. Phase 2, you have a bunch of souls, you just spin in there, try to get as many as you can with the Sidewinder, clean it up with Barret. Now, Red, the most...
Quite a lot to clean up there.
Yeah. And then the boss comes down. If you take too long, they do this thing, and the boss does an animation, and the penalty you get is different depending on the color they were. I forget what they all are. You want to pressure the boss in phase 2. I think they are going to stagger. Yes, okay. On normal, you can opt to stagger here or in phase 3. Technically a little quick in phase 3 for normal, but also extremely dangerous. An important thing here is we're going to go, we're gated. The boss is going to use Doom, which will count down and then you die, which we're not going to see, and you queue up your limit. Now, an important thing is to not switch off of Red, which Dusted just did, as Bloodfang can whiff. Luckily, it didn't whiff. But if you do that, Red just goes flying across the screen and hits nothing, and it's like, oh my god, that's awful. But if you remain on Red, it will not happen. I think it happens about maybe 20% of the time, something like that. But that was a really clean gi. That's nothing bad there. And when you're in Vengeance mode, you want to hold square just for a moment and then start tapping it, because you'll start to spin, but then you'll cancel it and you go into the bigger, harder hitting hits for Red. And this is better stagger gain, better damage, stuff like this. Red is probably the best character for building stagger. He builds it extremely quickly. If he wasn't limited by his movesets, he'd probably be the best character in the game. But a lot of his weapons have support abilities. And some of his abilities have awful scaling, where they scale off magic, but Red's best weapons are physical, and his stat gain is more geared towards strength as opposed to magic. So it's a shame. Here on the Sid screen, you want to save as soon as you get out of the little house there, and then load. And this gives you full movement speed instead of just walking through this. And then there's some little triggers that you have to make sure that Biggs touches, and then you can continue.
またザックスの方で。
And that's why he kind of went over to the right
Fine.
after the fence and then climbed over the thing. You just have to kind of go right, something like that. And then you do a save load here at the next cutscene because it's not active, but then it's all of a sudden active once we load. And then there's a trigger under the tower here, the tunnel, but as soon as Big slows down, you can like do a save load if you want, like right around here or later, as long as it's before the snow. And this is a total of 4 of them, if I recall.
The notes I'm looking at is 5.
Wait, 1. Let me see. So 1 at the start, 1 at the cutscene, 1 there, 3. Yeah, it's 5. Yes, correct.
Next signpost and near the end, and then you need to wait by the blue drum, so that you don't have to run back and pick him back up.
At the latest, yep. So he's going to grab the poster, and then we can do a save load after the poster at any time. It doesn't really matter if you do it now or later. It actually doesn't. It's not going to save more time, because Big still has to do his animations for movement. Did he grab it? I hope he grabbed it. Yeah, because he's doing the dialogue. And at any point here you could do it, but he's going to slow down when he gets to the corner here. And you can do it before or there, whatever. And then there's a final one. No, that is the final one. Yeah, that's 5, right? Yes. Answering myself like a crazy person there. And then if you wait
know more
around...
about this run than me. Don't expect me to.
Yeah.
ああ、なるほど。会話してると先に全部終わるまで進まないから、セーブロードして、移動中の喋りをカットしているということなんですね。
Folks, he just said, I'm not good with numbers, and yet he has the spreadsheet of all the answers.
Okay, it's like a minute 15 or something, it looks like, about. That's a lot. And the one in Cosmo Canyon, which, God, I forgot to mention again, is about 30 seconds following Bugenhagen, because he'll just speed up once you go. We grab an important weapon here. The Gi Village, this segment can be a pain. The ceremonial staff, that is a 1 materia, very high magic attack for Aerith, and that'll be her final weapon for the rest of the game. It's not going to change.
This bit,
a normal
actual plot line that he's on here with the Gi is going more over a bit of backstory for them, and it's also giving a kind of a backstory to the black materia as well, which instead of it just kind of appearing as it did in Woadyb, tries to give us a better understanding of it. So they're expanding the lore, not just the areas, which I think is pretty cool personally.
Yeah, there was like, I don't remember OG too much, but if I recall there were like plot holes and stuff, so this kind of, you know, helps bring it together, stuff like that. These things are very weak to magic, so you just blow them up with Aerith, essentially. Spellbound Blast. You can see just how strong it is. It can hit 2 of them at once. And then you can kind of soldier in or use magic, whatever you want to clean up. They can cause Petrify if they hit you with certain things, and then they do enough damage, you will get into stone. We have gold needles, and it's not going to happen on easy anyways.
Here we seek to gather the wisdom of the planet.
But yeah, if something did happen, we do have gold needles from the Yuffie swinging segment in Mount Corel earlier.
はい、おはようございます。そうですね。全チーム、オスモキャニオンという場所に来ております。
Okay, just stand on the rug and turn red. There you go, today I learned.
Yeah, just make sure you go far enough into the rug.
It reminds me of a remake where we would climb the stairs in Aerith's house and just get to the top, make sure you hit the top step and then turn back around and come down.
Yep, a lot like that actually, yeah.
1位のトンベリさんチームから17分ほど遅れて、モーグリさんチーム25分ほど遅れて、
if you go up out the top,
チョコボさんチームが後を追ってる感じですね。
Let's see. So Woadyb, team log here, he is kind of near the start of the chapter 10 dungeon. He's going to be fighting the Gi, and these you essentially want to hope that you get a good ATB roll. ATB roll can be anything from like 0 to like a third of a bar or whatever. Have the numbers somewhere, of course. And something we didn't bother with is getting first strike, which is something that's important in Remake, but it takes a long time to get here because you have to do like extra missions and stuff. As it's on one of the VR missions. And first strike was heavily nerfed. It's almost useless here, at least in a new game setting. Whereas in Remake it was absurd, but here even a level 3 first strike does not guarantee you an ATB bar.
Yeah, there's actually a section at the end of the game where I almost wonder what materia setup's on Zack, because he always seems to get an ATB. You know, what is he officially supposed to have on him that he always gets one? Because he always seems to get an ATB towards the end of the game, but we'll see that.
I looked at it before.
I ask you this, who among you has looked inward into the universe of the soul?
My God, I don't know if I wrote it down somewhere. I did write it somewhere. I do have the book, the Rebirth menu here. It does list what he gets. It lists his stats as well.
We can cover more of that later. But yeah, it's
そう
just,
ですね。
yeah.
まあ一時期はちょっと結構差ができてたんですが、
we used it so much. In this one, there's a kind of a first strike mechanic when you see the red reticles show that you're near a trash fight. If you can just choose to attack first,
FF16 あたりかな。
the game officially
ここから
tries to call that first
また
strike.
徐々に
It's
差
not
が
first strike materia, though it's nowhere near as good.
縮まりつつあるって
Yeah,
感じ
just
で
a
す
little
ね。
extra boost. It is useful to the point where if you get it and you do an overcharge with Barret, you are guaranteed to have
16なの
an
か
ATB.
20 なの
So it's
か。
good in like grasslands where you're trying to, if you're trying to get like a focus
大
shot
体
done
そ
and
のあた
stuff,
りで
as it eliminates
差
that
が
sort of
埋まり
variance.
つつって感じですね。一時期は結構、本堀さんチーム独走って感じだったん
He
です
just
が、
did he do get in talk just now? No. What am I talking about?
No,
So
not,
did
not
they-
there
Wait,
yet.
that's a village. I'm like, oh my God, the Sid.
1時間以上の差はできてなかったはずなので、普通にすごいんですけ
I'll
ど、
need a reminder at Diabolic though, because that's kind of like a whatever fight to us. But we do have a split there for evening out like times and keep track.
Did I sound?
Like I said, just getting past the campfire sequence here.
Yeah, making sure to say the correct things.
Yep. So those 3 options that always appear at that point, the bit that's most infuriating as a speedrunner isn't that you have to pick the correct option, is that those 3 options shuffle. Every run
I
that you
know,
do,
right?
those 3 options move around. So you can't just have muscle memory for which side you go to. You've got to pick the right one to make sure you get all your affinity with Tifa.
Yeah. Why do that? I have no idea, but that's it. And then we have the save load here that BigSid just did, which is going to save around 30 seconds, where it enables you to just ignore this dialogue, go at a light, brisk jog as opposed to walk through here, and get to the bottom much faster.
Yeah, otherwise you're stuck listening to Bugenhagen's dulcet tones the whole way down.
画面上に表示されてるグラフの方
And of
を
course,
見
it's
ていた
going
だ
to
い
be
ても
slower as well, of course.
なんとなくわかると思うんですが、ここね、
Looks like Woadyb
FF7 入ってから
has 2 X-Bots, some elixirs, checking his items. Anytime there's really
本当に
downtime,
じわじ
you
わ
check
と
your items just to remind yourself
後
what
続
you
のチー
got.
ムがつまりつつあるって
Dulcet
いう
is
感
doing
じで
his
すね。
Cosmo triggers, and he's going back to fly the plane. And when you go to land the plane, in this case we're
非
going
常
to
に接戦で
when
ご
you
ざい
go to
ま
land
す
the。plane, there is a faster way of landing, which is by holding triangle on the first kind of screen starts to transition, but you can't do like the start skip. So it's faster to use this triangle menu there. And all the flying stuff, it's faster. Whereas normally it wouldn't be for anything else.
Yeah, all the cutscene skips are start, then up or down, then X. But for some reason, as you say, I got told, and yeah, I've seen it.
Down is
the tiny-
superior because you can buffer the down input. You cannot buffer the up input. So if you're holding
okay.
down and you do it, yep, it'll go right to it. But you have to wait 1
コーチっ
frame
て呼び方で合
minutes
ってる
to
かな。
I always used down anyway when I played Remake. I don't know if in Remake it made a difference.
Yeah,
There was
that's
in Remake there was also 1 triangle skip in the whole section just before the Turk helicopters. That was the only one in the whole game. But is triangle skip worth it for all of these landings, or is it just 1 or 2 of
Yes,
them?
all of them.
All of them. Okay.
Yeah, there's like 3 segments, right? Yeah, so it's worth it, especially the last one.
So then, you still haven't forgiven him.
As This is the longest again. Like these are the breaks too. These are nice breaks. This game is again, it's more forgiving on the break aspect. And it's nice to have this because there are a lot of like high action segments all in a row, and then you have a little bit of downtime, give your hands a break, stuff like this. That's in a speed run. That's really good to have.
Yeah.
Right there, and we can see the triangle skip. And you wouldn't be able to actually skip it with the start menu until the next one. And here at the start of the dungeon, he's going to just come back to where we are because it's going to move us further to our destination and turn around and go.
I thought this game was bad when we learned that we could do save loading to cut segments, but when fast traveling to where you already are is quicker than walking. Yeah.
Yeah. That's a good way to say it.
You gonna watch my back?
Yeah.
Again, this section's got a chocobo that you can go grab, but unfortunately it takes longer than just running, so we're running. Because the chocobo mini games, to go and get them, progressively get slightly more complex and harder, so they're just not worth the time.
Yeah, Selena, I think this one is. The movement's pretty fast, but yeah, it's just way too long. That Woody, that, just getting his X spots out.
Sorcerer down first, make sure we don't get any issues there.
Yeah, and you also don't want to see like a rise actually happen, because then you have to kill the enemy again. Now, Nibelheim, earlier on in the game, was destroyed, but now it's back. And it's very blatant here, as there's like a bunch of robe dudes, and there's a bunch of people that aren't supposed to be here and whatnot. Like, more blatant than in the OG version, that I don't remember, but somehow remember.
Yeah, in OG it's less in your face, you're just a few people living in the town that try to tell you you're mad. Whereas in this one it's very much
幅は縮まりつつあると言っても、ここまでにできた差は結構大きなものでありますし、まだどうなるかはわからないって感じですかね。
Who are wearing the cloaks. Yeah, it's very in your face that this is a different town, but the same.
And they keep trying to tell you, don't stay here long, leave, trying to get you to leave and stuff like that. We pick up the other two runners might not do this, but this said he wants this for safety. It's a mist mega potion. That will be a mega pot for 1500 health to the whole party. It's a nice safety option, especially for like events. Just in case everyone gets hurt, you can, you're freshen up, and it's not a big deal.
Yeah, I don't believe
here you do have
that,
to,
but he does, yeah.
Yeah. You do have to hit 2 triggers there. It's the inn and talking to Aerith. And then you go to the town hall and talk to Kate. And then you can progress. Unitach for Woody.
Oh, yeah, on you go.
Okay. For Woody, kind of getting bodied a bit here. He's going to let him grab Barrett and see that this actually gives you openers to build ATB. He's going to get 2 ATB and then go to town with Sidewinders. Sidewinder is absurd and it has an extra hit when you're in Vengeance. The Vengeance mode does actually give extra hits here and there. And usually it's not a very big deal. Crescent Claw, it gives some extra hits, but those extra hits scale off magic, which again would not be very good as we have a physical weapon. So just a little unfortunate for Red's skills. And pushes to phase 2 quite easily. You just keep sidewinding as Red has the Golden Collar, which is a very, very powerful physical weapon for this part of the game. Which is kind of neat as this boss is pretty absurd. Again, taking about a bunch of these things. And then the Max Fury. Now 2 ATB Max Fury lasts a little bit longer, shoots some more bullets, and has the extra keep, and a lot more damage. That's important. 3 ATB, if we had Refocus, would also be the same amount of bullets, but just way stronger. Like Barrett's 3 ATB moves, especially Point Blank, is absurd, but Point Blank requires a side quest to obtain. And he opted to let Barrett get grabbed again. Okay, that laser sword is really powerful. On normal, that it can definitely just kill you outright.
Yeah, instant filled both limit gauges there.
I wonder if it'll do it. Okay, I'm looking at the Sid's encounter real quick. This encounter right here can be really bad because you can get that buggy flea again to where you can't flee, and therefore you have to fight. He did not get unlucky there, so they cooperated and he got past the bats just fine. That's Gina knockdown.
お、モーグリさんチームも
Yep.
またオスっぽいのを押しましたかね。
This section that we're sorry.
No, you go ahead.
I was going to say the SID right now, the kind of section of the storyline we're at. We're trying to access some terminals to find out more information about where we need to go. We need a security card, so that's kind of what's sent us off on this wild goose chase back towards the reactor, and that's why we're climbing the mountain again. Still a different route.
Alright. Right, because there's like the terminal thing or whatever. I forget exactly what we're doing.
Yeah, I'm not trying to go too far into the story, because there's a lot of side story in this game in particular, and I really want people to experience it for themselves, because I know not many have played it right now. But just to get basic understanding of what we're doing, we need a key card right now, so that's what we're heading off up into the mountains to get back to the reactor to try and get.
And that's the route split, as you can see that little image segment that was crossed in Chapter 1 when we had Sephiroth, but now we have to take a different route because they forgot how to animate jump across it, so we're going to go up instead.
Remember, the giant jumps in death are only permanent in FMVs.
Yeah. Cutscene rules.
Cutscene logic. I also kind of like to call it Advent Children physics.
Yes. Yes, the game loves to be Advent Children when it wants to. But only when it wants to.
Important weapon here. This is an even better physical weapon. This is the Igneous Saber. This is Cloud's physical weapon for the game until like really truly end game. But thus Sid is going to use this for the rest of the run. Pretty sure. Gonna equip. Has what attack on it and the limit spend that gives you the 10% increase limit gain for each limit. So instead of 400 points out of 1,000, you get 440. And so with 2 staggers, you almost get enough. You get 880, and you just need a little bit of damage to get the rest. But of course, with Power Cleave, this sword is going to do also damage, as we're going to see in a bit what happens. Woadyb is doing those save loads again, where we have to do the 5 save loads to go through here. After we hit certain checkpoints with Biggs, Biggs moving along, as he does like to slow down for his dialogues.
Oh, I thought he'd got away with not getting into that fight there, but BigSid just caught the tail end of it. Okay, we're finally out of the battle.
Coming up here, we have Dragon Skip. There's an actual skip where you can skip the climbing segment, climbing in the hole here to the other side. Technically, it can be like a second faster, but you have to climb back in the hole and stuff. It's weird, but if you try to do this weird skip here, that is possible. You will soft lock the game because UV dive does not trigger, so we have to actually go in the hole and climb under it. The idea is you jump kind of to the right, and that'll bait the dragon over to take a few steps, as the encounter check is a perimeter around the dragon, and this enemy is absurdly tanky. It will take forever to kill. Luckily, we can.
I couldn't believe it when I learned you could walk past that one. That is so clearly a fight that they have got set up for as a plot point, and we just go, nah.
It feels it's essentially like fighting another boss. That's how strong it is. But thankfully, we don't have to do that, especially not on normal.
Going down these pipes here is infuriating, because if, like me, and you're a casual player who tries to do everything, you're damn right I kept going back to the top to go down it again, and again, and again, until I had done every route possible.
Can you go back up without a save load?
Yeah.
Is it? How do you do that?
Oh, just after you jump over here, if you go to the far right there, you get to an elevator that comes down, and you can just press triangle to get in it and go back up.
I didn't know that was there.
Maybe it's just
No.
as well you didn't, or you'd have done exactly what I did and kept going up and round and round.
Yeah. Well, I did have to do that when this originally came out because I did time every permutation of the
course you
pipes.
did.
Yep. But yeah, if you did the little skip that I talked about here, you would not be able to interact with this button, and therefore you could not proceed. So another skip that we would have that we cannot use. BigSid on Ginutak. Clean phase 1, he just fights him. He's gonna tear him up. The difference on like normal is we actually need more damage, so I just like poison and I use refocus in the second phase and sleep the boss in Firaga. Like you can just sleep the boss and do some stuff as a measure of safety. There's like numerous ways you can handle it. But it's important that you don't let the souls here in phase 2 finish their color changing and do their thing, do their ATB action or whatever. And also we have another boss coming up with Sid, but I think BigSid will finish his first, so I don't have to worry too much. Start him, gate him, get the Doom, just limit and finish him off. Like a limit and a max fury should be enough, I would assume.
There's the gate.
The Sid is entering Diabolic variant. Sat down. The Team Choco, good job. Good fight. This boss will... it has a claw. You can break the claw to pressure it, but they don't need to do that in easy. So they're going to do... Or they don't need to do it initially. Though, there's like a little mini phase change here where the boss tries to do this in shadow move where it splits up. And when it splits up, and just like that, it dies. Like that's the power of Power Glaive. Like with that physical weapon, that was a boss. It was just eliminated. But if you let it finish that in shadow, it'll split up, and then the one with the light colored glowing hair is the correct body, whereas the others are doppelgangers.
で、トップのトンベリさんチームは何かの研究施設か何か
Small
に
points for this reactor design. Look, I quite like that you are coming in from a ladder on the top left.
神羅の施設っていうこと
You
で
know, they've tried to mirror the
合ってる
original
のか
map,
な
even though the map was
Is
kind of
it?
2D. Yeah, that room is designed to mirror the original
ケット
map.
シ
the
ー
way
こういう
you
風
go
に移
down
動
the
するん
ladder
だ
from the
かわいい
left-hand
ね
side at the top
That's
end and then
nice.
walk down to a
That
T-box.
is
ブロック
that is really good attention to detail. I like that too.
これが本当の猫車ってやつですか
Let me see, where are we? Okay, Woadyb just finished Gi Village. BigSid is doing his Zack segment here in Chapter 10 with the save loads.
なんかね
And
白
BigSid
い
is
で
in
かいや
everybody's
つで
favorite
かい
segment of the game.
丸っこいやつに
Especially,
乗っかってたはずなんですけど
Favorite? Yeah, definitely favorite.
乗っかってた記憶があるんですけど
Where
ね
if you roll into something, you bonk and lose a few seconds.
So his rolling
めっち
animation
ゃ
is
こい
amazing.
方で
It's quick. You can get around pretty fast. But as you'll see,
Koro
he
koro
is
to.
almost always stopping and pulling out of the rolling animation as early as possible, just before he needs to get to where he is. Because if you do hit a wall, it's just instant time loss every time. And it's
Yeah,
infuriating, it's an annoying
Yeah.
sound, it's a terrible animation, none of it is fun.
And I'll mention it when we get to skip later, but it would cause problems during that too. You would get the encounter.
おダクトの中に
We roll to the ducks. We
ダ
are
クトの中も
our party
そん
here.
な
You wanna try to
ゴロ
not
ゴロ回
roll
る
into this fight, otherwise you won't have control for a couple seconds. You can just clean this up with like fire magic and stuff. It's not that big a deal. But Kate takes a while to get his Moogle, and if you use Left Ride, which we're not going to see yet, but when it hits, refund most of the ATB. But Kate is quite vulnerable without the Moogle. Luckily, we can still use magic.
You know,
Otherwise, you'd have to like stagger it, get the Moogle out, and kind of do like dodge and dive or something.
Get used to these pads, folks. We're going to be standing on them a lot.
Okay, the Sid is gonna grab that one. There's some other boxes you can throw here too, but the
Did it-
throwing, it's a thing.
I was amazed that hit. That did not look like it was going to register.
I know, it didn't look like it.
もっとコロコロ転がってほし
There's
かっ
some
たな。
snapping that can help with it, but
これは
sometimes
これで
they
可愛いけど。
decide to just launch the box off to the
あ、
side
消えた。
somewhere, even though it doesn't look like that should happen at all, which hopefully it doesn't happen. We grabbed the
召喚獣
golden
か何か。
megaphone there. That is a very powerful weapon. It's like, we want it for Yin Yang, which is like a mini boss coming up. I tried to get rid of it on normal.
まあ、RT 的にはこっちの方が早いだろうから。
It's impossible. Yep, and there's a
こっちを
bonk.
使うのは
Throw it at this pipe to
しかりだっ
proceed.
て感じだけれ
They're
ど。
going to interact with the elevator. You can do like little hops to go a tiny bit quicker if you use dodges here. I think he's going to do the save load, right? If you save load here,
上に乗せ
the
て
elevator
あげ
goes
た
to the bottom,
後
you do
に
not have to wait. It's like 2 seconds. But you know, you want every little bit of time that
消
you
滅
get.
する。
Is he choosing to do a menu here before he does the save load? Or
He's
what?
doing the menu because you'd have to open the menu to save the game anyways.
Yeah, so he might as well mix both.
Yep. Exactly, yep. Equipping breach there. If only we didn't have to do this as
Save
one
load
boss
を
fight where we
し
have
ました
to,
ね。
and it's a 50% chance that the boss would
これもなんか会話シーンのカットだったりするのかな。
but that's why he has subversion and breach there for one boss fight. You gotta have it.
あ、別にそこ乗るのは、あ、そっか、ジャンプできるもんね。この子いらない。
Yeah, we needed that. I think it was for Elgor in part 1.
We used that on Genova. Or if you're like me, you had an input drop and you did a Braver on accident, and you didn't have your breach and you lost a minute on Genova and your PB. Anyways.
今のトン
You
ベリさん
really
チームの
don't have fond
パ
memories
テ
of
ィ、
that PB run, do you?
美女と大男
I
と
don't. I'm.
猫と
It's
犬
there
っていうの
forever
がな
in
ん
my
か、
head.
すごい一昔
I need to go watch that run.
なんだろうな。子供というか、なんだ
So here, there's a little
少年とか少女向けのファンタジーのメンツっぽい雰囲気を感じる。
drop it. After this fight, you can pick it up
児童文
inside
学
the gate
か。
and throw it in the lever there.
そんな感じのメンバー
Protocol,
の
it's like 4
雰囲
seconds.
気がするな。
Otherwise, you can do this the normal way.
まあ、
However,
大
that
男ちょっ
version
と
is extremely
腕が
risky
物
if
騒
you
だけ
mess
ど
up because you could break box during the battle if you're not careful. And if you miss throwing it at the lever, well, now you have to do this anyways. So this is I'm really the only one who does it.
The Sid actually did it yesterday in practice. I thought he was going to do
Yeah.
it here today.
Yeah, he
Well,
did say he
puzzle
was
part
gonna do
かな?
that, but he doesn't want to risk it, you know.
Didn't seem worth coming back till now.
It's an event, you know.
If there was anything to come back to.
I hate the aiming at this
あ、
so
うまく
much.
当たらなかった。
And if you accidentally
あ、いや、
press
当たったの
L3,
か。
which we'll probably see.
Happened since then. Cloud, stay close, would you?
Later. Sorry, I was making sure they weren't on Diabolic variant.
No, not yet.
If you press L3, it puts it on the touchscreen mode, which is awful. And it's very easy to press 3. It causes auto run in the game. It's not that egregious as it was in Remake, where you would actually lose time with auto run on because you couldn't take corners sharply. But here it's not so bad. But with the touchscreen control, and you won't notice it, but it'll go like a trapezoid, essentially. And then it's like, crap, I'm going to lose some time. You can throw the box in there. We need 2 of them. He's just going to keep looking. If you keep looking at this, it will keep its rotations up. In each cycle, he has about 20 seconds. There is a
Totally. So, let's give the points
faster thing you can do, which is you can throw it, which I discovered, which, and then if you're not looking, you're looking down, the thing will not move. So you can throw it, and then you can do a blind shot where you throw the second one and get 2 of them in there at once, saving a cycle. BigSid would not be doing that. He'll be doing 1, and then I know he will be throwing one in the little donut little thing afterwards, which you can do as a backup, or if you just want to do that as your setup. There is a soft lock that can occur. It's so rare though, but it's only happened to me once, where when you throw one of the boxes in to the big funnel, it won't fall. It just gets stuck. It's at like the perfect angle to get stuck in that hole. I thought it had to do with throwing 2, but obviously like the bottom one would have to be stuck before the second one is in there for that to be an issue. So it could potentially happen. I think a save load could fix it, but I'm not entirely sure as it only happened to me once. And I know it's happened to the Sid.
Yeah, I think it's happened to both of you, 1 each. That's why neither of you really tend to try and put 2 of them in at once, just in case.
No, I do it every time. I don't care.
There you go. Man lives dangerously, folks.
It's so rare, and you know. They take this encounter on normal. We don't take that encounter that Team Tonberry just did. You try to go to where you need to go. There's a forced trigger to get into the battle, but if you retry the battle, that forced trigger is gone. I need to mention that now because this is tech used later on in Chapter 13.
You ready for your proud moment?
Yeah. You got the bats. These bats are so trolly. So next up, in 2 more ducks, we have Adjudicator skip that is my baby here. I worked on it until it became a perfect skip. There's been 3 versions. No one's had to do the original version, thankfully. These scales, you pressure them, and then they become immune to the physical or the magic, whatever you use to pressure them, and you have to use the opposite, physical or magic. And then you stagger them and kill them. It would take forever to kill these. These are awful. They're the worst enemies, for sure.
Yeah,
but the original method was... Yeah, go ahead.
Casually, I died like 5 times to those things trying to figure them out.
Yep. This is the latest version. You go up onto these pallets, you go to the end invisible wall here, and on the right side, and you do a save load, and boom, you pop right up and you skip this whole thing. I'll go more into it in a bit here, but we have a boss here. But yeah, that's a nice skip, an actual skip. We have Yin Yang. Yin Yang is going to choose a head. Yin is the physical one that is resistant to physical. Yang is the magical one, which is resistant to magic. Now, if you do enough damage or take too long, they will swap. But we can stagger them, and then you can blow them up. This is Yin, so when you stagger it, you are going to they're going to Mugo Knuckle here on easy. And then blow it up. And that's going to show the purple. That means that one of the heads is gone. And Yang is going to... No, okay, we don't have to deal with the explosion. He got it. Listen, good job.
I hated this fight casually as well.
Yep. And
there's a lot about this section that just wasn't fun.
Yeah, if you were too slow. No, go ahead.
I should say they look pretty clean, that fight.
Yeah. Yeah, that was good. If it goes bad, Yang will hit you with a self-destruct. And a normal that would kill us every time, so we can't do that. Unless you have, like, revival earrings or something. But they can just tap them once, and the boss will die after that. So, like, it's not dangerous at all on easy.
And if you didn't like throwing cream, good news, you get to do it 10 more times.
Forced into it, yep.
And it is time loss if you miss any of these. You know, as soon as you take out 10, it stops and the lift continues. It's not like you can just wait this one out or ignore it and have a nice break here. Probably really appreciated about now. Yeah, so we do actually have to try and take out all 10 as fast as possible. So far so good. This is pretty good.
位置というかタイミング見計らうのが難しそうだけど。
Right. I think as I told them all my visual cue. So you want to be one conveyor segment ahead. If it's on a light, you aim for the light ahead of it. That's my visual cue. Or if it's in the middle conveyor segment, you land on another one. And he didn't miss a single box, I don't think. That was good.
No, that was perfect. 10 for 10.
Yeah. Great. Better than me.
I was always worried that was going to be the new pump game.
With how janky some of the throwing physics is, that very easily could be.
Yeah.
Remember, all there is time loss. There's no time to gain.
Oh, you mean the lever in the sewers, right?
Yeah, pump minigame.
The pump minigame.
Worst minigame.
That's the worst fear in the run for me. It's
I think it is for everyone.
Let's see how many people in chat get the reference. Oh, is he he's accidentally tried to open the door early. Yep.
It took me a while to work this out, actually, how to do this. There was a way to do this.
I guessed it before I even found where the answer was.
なぜか知ってるパターンのそれなのかな。
I have that memorized.
ボス戦っぽい
So yeah, 3610, 5997 is the
こ
safe
れ
code
は
from the original Shinra Mansion.
ジェノバっていうやつですか？
Yeah, it's a nice throwback to include it in this one.
なんか違いそう？
And we get Forgotten Specimen is his name in this one. I can't remember what his name was in
Lost
OG.
Numbers, I think.
Lost
これ
Numbers.
またすごい見た目をした。
No summon materia at the end of it. We haven't really gone into the summon mechanics in this game at all and how you get them. There's a whole bunch of stuff
書
you
いてあ
can
るの
do.
はジェノバ
Side
じゃなさそう。
content. So guess what?
ロ
We
ストナ
skip
ン
it.
バーという敵ですか？
We do equip some though, as they give stats, and that's it. We don't summon.
お、
There's no
携帯変化。
real
ああ、
risk
疲れ
about
たら
simply
こうなる
summoning
のか。
like you could in remake,
寂しい見た目に。
unlike Genova or whatever.
You mean you don't want to end on Ifrit and Sephiroth?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I've, you know, I've experienced this. You summon. Oh my god! I just lost so much time. But so this fight, the boss starts with a
この
neutral.
辺の戦闘は本当に難なく倒してますね。すごいですね。
Gain that resistance, and then you can use the opposite to break
め
down
っ
the
ちゃ油
boss,
断してる
and
じゃん。
then, its defense is lower for a little bit, and when it does respite, it lowers even more. So there's like windows here where you can do more damage, but essentially the idea is to push whether you stagger in phase 1 or later. And then here we have reflect, so this is what we have breach for because we're mainly using magic. Aerith is way stronger than everybody else with Spellbound Blast here, and you breach off the reflect, and then you do a couple of these spellbounds, and the boss is pressured. Focus shot to stagger, and then just clean up. The arm, its left arm is weaker to magic, so if you want a bit more time, save, you can hit that. The tentacle is weaker to physical. So, like a little bit of thing to try to do is hit the arm.
撃破しましたね。
And at the start of phase 2, try to queue it so that the spellbound lands after the breach to get rid of the reflect. It can do shield instead on 50% chance, and then you don't have to breach. But either way, you've got to have the materia because you don't want to take that chance. Oh boy, there's going to be a lot happening here. They rejoined their party. We're going to meet Vincent. It's not like an optional thing here. Which, you know, you'd expect that because of Yuffie stuff. And
He's
he
exactly
guards
as
us-
moody as you want him to be as well.
And we do have to fight him.
Well, we technically fight his limit break.
新
Yeah,
しい
when he's
区間に
transformed
入り
Galleon
ました
Beast.
ね。
But on
Boss.
Woadyb, we're gonna see again the power cleave power.
Yeah, diabolic variant, more.
このスタンで戦うボスがルーパスになる。
Yep, gets his berserk up. He's going to push into the next phase, and then
でしたっけ？そん
okay,
な
this
名前
timing
の
is
人がい
odd.
た
It
気
should
が
be
する。
okay though. One of the AI members pushed, and as you can see, we're just gonna nuke him down. Melee blade. That's variant
なん
down.
かクラウド
Galleon
調子
Beast
悪そうでしたけど、大
can
丈夫
be
ですかね？
dangerous, especially on normal. He
熱中
doesn't
症かな？
body you. If he hits you, he'll continue into a combo, but you want to do enough damage to stagger him and then keep him hitting with 50 cut abilities, just pretty much anything that's a move when pressured in order to stagger him. And trying not to lower his health too far. If you get down to like the A or the I or something, he'll go into the pipe phase in phase 2 right away, which is you can't pressure him during it, and it resets the kind of HP that was built up for pressuring.
すごい、なか
But
なか
they're
生
not
か
gonna
した
have
デ
to
ザ
worry
イン。
about that. And that was a clean phase 1. You know, you just keep power cleaving him down, making sure to have your boom up and berserk if need be. And then phase 2, he gets a little more dangerous and does like these big combos. Thus, Sid making sure to hold power cleave so that he can land, because other combos, Galleon Beast can kind of just sit there and dodge out of the way while hitting you multiple times. A normal, we sit there and counter over and over, because you can counter multiple times during those moves, and it's like boom, 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 and you keep damaging him. And then we have to have like Firog and stuff. Here, Moogle Knuckle. This was on the golden megaphone. This is the move on that. It ups the stagger percentage to by 40%, and so therefore you do more and more damage as you use it, of course. But that was really clean. Galleon Beast, no issues. He didn't do the pipe. He didn't go on the wall. No cannon flare. That fight can be very drawn out, and it's really annoying if he goes on the wall.
一瞬見えた気がする。
BigSid is climbing the yellow painted rocks, which is fine.
Yeah, he actually fell off the mountain slightly when trying to skip some of the trash there. He went off the edge of it too far, so he had to go back up.
Oh.
Yeah.
When he was trying to skip like the bat one and stuff. Okay, I didn't see that.
It's only a few seconds, but it's still infuriating if you do something like that.
Yeah. The Sid has Roche here. The goal, he's very evasive. He can do like fire. He can try to attack you. But again, he's back from earlier. But the goal, he wants his one-on-one as well with Cloud. That's why no one else is here. And Cloud's like, okay, that's fine. And, you start with some cleaves.
Beautiful.
Yep, you start with cleaves. And eventually he kind of stops dodging for a bit. And he'll get more aggressive, and then you can start going at him. And you can tank your way through any of his moves with like a focus thrust, but the goal is stagger him right away so he doesn't do his extra moves like staging chains and soul cleave and all this other stuff. And that's Roche down. And then phase 2, he's always pressured and he's slower and weak, and you can just body him. You can really bully him if you want.
Yeah, I know that BigSid's got a strat on that he asked me specifically to call out, where he's got a couple of perfect blocks on it, so we'll see how he pulls that one off when he gets to that fight.
I hope he does. I hope he does.
I really hope he gets it,
counter.
because it's amazing.
It does look pretty sick. Yeah, for me, I have ATB boost on normal, and I don't let Roche do anything really. I just say no, and I just bully him and sonic boom and thrust to everything. It's basically the same thing more or less on easy and normal. There's not much variance there, except we do use prime mode. A lot of these fights are kind of similar on some of them. I know I said it a lot in some. Well, in between there somewhere, there are a lot and not much variance in the times even. But normal loses a lot of times due to having to get certain things like level boost and ATB boost and do extra menus and stuff. No, I guess we didn't cover it, but there is a level boost in Chapter 4 in the Junon area, near one of the red wave towers, with the one with the bats and a crater, and we get that on normal, which they don't have to do on easy. And the reason I mention that is because I didn't know that was there casually. I didn't know that until someone told me when I was routing. I was like, oh, I wish I knew.
Yeah, there is a lot more support materia in this game than there ever was in OG or even in Remake. So you can do quite a lot of funky combinations with materia now when you're going through your gameplay casually. But I'm assuming just because it's a speed run, we just don't have time to go and get most of them.
Yeah, it's kind of a shame, but also like it does make you have to strategize around things better. And you know, you have Melee Blade to kind of carry things. Level boost, we do get one with Kate. He comes with one automatically. That just, you know, it ups the level of the materia it's linked to. It does not work on E-skill, frustratingly enough. Because you could boost it up to get the strength plus 5% stat on it early.
And for those of you who've been wondering why the tank is flying around in the entire game so far, it's soon about to not be. As you can see, we're having some engine difficulties here. So yeah, we'll soon be in for a bit of a crash landing. Sid will of course do his best. That's not this Sid or BigSid, just Sid, who is our pilot right now.
Yep, and this is another triangle menu. This one saves the most time because it takes a while when they're trying to crash before you can skip it. And then we'll be going into chapter 12. And you can see on Woady's screen, he's doing the thing where he doesn't look at it because he didn't want it to move. And it's not moving right now. I personally let it move a little bit more, but we'll see how this goes. I think he might just look at it and aim up his shot and then go.
Oh, so close.
So close, yeah. Unfortunate, but he can throw it in the small hole as a backup.
Or is he just gonna wait for the cycle?
Okay, he's gonna do another cycle. That's fine.
Final diabolic variant on BigSid.
Yep, I wonder what we're gonna do. Power cleave, okay.
なんて器用な
We do see the deprotect. And
乗り物なんだ。
that red bar, that's how much it's getting chunked.
Sufficient Mako levels confirmed. Generator on
and it's dead just like that. That is a gigantic amount of health that it loses every time.
ハイリーブロンコっていう
On the Woody screen, you can see Kate's square hold where he pulls the enemies in.
すごいな。
Ah, he's using Wind Magnify here. Interesting. The Magnify also comes on Kate by default. Wind is very powerful.
In Remake, they had to route going to get Magnify because you either got it early on, but it cost time. So I think mostly you picked it up later on when you just ran back through the tunnel.
In chapter 13, I think it was.
Yeah. I remember when we were blabbing the skips involving chapter 8 into chapter 9.
God.
飛行機が壊れて先に進めないってなっても、羽もぎ取ってこの手に限るってすれば、移動できちゃうんですよ。すごいな。
Yeah, the chapter 8 and the 9 skip went through so many variants.
ちょっとバランスがね、若干不安な感じしますけどね、ボートにしては。
Yeah, maybe one day here. We'll see.
後ろの羽っぽいところが
He's using the tiny Bronco.
大丈夫かなって感じしますけど。
Golden Saucer to do some stuff. But we're going to Coast of Del Sol first. This is also fast on New Game Plus. It slows down multiple times throughout this, and even if you do a save load, it doesn't do anything about it. But on New Game Plus, you just zoom through here. It has no slowdown.
It actually annoys me that the chapter.
おお、その場で一回転する。
And every
なんて
time
器
you
用だ。
go back into this chapter to do Gold Saucer, if you're trying
You
to
have to
collect all
do
your
that?
dates, you're having to collect. If you want to collect all your dates to unlock them all for your nice completionists, you have to do that drive every single time.
It's like in Remake in chapter 17, if you just want to do the bosses, you have to run through the whole chapter.
Woadyb, nice skip. Coming up to his yin yang. Again, I'll talk about the skips a bit more. So
これは、なんだっけ
again,
名前が出てこない。ゴールド、操作そんな名前の。
But prior, we used to do a different.
名前だけ知ってる。
I originally routed a different one where
デートするとこがここでしたっけあ、ドンコルネオだ。お前、出るんこ、お前、ここにも出てるんか。リバースにも出るんだ。
Which is a small segment between the pillar and the ramp, where if you jump up, you can actually skip it. But if you touch the ramp or any part of that, or even try to jump up on that, you will get the encounter. And of course, that would reset the boxes. And luckily, I went to bed that night, and as I was laying down, it just came to me, save load. And I jump out of bed, and I go up there, and I skip the encounter, and I throw a box on the elevator thing, and save the game and load, and miraculously it works. It keeps the box there, and the box respawns. So that was the version we did for a long time. You would
ファストトラベルで出入りして、
and
イベントをなんかちょっとカットしているんですかね。全部立ち寄っている必要があるから、
And that would take about like 50 to 55 seconds if done well.
おー、びっくりした。普通に怖いじゃん、これ。
But I once, I lost 2 minutes on a run because they kept diagrating into the spot that I needed to go.
頭じゃない、なんか。
And I was so mad.
頭に血が登るというか、頭に集中しそうだけど。
I'm gonna fix this. I'm gonna find something, and I found something.
絶対普通に接客した方がいいと思う。
Originally, I hopped on the Moogle.
あ、ザックスパートに
I
入
did
り
it
ま
with
したね。
that, but then when I found out that you didn't actually need the Moogle. But if I had been a bit more to the left, it wouldn't have worked, and I probably would have just said, "Oh, doesn't work," and we would not have had it.
So what do you think the mechanic is behind that? Is it when the game first goes to load you in, you're actually slightly off the ground, and it goes, "Oh wait, you shouldn't be in the ceiling. I'm going to just walk you to the nearest floor, and it's up the way."
I think I know the way it works. So it does do like a drop-in thing. This happens if you
君もバイク乗るんだ。
Mount Corral. It'll do like a little drop in. It's very, very obvious.
で、そんな話してる中、
but
だいぶの方がだいぶ縮まってきてますね。
The ceiling slash floor there, and when you're pushed into something that you can't get out of, the game pushes you up. I
コブ
found
さ
this
ん
out
チームは
by
10
that
22分。
part where I said you can pull the box, or you can do the pulling the cart and drop the
この
box
ま
onto
ま
that. If you pull that cart
ト
into
ンベリ
that
さんチーム
gate
が
and try to skip it,
逃
you'll
げ
get
切れる
stuck
か
in、it.
それとも
It pushes Kate
感じです
up,
かね。
but only to a certain
時
point.
間的には、
So that's how I know that if you were to get stuck, it will push you up out of the terrain. So I think that's what happens. So you get stuck and it just pushes you up, and it miraculously works. It's just a miracle.
Yes.
And it happens to be on like the worst fight.
I don't think you're going to find any of us complaining that if that's the only skip we ever find in this game, at least it's a good one.
Yeah. That took a lot of work. So, Team Mog, we have Forgotten Specimen. He's just gonna stagger him, he's gonna DPS him down. Again, this boss switches its resistances between physical and magical depending on what you were doing. And then you just switch to the other. They opt to use Kate with Mugo Knuckle. It does great damage, honestly. For me, on like normal, I just use Barret with Max Furies and stuff. Either or works.
Let's see if BigSid goes for his second funnel. Like
And there's the small one. Didn't get it. No.
Oh, so unlucky.
So close.
Yeah, it's actually pretty rare for that to fail. Oh, and that's unfortunate. He's gonna have to drop some.
Yeah, I know. When Woadyb was doing his 10 boxes, he missed a couple of throws as well, so... But yeah, folks, I know this looks really simple. Oh, you just aim and throw. It's really not. Please play the game. One, because it's awesome, but then you'll find out just how much jank there is in it.
Well, you'll find out just how awesome the throwing is. You can actually throw it directly where it needs to go, but the aim is really precise, and Kate can decide to throw it in the middle of nowhere. And the set screen, we have the Loveless segment. This is just a play. You just sit through here. These are multiple 1-minute breaks around that. So if they need a break, they can kind of take it in between these. But again, like with the parade, you do have to skip cutscenes in between. On one of my first runs, I had a funny bug where
なんかゲームが変わりましたか？
I saw she was not dead, the girl,
なんかすごい勇者って感じの格好と魔王って感じの格好をしてますが、なんか魔王がガトリング使うのすごい怖いけど。
Bad or soft lock or something. I had bad experience with that in remake with the helicopter before Rufus. But it did work, and it's just Cloud fighting with a staff in the final one. There's no Rosa. The model was just gone. It was pretty funny. I think it was like my first or second.
お、拳で受け止められる。その筋肉を。
Not soft lock, which is important.
Yeah, the soft lock I got.
ああ、これは痛い。これは痛いぞ。おお、結構すごい。おお、しかも銃をかわして、ガンガンとかわして。
There was a chance of a soft lock in the very earliest version of the game, and yeah, you just couldn't cancel back out, and you were stuck. So infuriating. I think I lost an hour's playtime in that one.
Oh, you have to restart the chapter or something?
バット23。なるほど。これは失敗した方が早い。いい感じに失敗した方が早いって感じなんですかね。
BigSid just taking the bats.
お、今度は王女様を守る勇者のシーンですかね。あ、でも王女様っぽいと思ったけど、なんか普通に戦ってるじゃん。エンチャントして、おお、剣がたくさん生えた。
Woadyb just
おお、なんか今の剣投げて剣に追いつくのはすごく15のなんかそれっぽい感じが微妙にする。落ちてる剣を拾ってなんかこういう攻撃方法をどっかで見た気がする。あ、
there's a small chance. I'd say maybe it's like a 1 in 5 to 1 in 10 that he does bestial flare instead of attacking you.
For those of you like me, I'd like to collect everything, people. If you're doing the Loveless mini games here, You can try and get perfect scores
なんか出てきた。
because of, you know, collecting everything. It's one of the bits
召
you
喚
can
獣
do for Johnny's collection.
なんて召喚獣なんだろ
do
う
a lot in the game to
コカ
expand
トリ
that.
ス
But
適当な
the
こと
first 3 hits
言って
you
な
always do are always good. Doesn't matter how well you time them. So
おー
don't be like me and be trying to get 100% greats and then work out why it's not working and then
そう
have
なん
to
か
Google.
普通にあんま普通に失敗しても
Infuriated the living bejesus out
ちゃ
of
ん
me.
と演劇が見れるのは
on
いいですね
that.
失敗したらダメダメになるわけじゃないのが優しい
Yang would have to be approached differently. You do have to have 2 separate strategies to handle them.
そうですね役者で
Clean
い
it
きま
up.
すね
On Yang.
ソルジャーファースト自称ソルジャーファーストとかやめて役者として生きていきましょう
Woadyb going through Roche 2. Got the stagger. Looking good.
ちょっとバレットさんは役者っていくっていくとしてもちょっとやっぱ腕が怖いけど 弾丸の代わりにバラとか
I think it is kind
咲
of
かせられたら
aggravating
まだあるかもしれない。
casually for people, especially if you get hit by the suicide attack.
VT のアトラクションは
Okay, over on
楽し
the
いで
right.
すね
This head's coming up on the
ひとまず
Mustang
の
Scene
癒
fight,
しなのかもしれない
where we are fighting for the naming rights to
そういえばなんか
the Gold Saucer.
風の噂でカードゲームみたいなのが
Club Stadium
リバー
to
ス
get
内で
naming
できる
rights
っていう
these
のを
days. I'm
見
not
た気
used
がす
to
る
it
ん
in,
ですけ
in a
ど
fighting
それ
arena,
こ
but
こな
so
のか
be
な
it.
それとも序盤の方だったりするかな
Yeah, I mean, Theo doesn't even have to agree to it, but
こ
he
こは普通
agrees.
に闘技場的な
So
サムシ
here,
ングかな
thus said, he's going to cleave these together. He's going to power cleave these guys. These
カードは
all
終わったなる
have
ほど
different amounts of health, different amounts of EXP and stuff. That it's so weird. They could have just gave it the same, but it's kind of
いろんな
annoying
ゲー
for
ムが
running.
出
And
て
then they have Magnify Wind to pull them in. As we can see, it just pulls them from across the field, and Magnify will hit 3 enemies at once. Well, it will hit the first one, and then it will magnify to 2 others. And then the second one here.
コルニューの顔がめっちゃ
We have 3 Cactuars to
そ
fight.
そ
You
ん
have
な
to
に
wait for them
こ
to
の人の
choose
顔
to
見たく
move
ないな
before you can do anything. The first 2 don't matter
はいちょっ
because
とね
it's on a
あの
timer.
ね
But the third one, the
失
faster
礼
you
で
go,
はあ
the
ります
better.
けど、ね、いろいろあったからね彼は
Or
ね
Cacneos or whatever. What are they called?
Cacneos.
Yeah, Cacneo. The special ones.
Cactuars with a awkward mustache.
あサボテンダーだったんだ今
And then we have the Donberry and 2 Tonberries. Oh my god, this was
これは
frustrating to route.
これはトンベリさん
You don't want to
ちょっ
stand
と
in
ね
front
あ
of
ん
them
ま
because
り
they're
FF のモンスター
power
詳しく
cleave.
ないんですけど
That's it. Getting hit
それこそ
hard.
チョ
If
コ
you
ボ
hit
と
the enemy enough, it'll do Scourge, but you can tank through it with a
やっ
move.
ぱ
You
りトン
can
ベ
do
リさんであった
a
そう
as well. But Karma, you need 60 keep to
トンベリというモンスター
go
を
through it.
FF リレーで
Anything,
知
it'll
った
lock
口なの
you
で
Scourge, and you can't
そ
control
ん
your
なんいる
character
ん
for a
だ
bit. But that was clean. Took him out with power cleave.
あこ
Abzu's
れ
back.
上にコルネオが乗ってる
Abzu makes a comeback.
You do enough damage
大
here.
丈夫か
The boss
だいぶバランス悪いけど
cast Enrage to up his physical attack and lower physical defense, which is great. That's great because, you know, physical damage.
そこ乗らない方がいいよ絶対ちょっとさすが
And
に
they
心
can
配に
just
なる
ignore all these moves on easy because, again, the 40 keep gives you 60 keep easy instead, which is your ability to not get knocked out. That's
あ
why
で
they're
もす
not
ごい
getting
ね
knocked out of their moves.
上にこんなバランス悪い
normal
中笑ってられるのそれなりの風格はやっ
and
ぱあるんだ
normal
な
we use Firaga
もう
to
グッポーイとか言って
pressure
る
because if you use enough fire damage, you will get pressured and then you can stagger.
だいぶ上で乱暴にされてる
I
けど
believe BigSid and ThusSid are just going to try to go for the cleaves and not stagger until
そういう
phase
カリスマがあるんだ
2. And Woadyb might stagger in phase 1. We'll see. I can't remember. These moves are set in phase 2 up until a point where he's going to do the charge at all 3 characters, and then he's going to do the flail and then the upheaval thing. And then from then on, it kind of gets random. But as you can see, he just got chunked down.
このスキル上を殴ったらなんとかできたりしないあでもまずいか
And next up, we have to heal.
一応ゲストだもんね
Is we have another boss, and we're gonna have another
多
boss
分
after
ゲ
this.
ストだ
This
よ
is a
ね
boss rush
ゲ
segment.
ストなあ
We have
殴るのは
Beaters.
まあ
This
良く
is
ないもん
the rematch, Elena and Rude. Now, the idea is to do a 50 cut ability to pressure Elena. That'll make Rude mad. And you can either, on easy, you would just keep bodying her And on normal, you would tap Rude to knock him out of his stuff, and then pull and do like some dog end stuff, and it's quite a bit different. And you have to worry about the hit scan stun grenade that Elena has. It's absurd, because if you pull a character to do a move and she kicks it, it will then go to wherever they are, and it'll get that character and Cloud stunned. Here, they just need to do a synergy ability of some sort to knock the Turks out of their combo, do an R1 swap so that Cloud does not get stunned, stagger Elena, nuke her down. This pressure, I think, lasts for 30 seconds, 20 or 30 seconds, so Rude is going to be staggered real easily afterwards anyways, because he remains pressured. This will be enough for limits, because there have been 3 staggers. The boom, the limit, switch to Tifa for on strikes to buff the damage that X slash is going to do. And that's Turks down. You have to make sure to not skip the cutscene too quick, otherwise you get a soft lock, which is the name of this game, I guess, which I can go into after this. But here, Rufus has 6 bullets, but if he uses the ground guns akimbo, he uses them all up, and then you can hit him during reload to pressure him, and then when you do enough attacks, he'll try to instantly stagger him.
大変だな。
And do damage.
The timing for Braver on
いつでふんずり帰っていることもできないのか。 副社長って。
This
変
fight
だな。
was hell casually for me. I did not enjoy it.
And you can't sleep him like you could in Remake.
I'm still convinced that was an oversight.
Probably, but I abused it. A thing you can do, you can also catch him during his, if you use an anti-cut ability, like a
戦闘で苦戦してる姿はあんまり見てないですね、どのチーム
defense drops 0, and you can catch him and pressure him. But like on normal, you could potentially do too much damage. So
ワンチャン追加された。
the combo chaining again. But his retaliation shot will actually knock you out of anything that does not have 60 keep. So in normal, you have to
あ、もうこの時点で社長に就任。なるほど。
activation or throwing an item. And then you do Braver. But here you can just Braver. Here, he's going to break the link between the two, stagger, and then I believe he has a setup. Yes, the thrust into the catch.
BigSid just finished up
社
Galleon.
長になっての初仕事が
Yep, and that's Rufus down for
レイオフですか。
Team Tonberry. Good job. That was pretty clean.
レイオフ失敗しちゃ
He
っ
did
た
get
っ
his
ぽいけど。
focus thrust caught, but that's part of his setup, because then Rufus does Desperation, does the beam attack, whatever that is again, and then we'll go for a reload, and that gives the Sid his Braver. So that is part of his strat. It was not a mistake.
This section of the story here, Kate's double-crossed us again, just like he did in OG, so we're now having to chase after him, and we'll be running around. You're going to have to do a few triggers where you need to talk to certain party members to get them to move on to his next hiding spot. But it's pretty simple running around right now. What really is happening right now is BigSid's Roche.
Oh, I didn't see it. Did he get his perfect guard?
I didn't see either.
He did. He got it. I think he got one. I think he got it. Yeah.
Yep. So perfect guard. It will. You have it on the perfect counter as well, but for guard, it'll do a bunch of stagger. It's a 0.17 second window if you have the precision defense materia. It goes up to 0.23, and then you can guard. You can do some funny stuff on Dyne with his machine gun shots. You can do it on every one of them, essentially. It's not that useful, but here it is, because again, our goal is to stagger as soon as possible, so we can push into phase 2.
I have to say it looked a pretty quick fight, so I think he might have got it.
Yeah, it didn't look like he had damage.
And there we go.
追いかけっこが
She
続
hiding
きますね。
behind his giant mog.
Ah.
So we now get to chase him down the side area.
ポールとか倒しちゃダメだよ。
And that's how we kind of open up more parts of the kind of
随分とやん
behind the
ちゃな
scenes of
猫
the
ちゃん
Gold
ですね。
Saucer. It's quite well done, just him knocking down the barrier for us. This section you also just run through lots of items.
そうですね。チョコボチームは最初30分ほど差があったようですが、
Don't need them. Chair, bye bye.
かれこれもう17分詰めていってますね。
If we cut over to Woady's screen just now, you can actually see your date team that you've got of the evening. This is the same as all the runners get, because you don't actually have high enough affection with anybody. You don't get Tifa or Aerith, so there's no picking best girl in this version of the game, I'm afraid, folks. So yeah, you basically get a night on the town with the guys. And the actual conversations you have on the Sky Wheel as well are also amazing. Even if you don't want to play through every date sequence variant, just go watch the YouTube videos, it's funny.
Those days, you can choose an option, like the new game, to where it can be intimate or not. Does that change the conversation?
Ever so slightly.
Okay, I see.
Yeah, it's another thing.
I didn't bother.
Yeah, it's another thing for New Game Plus. We get to pick who we go on the date with, just as part of a menu option before you even start the run. And you don't actually have to complete the chapter fully for it to count towards it being unlocked. You just have to get to the end of the date sequence, whereas for the dress unlocks in Remake, you had to finish the chapters with the dresses. So you had to play them right through to the end, which was quite time consuming.
Another part of that is, if I go, your party for the Coliseum is dictated by your date. So that's why they have Kate. You cannot change out Kate. He is the date party there. If you could choose someone else, then you would have someone else. And then the third party member you can choose. You can switch out Tifa if you wanted to.
これはどういう条件で変わるのか。それぞれイベントだから違うの見せようとか、そういう感じだったりする。
I need to grab a drink. Hold on. My throat.
一方で飛行機が落ちて、もう一方では
I'm quite happily working through a 2-liter bottle of Iron Brew right now.
海をかけてる
Anybody
感
from
じ
the
です。
UK
あ、
will know
どっち
what
も海を
that
かける
is.
ことにな
If
っ
you're
ちゃう。
not from the UK and know what that is, I'm impressed. So, the story on the right-hand side for the Sid, we're heading north. This is chapter 13. We are approaching the point of no return. We have relocated the Temple of the Ancients on the map. It's no longer to the south, it's up in the north of the map now. What I would say, folks, is if you're not wanting to really see kind of how lore is handled in this one, we'll soon probably be telling you might want to stop watching for a bit until the next run's on.
Temple of the Ancients is coming up, and it's a little bit different than OG.
So if you want to experience how they're retelling this area, then you might want to give it a miss for the next wee while until the next runs. But other than that, I would love for you to stay and enjoy the show, because yeah, some good fun chaos coming up.
Yeah. And this is a really long drive on the Tiny Bronco.
Unfortunately, no skips either there, because I think someone went over the whole map in the Tiny Bronco and couldn't find anything.
Yeah, it's one thing I've only looked at stuff where you were on the ground, and that's how I kind of like found like skips, and I was like, oh, you know, we have save load. I'll go throw myself in a bunch of corners and stuff and see what happens, and haven't really found anything since the change to the adjudicator skip to make it better yet. Okay, but however, we do have a skip here. This was discovered from a runner, I think it was Snap, and Easy a while ago. We did find 3 different versions for normal. No, 4 if you count Ian's Magic. But I had like a couple, but they were inconsistent, and then I had to make a third that was completely consistent.
I thought this was one of Woody's. Maybe I'm remembering wrong.
No, Snap, he ran, I think that was his name, he ran, Easy early days, and he discovered it on accident. But if you don't do this fast enough, you have to fight the left group and the right group, and it takes a while, and there's a lot of them. But the idea is to do this very quickly. They're going to cleave these in, power cleave, that gets enough stagger for a limit, going to Sonic Boom the other dude, / the 2C, and pull in with arrow. And move to the end with Tifa. Some of them just
モ
body
ーグリさんチー
ranged
のところでですね、
operator with Tifa and
劇
don't
団
have
アバ
arrow.
ランチの
I
再
did
現の
think
方
about
を
it
ね、
there, but that was
見ていただ
enough,
き
yeah.
ましたが、
Yeah, that was really good. Yeah, I was worried when I saw that tiny blip of health on the operator.
Yeah, I was like, there was a
the one
sliver of health there that was going to stop it.
The one,
チー
the
の
one
トン
HP
ベリさ
hero.
んチームに目を向けまして、
It's worth it to retry as well because you don't want to sit there and fight both
すごい
groups.
神秘
It
的
takes
な
a
ところ
while.
に
It's a lot of guys.
来ていますね
That。was a clean skip. That's the soldier skip. A bit more difficult to pull off a normal, a little bit different on that regard, but we have it there as well. Here, just cleave these guys together, get them with the power cleave, and keep them grouped up. You can use Magnify Arrow to group enemies in this segment if you want, or you can go for regular cleaves, however you want to handle it.
Right, folks, welcome to Inside the Temple of the Ancients. Gravity is about to be very confused.
There's a lot of segments where we can kind of just jump down as well, and you don't have to walk around, which is nice. There's
Yeah,
a
you
whistle
can-
wind scarf.
You can skip a few fights and just jump past them as well. And yeah, there's some kind of unintended routes where you bounce down areas as well, rather than going kind
We're
of the
about to
obvious
see it.
steps. Yep.
Right here, you can jump down. There's a level 5 or whatever chakra materia there. I didn't find that. I didn't find out about that until I was routing this for. Like, a lot of the movement I had no idea until I started looking at it. Yeah, we can see on Team Mog's screen, we can see the lackeys, all these enemies. He's opting to pull in. I think that was with Kate where he was using the arrow. Because again, Power Cleave gives ATB to both the caster and the partner. Same as Spell Blast.
If you do like to assess all of your enemies in a Final Fantasy game, because in the newer ones they kind of show you that you've done it, this is the only time you can assess these Carneos or Cacneos, because I had to go back and get them. It was one of the ones I missed.
Yep. And another thing here on Temple of the Ancients, I don't know everyone who grabs it, but there is a free Whistle and Scarf. It costs 9 seconds, but free quotations, and that helps with consistency for ATB for Barrett for me. I might drop it eventually, but it'd be here. You go, instead of going to the 3 o'clock position here, you go to the 6 o'clock or 12 o'clock. Moving this is kind of annoying. You move the right stick. You want to hold it to where you need to go, the direction. And then when it gets close, you just press X. So like, for example, if we wanted to go to like 3 o'clock, we'd hold just slightly up or down on the right stick. And it's the same direction every time. It's not like some random thing, which is good. Apps on Woday's screen. Hopefully there's not too many jumping around and trolling. We want to see him attack, but not charges. Flail on the belly flop, that's good.
Just power cleave combo, power cleave combo.
Yeah.
Chain it, chain it.
Melee blade on easy, yep. This is making the correct choice, so he wasn't able to get the riot troopers with the cleave, so he opted to use arrow to not have to deal with the shields. That was a smart move. And Apps has been staggered and will now fall. Luckily, there's no weird issues where the boss gets HP gated and you can't finish the fight. That was a problem that could happen in the first time you visit the sewers, the start of Chapter 10, I think it was, in Remake, where there have been bugs where you can't actually kill Apps for a few seconds for whatever reason. Here, the Sid is on in a little walking segment. You can hop along the kind of banisters on the background there, but there is a risk that you jump down. And you lose a lot of time. You have to climb back up. It's happened to a lot of us. So we just opt to not do it, basically. Yeah, it's like 30 or seconds. I can't remember. It's a lot.
So, the run of the Sids I watched yesterday, Aerith just didn't jump.
Oh, she didn't jump down?
Yeah, she just stayed up there and then eventually spawned back with the team, but she just wasn't on the animation at all for them all flying down.
Turks and Woody. I didn't see quite how it went, but Looks fine to me. At this point, you can do like a spell blade, or if you were in their face, you could do power cleave. The idea is just knock them out of it, take out one of them, pick up the other. In normal, we group them up and take them both out together. But it can be finicky. Up and he got caught, but it doesn't last that long. The Sid screen, important. Team Tonberry, you can see Windstorm. Look at how absurd that is.
Oh, that's just magnificent to watch.
You pull them in, you tap
moments
them.
like that make you smile.
Yeah. Yeah, you just pull them in, and you since there's so many, you just tap square, and you got your ATB back, and you can just do it again. It's crazy. And I think there's 16 officers there. Woadyb, I don't think he does that. I think he does cleaves into power cleave because he doesn't add a UV here. Two fights going on at once. We have Woadyb against his Rufus. We have Red Dragon on the Sid. The opening is always the same. You can dash in and get 2 counters right away. And then the boss might kind of do its own thing. But essentially you want it to do Flame Breath, and then you can hit the head to break it, as the head is also weaker and that pressures it. And they're going to do the power cleaves and try to build the stagger bar and switch off to push into phase 2 so that the bar is full.
Rufus not playing nicely for Woadyb here.
And meanwhile, during all of this, BigSid is still doing Loveless.
Yep. You know you all want that opera.
Yeah.
In fairness, this actual segment, when you watch the voice lines, and particularly if you pick the likes of Barrett or Red for the final segment, and you know you think you're choosing to fall in love with them, oh, stunning.
It's pretty funny, yeah. Phase 2 Red Dragon is going to try to fly. They can't stagger it for a little bit until it tries to do a move, but the Sid, I believe he does a power cleave setup. The other two, I think, will do a Sonic Boom, because you can't hit it. Oh no, he must have staggered it in phase 1 on accident or something. The bar is empty. So this is okay. You can break a wing and that will pressure the boss. Just make sure you hit the chest, as that will then get rid of the pressure. And that's Woadyb done.
I was just watching Woadyb juggle Darkstar there. It was so good.
差がほとんどない気がしますね。だいぶ縮まった
had a little trouble with Red Dragon.
Red Dragon, that's okay. Just do what you can to stagger. If he does try to fly away and you don't get him, you can back it up with like a relentless rush to catch the boss and kind of stop him from flying away. For the Lava Breath, that would cover the entire floor. If you break the chest, it would weaken it, but we don't have to worry about that in a run. And that's Red Dragon down. A little bit shaky, but we're through it. I mean, normal, I've had it just kill me. With Flame Breath, because again, he's primal there, and then you got 50% increased damage, and nothing just take you down so fast. So it's definitely one of the more scary fights. Especially because, like, outside of the opening, you can't, as far as we don't have currently, we can't currently manipulate the boss to kind of do things. You can try to get it to, like, do the Flame Breath by being further away with, like, Unbear and stuff, but outside of that, it kind of does what it wants. This game is a lot more free-flowy compared to Remake. Remake was very setup-heavy, where the bosses will kind of do the same thing every time, for most of them, outside of, like, Turks in Chapter 12, for the final phase. But, and it felt more like a traditional RPG where it was turn-based, whereas here, it's more based on kind of like your positioning, and they might or might not do something. And so you have to be able to react more. However, this also means, because of like how the ATB works and we have synergy, it's less punishing overall if you make a mistake. In Remake, if you made a mistake, you would lose a lot of time.
There was a bit there that this said where after Red Dragon, he goes to the end of a corridor and you see this nice pyramid-shaped thing, and you think, oh yeah, this is similar to OG, and instead of it being, you know, you activating the whole segment for the escape and Black Materia, no, it's a lift. There's a whole other section. Keep going.
Oh right, yeah.
So thank you, devs, for telling us that, you know, this is the same game, and then just adding more.
This segment is quite drawn out. There's a lot of, you know, the padding. This, for example. The windstorm things that happen. In the Is that in? No, because in the OG you just have like the boulders, right?
You get the
They
rolling
move-
boulders in OG
yeah.
to dodge.
Yeah, but in OG they moved the windstorms from the crater to here. Basically, it's the same mechanic.
Yeah, the northern
And-
crater had the windstorms.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. Right. I remember. And here, they didn't go past it yet. No, but there's like a guaranteed setup. You just run towards it and ignore it because it'll load in at the same time, and you kind of just run forward at an angle. We're gonna see it in a second here. If you kind of go diagonally and just keep going, it won't hit you. But normally they would knock you back and do some damage and stuff.
There's also a few fight skips here where we're just going to climb blocks and run over areas, again, just because we don't want to fight trash.
Yep. A lot different with Remake, where you were forced to fight most fights. And just like that. Even though it looks like, you know, the wind's there. Nope, they're right through it. Apps on BigSid. I didn't see how phase 1 went, but looks fine to me. And taken down without issues. Again, they just want to hope that the boss doesn't jump around a lot. Even if you were to want to do like fire and stuff, he can still jump back. Like at the start of the battle, you don't want to see it jump back, because then now you have to chase him. Turks, again. I'm going for Elena. Getting Boom. It's easy to actually forget to use Sonic Boom a lot of the times. And some lightning to help out there from Aerith. But, like, oftentimes I might forget about Boom. But it is really important because, again, your attack stat is counted twice in the damage calculation. So instead of 20%, it may as well be 40% increased damage. Takes him out, groups him up. Spellblade instead. I wonder if he wants Aerith to help out with damage. Rude's fine, yeah. A bit of a issue here where they didn't separate. Or they got too separated, rather. Okay, I was a little worried, but he got through it. Elena, back off.
Elena
Rufus,
again
okay.
with the sliver of health.
Yeah.
Rufus tried to do Ricochet. That move is probably the worst one. It's kind of hard to dodge. You do need to time it and kind of go sideways. But he dodged it well, as I figured he would. Push the damage, get your ATB, and I believe he's going to wait for a move, yep, right next to him, and do the Sonic Boom to pressure him right away, and he's just going to cleave to get ATB and push into phase 2. Just like that. And I think he moves close and does a Braver right away on Dark Star, I believe. And Braver in this game has a nice little AoE, so you can get collateral damage out of it. It also gets stronger in the air. He's not going to do aerial. A normal, sometimes it becomes a thing, but rarely. And there we go, collateral damage. Because you didn't use it on Rufus and didn't target him, it ended up getting him.
It's also something he told me is like during those changes in phases on the bosses, you can just buffer square for your dash, and it will immediately happen as soon as it lets you back in control.
Yep, you can just hold the button down. Sometimes you can buffer shortcut buttons as well, but that can be iffy. You can change characters during some of them to where you won't get the slowdown where you lose like half a second or whatever, because the animation is playing out.
Over on
those,
this side right now, we're going through the segment where it's Aerith's turn to be the character you control. It seems to be what they're doing. In part 1 and part 2, they're giving you a small segment for every character where they're the kind of the lead character you're in control of. With the extended party in part 3, presumably with Sid and Vincent, it's going to be interesting to see how they play that out again across the whole game.
They didn't waste any time. The greedy sons of bitches.
So what we're doing here is we're using Aerith. We're praying to pick up I don't know what you would call this. Marco,
yeah.
bits of live stream. Oh, it's yeah, it's live stream. And we're using it to unlock these areas, and we're kind of piecing this area back together to try and explore more of it. Obviously, the guys are not exploring it all. They don't want to. They don't need to. We're doing it as fast as possible. So the very minimal will be picked up to get to the next segment. But you can also smash those blocks, and that'll allow you more live stream. But again, you have to stop and wait. So I don't know how much time you've spent routing what ones you pick up. I'm assuming, knowing you, that you've done all of them and worked out which ones
Yes,
are
I
quickest.
checked. Yeah, I checked everything. And there's the option where if you have enough of it, you have faith going into battles. Right away, you get other buffs if you have it as well, but of course we're using it. And you can route it to where you can have faith for the upcoming dragon battle and Sung and Elena, which is later on. But there's a bunch of like little things. Basically, the way I routed it was I assigned a value to everything, and with the little rocks being the control value of 1, and everything else would be compared to that. So some of them, the enemies, can be inconsistent. Some of them can give you 6, and then a later frog could just be like half a point, stuff like this. So you really had to check like everything, and there's a couple ways to do it. But it's both really fast, and you can kind of choose either one. And then you can also animation cancel by like twirling with your dodge to get out of like praise and stuff like this. Just to save like a second here or there. On BigSid's screen, you could go directly to the Tiny Bronco, but the load is longer. So if you go to the dock first and then talk to Sid, you save a couple seconds there. I forget how much it is. And now we're back to the Clouds team. This is going to be a recurring thing. We're going to be switching between the two parties. And we're going to be coming up to...
I love the clock animation showing that you're kind of moving in time. These are concurrent events.
Oh, yeah. I kind of forgot about that.
Yeah, this is happening at the exact same time, so it's meant to be that you're kind of
Right.
moving around to let you know that this is why, one party's doing this while the other party's doing the other.
Yeah, push the block to get over the thing. I tried to find some skips here. Sadly, couldn't find anything. Only found a way to break Cloud's model a little bit, and that's it.
We that movement
Outside
tech
of
there,
that.
just jumping up the wall rather than going round the steps.
Yep. Going through here, now we have 2 blocks. However, you don't have to actually push the first block. You only need the one from the boss.
This boss has got a slightly different mechanic than most. You don't want to kill it.
Yeah. The game doesn't technically count as a boss, but it may as well be, honestly. This thing has like 300 stagger bar or something ridiculous, and then like times 0.6 for easy. Basically, the goal is after 30 seconds, give or take, depending on the animation that it's in currently. It can be a little bit different, but the Iron Giant here is going to sharpen its sword and become pressured. Now, at this point, we want to have ATB because we want to stagger as much as we can. And right here, they're even building up some stagger as well. You have to be very careful of a move called Condemn, where it will one-shot someone, essentially. You can dodge it, you can R1 swap, you can do a lot of things, but it's not consistent for it to use it or anything. And,
We are getting his health quite low here.
yep, you don't want to push too far. Focus Strike, Blizzara, Focus Shots, bonus round.
Focus thrusts, all of these.
Everything. For normal, it's so dangerous that I even use Relentless Rush, as I also want the relation points.
Man, that was close to the edge there.
Yeah,
Well
it'll
done.
res if you it'll res if you take it out too early.
So yeah, if you do actually win that fight, quote win, it doesn't fall into the wall there.
ボスっぽい見た目の人の戦
And
闘
you
が増え
actually
て
then
きま
have
した。
no choice but to go through the whole fight again.
もう本格的に終盤って感じですね。
So when you're playing this casually, yep, you're making a bridge using these little floating boxes that we're about to push into the wind. So we're just going to push this off to make a bridge, and instead of making a bridge, we're just going to knock the whole tower down instead. Because, whoops.
It works.
Yep, and that's the box that you can ignore right there. You can drop down. It's a little quicker to go around, but that's okay. You can take either path here.
Just a bit of civil engineering works. Knock down a couple of buildings. It's fine.
And Barrett's weapon here is the one with Turbulent Spirit is there, and you can't miss it. And Woady's screen, you can see he's not using Windstorm. He just cleaves, power cleave, Braver. Chkalowski a bit to clean up, and he's through. Probably because he might do his menu earlier or something, I'm not sure. Or he doesn't even have one here.
ボス戦の予感を
So he opts to do a different strategy for
匂わせてる気がしますが、
Red Dragon again,
まだ
the
もうちょっ
double
とかか
counter.
るかな。
Power cleave. Barrett can help with his support. You can do bravery, you can do like deep protect here, a lot of things. A thing you have to be careful of, if you choose to hit, like tell them to use an ability, like for example deep protect on the head, and you break the head, the cast will actually whiff, it'll fizzle. It won't hit anything, you'll lose HP, and that's it. So you have to be careful, make sure it's like on the body or something if you want to use that. BigSid, we can see him doing a skip. And he got it just fine, no issues. You can see that's the non-arrow version. And on the bottom here with BigSid on Tonberry, we can see that there's a fight here before the Turks for Rude and Reno, where there's two groups of enemies. If you kill the lizards, oh, it's like a frog and two lizards. If you can kill them fast enough, the second group does not spawn. Tanking the combo ability here of them. Doing a power cleave.
あ、もうボス戦入ってますね。
To push right away. Luckily, Reno did not dodge. Otherwise, they'd kind of have to wait a little bit. Woadyb, Stagger Bar was not completely filled, so he had really good damage. But all he has to do again is break the wing. You can do it with physical, Barrett, whatever. Drop, staggered, boom into limit, and he's going to push that up. And he's also going to some. Okay.
Yeah. Back over onto the Sid. We're doing our Rude and Reno fight. They are showing back up again, and you know, we actually start this fight working with them, and then you know, of course, you know, these guys can't ever let bygones be bygones, so they're now fighting one another.
It'll actually help you if you get turned into a frog and stuff to use Maiden's Kiss on you, but not reliably. You take out Reno first in the second phase because he does dodge. If you attack him 3 times, it'll cause him to do a counterattack. That's a split. It'll cause him to counterattack, and if you dodge that, he'll be pressured for a little bit. For Rude, he puts up his windshield. It's kind of unreliable to get him to start it. He might sit there and keep attacking for a bit, because if he's got attacks queued, he's not going to do it. But he puts up his windshield, he uses 250 cut abilities, and that'll pressure him, and then you can stagger him and clean up. But essentially, the goal there is just push phase 1. A normal, we actually stagger Reno first, as we want to build pips and stuff, and then at the start of phase 2, we use Relentless Rush, and then it's more or less the same after that. Where you just like BigSid did, he took out Reno, and then took out Rude. The only fight where you don't actually keep them grouped together and take them out. Here we have an Ancient Dragon, you have to fight this. There's a force trigger here that won't go away. Aurora can pull it down, and you can just nuke it. And if you hit it with like an August spell, it would drop, and it can get stuck under the bridge. I think that's in my PB. It was like a minute. Or maybe it was the run before it.
Is that one of your rules? You need something jank in a PB?
Yeah, apparently. It was so good until that point, and I was like, oh, well, you know. Choke Master here. Getting more of this Life Spirits, you need them. You gotta use them on the middle thing. And then it's going to kind of reveal the dungeon a bit more. And you can go left or right. They'll be going left first, and then right. This is also where the Red's final weapon is, which has like the Reaper Claw, I think it's called. That ability, I don't know if it could ever see use, but as Red approaches 0 health, it becomes stronger and stronger, up to 1100 power. It's pretty good, but way too risky. And you could do like a setup with HPMP to drop his health into low Red, but we don't. Interesting stagger by the Sid.
That's just one of those amazing moments again where it's just like, oh look, a lot of trash. Come here.
That fight is not required, but it's annoying to skip, and they'd have to skip it a couple times, so you just take them out. You can also just do like a windstorm and take them out. You can do a deadly dodge to hit them. There's so many things you can do, but if you like kill them all at the same time, it's a very loud sound, and so there's typically a volume warning.
BigSid with the camera glitch on the jump. Slightly faster just to jump off a fraction sooner, and yeah, the camera glitches out.
And we have the Sid here on the Heck Dice. These enemies are real fun, but luckily the Ultimania was quite useful here, even if it's not useful in a lot of other things, because it tells you that if you use a hazardous material, they get pressured. Whereas normally you'd have to either breach off the Reflect or use a level 1 ability for them to get rid of their Reflect, and then you could pressure them and do stuff. So the hazardous just boom, pressures them, and then you can stagger them and then take them out. And before that, this fight was pretty awful. And even on normal, it's still kind of jank, because they try to do the drain big circular attack, and you gotta be really careful or you get petrified.
BigSid used Windstorm to blast through the security guards.
I'm sorry, I'm just giggling away at it there, I apologise. There's just moments in this game that make you smile.
Red Dragon for BigSid. He's going to power cleave it down. He wants to hit the head, so he opted to hold. He's going to do Blizzard to, this boss is weak to ice, so it's going to do double the stagger, build that up. Deprot to lower the physical. And hopefully it doesn't jump around forever, because usually it's going to do some tail strikes and go for Cloud, but it went for Barret there. On the green, we have another Heck Die and a floating eyeball that is weak to lightning, and Earth has lightning, so it's not a big deal. They are immune to wind, do not use wind. That's about it. And again, switching off, so the power cleave against the dragon does not stagger. It'll build it, but it won't actually stagger the boss. And Woadyb is going through his puzzle, the Aerith puzzle. Okay, he's taking my route for it looks like. The first rocks in that room are 3, but you only get the tutorial there. So if you skip them, you can get 3 rocks later. Sung and Elena on the Sid screen. Essentially, you just go for Elena. And push the phase. Phase 2, they'll team up and do team attacks, and they will target someone after 1 second. Red Dragon cleaned up nicely. Yeah, for normal, I switch to Red and just move Red out of the way, and they just batter Red, and I can just do whatever I want on Aerith. And if you like Thundaga them, they'll be grouped together.
Yeah, them using team attacks actually is to your advantage, because they do stay together on the map a bit more.
Yeah, so we don't have to actually sit there and try to like pull them or cleave them or whatever.
Yeah, there's a lot of routing has gone into some of the earlier fights against these guys, because when they're in pairs, they can be all over the place, and it's trying to keep them together.
And there, they just stay together. You just do enough damage. And then you stagger them. Sung, it's important to kind of focus on Sung, because if something bad does happen, because Elena is weak to lightning, and we do have lightning, you can nuke her down, as she has less health. Sung is a little more annoying with his combo chain, he can just keep going for you. That was a clean Turks fight, no issues. And then we
I've
have
got the clock room. Wee bit of a throwback to OG here. In OG, the clock face was also turning and you were walking over it and you had to pick which doors you went in and out of. In this one, again, they're using kind of segments of, you know, more the true past. We're going to get flashbacks for all the characters here as we go through it. We're also running down to the area here for the first one. So you're getting a wee moment with all the characters finding out bits of their past. And yeah, it's just exploration at this point, really.
I'm so observant that I didn't realize that was the clock room.
Really?
Well, I haven't played the OG in forever, but yeah, I didn't realize the number of doors or anything.
That's the clock room. I'm sorry. I basically grew up playing 7 way too much. I adore this game. I adore its lore. I have far too much money spent on Square Enix stuff. So yeah, I spot these things.
I used to play it a lot as well, yeah, as a kid, and when I defeated Emerald and Ruby Weapon, I recorded it on VHS. I don't have it anymore, sadly. I did not do the final attack. I didn't do final attack on Emerald, and I had 5 materia, so he was doing 55-55 with the stomp, and he ended up missing one of them because he did like a couple in a row, and otherwise I would have died. But I won through luck.
There you go, chat. How old were you when you first took down Emerald?
Yeah. These segments, there is a tiny break here for the Sid. You don't want to fight here. You don't want to use the L2 or R2 as this. This would just slow things down because Red kind of fights, and we don't want to do that. It doesn't help by any means.
Well, they're all just kind of working through a wee bit of downtime. This run, yeah, Muggle and Chocobo have been catching back up slowly and steadily. It's going to be a closer race, I think, when we hand this back over than it was when we picked it up.
Hopefully I don't forget too many splits. It's been kind of all over. Some of them I remembered, some of them not so much. I think overall, you know, there hasn't been any too big disasters. The Sid had like the bug on Scarlet, but what can you do, you know?
Right, we've had one bug, a couple of missed blocks, a few bits of RNG if the boss is not doing the exact cycle you want. Nobody's
getting caught on some encounters, but that's, you know, that's the nature of it.
Yeah, nobody's made an obvious what are you doing. So yeah, no, so far well done, all 3 of them. They're doing great.
Most importantly, no soft locks.
Oh, you had to say it.
Yeah. Now there is. I hope it doesn't jinx it. Now
I thought we were past them all.
Well, there's a crash that can happen near the end of the game on the second to last fight. That we don't know what causes it. It's happened to me once. It's happened to BigSid a few times.
Just
oh my god, it takes forever.
Well,
you can
blame me if
there was a crash. Yeah, OG remake there was a crash as well. And the whispers when you were running up the ramp, and if you didn't make it to the cutscene, could something just not load and you just fell. I believe Dessa was the first to find that one in the middle of a run that he was on PB pace for.
Wait, sorry, did you say the whisper one with the ramp?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh my god. I forgot about that. Woadyb cleaning up Iron Chad. Nice and good. No too, not pushing it too far, too close to almost dead. So not worrying us at all. This segment on the Sid with Yuffie, I always look up because it's like just swag for me, and I do it with initial position. You get on the first grapple, you hold up, hit the next grapple, hold up right, hit the next one, hold up left, and press circle, and it works every time. No issues.
Woady's turn to knock over a building. The one thing that you see BigSid there is filling up kind of the vial with the live stream energy. The bit that annoys me in this segment, and again maybe it's just me being pedantic, is they all take different amounts to fill up, and that just doesn't feel fair because you think, okay, I've got quite a lot, I'll go fill it, and then it's not enough to fill some of them, but it is others, and it's just not obvious which ones need more than others, and it's a wee bit annoying when you're playing it casually.
Luckily, they do start with some because there is an animation when you do one that doesn't have anything, which you can see on the first one, which had happened earlier, where Aerith has to pull out her staff and it takes a while. But here you're gonna see that she just brings her staff out really quick and goes for it, see? And she just starts spinning. And whereas otherwise she has to like extend the staff and do like an animation if there's nothing in it, which we'll see on the third one. That is a longer animation.
A bit more Barrett backstory here over on the Sid's game. Going back to just straight after his injury. I think this is a wee bit more exposition than we even got in OG. So, yeah, we're also just skipping through it. I'll not go over it much because we're just going to jump through stuff. But yeah, if you want more story, this game does have a lot more lore added.
Also, the side quests are really good in this game, honestly. Like, you can have side quests that are just kind of useless, but then you have side quests that have really good lore and stuff for, like, the side characters, and they are really great in this game, I think.
Oh yeah, there's whole extra characters added that we've not even gone near because we've not needed them in the speedrun. But yeah, I genuinely, if you play this game as a fan of the series, accept that it is a retelling and not the original exactly as it was, and just enjoy, because frankly I think they've done an incredible job.
Woody doing a bit of a different strat there. He doesn't go for the second power cleave. He does a braver and then a dive kick on Rude to pressure him, and then he just smacks Reno to pressure him just to make sure there's no evasion, and then push.
Back to plan A then? We kick ass and take names.
That's Reno down. And Rude actually put up his shield right away. That's really nice, because now you don't have to waste time as he's faffing around trying to do a roll and then all this stuff to hit you. Just stagger him out on the limit and, like, that's it.
This section the Sid's on right now is just sad, and that's what I'm going to leave it on. And moving back over to somebody else's game because I don't like this bit.
Oh, it's... If you save load during it when the crying part, she doesn't do the animations for it. It's just a dialogue. It's weird. It looks so weird.
I don't know if that's better or worse.
I know.
Yep. BigSid using Tifa's fast movement. I still just love her dashing about like that. On some of the skips in Remake, we were using that to travel miles across the map. It was so much fun.
Was it different? Did you have to do it differently and integrate with her movement? Because like the animation cancel with the uppercut and stuff. Because like in OG, the OG version was like a remake. You would just like hold guard and mash out parry.
Yeah, so you can't hold guard this time. You gotta like just roll out of it.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, the combination was different, but also we didn't have the same ability to stay in infinite flee in Integrate, so you couldn't just do it the whole way from A to B. You keep having to swap back to the party member that's still in the battle zone to jump them out and back in. Usually Aerith. So yeah, the skips on Integrate are, while they're there, they are a lot less fun to execute and a lot more difficult.
Alright. Now we have the bees. We're gonna boom boom, windstorm, and they're gone. I don't have audio on, but it's probably very loud sound for Woadyb there. And at the same time, BigSid has pushed into phase 2, no issues on Iron Chad. Luckily, no one had any issues.
Yeah,
no
just
condemned
mention that there.
deaths.
I've not got audio on either, but makes me realise we haven't mentioned the game's music once.
True.
Oh, yeah.
Probably just because I have the audio on or off. I mean,
Same. Some amazing tunes in this game. Reimagining of the original, and some amazing new
And some
tunes
new
as well.
ones. Yeah. The new ones I really enjoyed.
これは前作のあたり。これだっけ
Okay, no issues for Woody on the eyes. Ect eyes control, they can teleport it around, and if you throw a hazardous and they teleport because it takes a moment for it to actually go off, that's just unlucky. Okay, trial. BigSid is done. I want to go into this because we have a skip. I think he'll do it. He doesn't like it, but the technique used from the Grand Horn up warp earlier will be used here, where depending on where you entered the battle from, you will retry and start from a different area. However, we have to use the other technique from Chapter 11, which is not used in Easy, where you get the force trigger, which you got right there, so that's good. It gets rid of the trigger, now he just has to get to the door, which is kind of difficult sometimes. I think it's best to just go as fast as possible so you don't get the encounter. Nope.
うまくいってない。
I saw him
The
yesterday.
Pantera can be...
He hung out for a few seconds just behind that
敵の配置が
goblin,
敵の
and it was enough to get the
なんていうか
cursor to go
動
away.
きが
Oh,
ラン
that
ダムなの
was
か
so
な。
tight.
As long as you get the dark circle, and then you can go into the fight. And there you go, you're right through the door. However, this is the true point of no return, not just a temple where you cannot go back through that door once you do this skip. And you do not have to fight that. You won't need Aurora or anything. And we're through. That was another thing that I had found. So, shoutouts to Hell Knight for the original tech used here. Oh, and then there's a big turtle there, but you don't have to fight that one. We do have to fight a turtle, though, which we're coming up to soon. Rooting for Team Choco. He's opting to dunk root a bit, it looks like. I don't know if there's any issues, but either way, you gotta do damage to root regardless. And then we have Sung and Elena on Woody's side. I know Woody has ice, because Sung's weakness. So he does have, I believe he switched back to Savage Dagger at some point, which has more magic attack, which is going to be used for endgame. But so Yuffie's magic actually does more than like her physical. A normal we grab.
そうですね、ちょうど揃い踏みですね。なかなかいいタイミングになった。
And Woody using Thundaga, you can see it just blasts them both. It does quad 9 to Elena, staggers them. Now he's going to line up his spell blast and just go into town. And Thundaga, and that's Sung and Elena down for Woody. Good job. On the bottom screen here, Tonberry, Sid, he has Pantera and an eyeball. The eyeball would do a shield effect. That's a split for Rubino. Good job, BigSid. The eyeball, it can be annoying if you are doing an all physical setup, which is not recommended. So it does have physical and magical. For Spellblade, if it uses shield, it's immune to all physical damage unless you breach it off. Alright, you can just use Spellblade to get around it. Can arrow to my Kelpo if you want.
I've just come to a realization. The second last chapter is excessively padded out again, just like it was in Remake.
Oh yeah, the drum.
The drum was so padded out, and I'm feeling like this is now, watching 3 runs back at the same time.
Yeah, they really crammed a lot of the lore into the slow walking sections.
Yeah, and here on the Sid screen, you're forced to wait at the start of these encounters, these areas. If you can't even open your menu. If you open, you can open the attack menu going into here, and keep it open if you're trying to heal. But at this point, you wouldn't be able to open it, and you can't go into the start menu or anything. So, you do have to wait here, as we cannot progress. Even though there's no wall there, there's an invisible wall, and there's going to be a panther and a turtle here. The turtle will get pressured if you use 2 fires or 1 Fyra. We're going to see Fyra used, and then they're going to stagger it and take it out. But they're going to deal with the Panther first. The Panther, we don't want that trolling, and you can build ATB off it and stuff. Unfortunately, it dodged the Spellblade. And there we go. Wants to stagger it, because he's going to be getting the stagger with Cloud. and so he has X slash. You don't have to have it if with like a right setup and stuff, but ideally. Rage charge, you can just counter that or hold it on easy with power cleave. The strong ability there. Probably boom, berserk, X slash, switch to Tifa. One too many power cleaves, I think. I hope that's enough. It is. Okay, we're good. A little scary there. And here we have some cool movement tech, where you go down here, and instead of doing the slow walking through here, you hop along these like little banisters and stuff all the way down. If you do it right, you can do the whole way.
切りましたね。
However, you have to be careful. You can get a little bit stuck on the side enclaves there for a few seconds. As we can see, if you do it this fast enough, the dialogue will still be playing. I got a little stuck. And now we have DG. Demon's Gate. You start phase 1.
トンベリさんチーム
Some
が
good old power cleaves. And
デーモンズゲート
after
っていう
Petrify Eye,
敵
you
な
can
のかな。
push. This thing is kind of on like weird cycles. If you miss the
ボス
first
との戦闘
cycle,
体ですね。
it'll take a bit to get to the second. Even to the point where you HP gate it and it's still not pushing. But at this point, you have 2 of them. They're gonna lower the health on the first one. And when it gets
A
low
to
enough,
B
it does a thing called
2
Final
体に分か
Throws,
れてる
where it kind of does like an animation. You gotta wait it out. You can't kill it. At that point, they're just gonna switch over to the second one and start DPSing. And
I was going
I
to
think
say,
it's
if you
just
thought
gonna-
one Demon's Gate was enough in this run, we have several.
Yep, and just stagger. You can kind of opt not if you want to, but stagger is a little bit quicker.
受けるのが大変そうだな。
The second one is still alive, so you have to like do a boom or something to hit
避
it.
けなければ
But you can look
いい
at
か
that
もしれ
HP
ない
bar;
け
it's starting to get real chunked. Slung in the laner for BigSid at the same time as well. There we go. Throws it down. Now get rid of them.
I mean, this is what happens when you mix Demon's Gate with the trash compactor from Star Wars.
It does like petrify. If you're not careful on like normal, you can get petrified and it's kind of obnoxious. Here with Aerith, there's a little speed tech. I guess it's not gonna do it. If you hop on the blocks on the side, you can go into the cutscene a little quicker. Cloud kind of goes nuts here. In a bit, it's weird. Actually, he goes nuts in the OG kind of, I think, if I recall.
Well, he has been having migraines for what in the story at this point? What, months?
True.
As a lifelong
ト
sufferer
ンベリ
of
さんチーム
migraines,
は
it-
あとは
you need to go
残
to
せ
the
ば
doctor.
ラスボスだけって感じですかね。
It's the escape. Kate is handling like the thing.
ラスボ
It's
ス
the
も
same as
多分
OG
何
or
形態か
Farco.
あったりするんでしょうけど、 それとももうちょっと
We
ボスあるか
are
な。
starting to approach the end as well. I forget how much time exactly is left. As you can see, we're on the final split for Team Tonberry. We have a little bit of story, a fight, 2 sets of boss fights, and then we're done.
Yeah, I can't remember exactly when the chapter 14 officially kicks in. I think it's just after this.
Where are you, baby?
I think it's after the escape. Chapter 14 starts.
How
much time we have?
In all seriousness, folks, if you don't want any spoilers on how they're handling what could be considered one of the most iconic scenes in gaming, just stop
あ
watching now.
熱中症
Come
とかだ
back
ったら
in
心配だからちゃんと
half
休んで
an
ほ
hour,
しい
45 minutes.
な。
I'm just looking at my normal splits, so it's something after DG. It's like probably like 25 minutes or something until the end after DG.
What if we went on an adventure? An adventure? A big one.
あ、クロマントに。
Somewhere far.
Woody's on his
な
trial.
んか
So
見覚えのある
Sid,
銀髪が
Sid
い
on
ま
this
した
one,
ね。
Woody's on the last one here with Aerith.
And the needles?
And then of course the Sid. Come here, Aerith.
私、すごい足場。
It's funny because you can like run on the air here because this is a bit
Yeah, the floor
weird.
box is a wee bit misaligned. I love that section Big Sid's at right now, where you're doing kind of Red's backstory. You don't need to press anything. The game just does it for you. It's just as quick. You don't have to press anything at all.
あら、デートですか？駄菓子。
I keep panic looking at this
easy,
split thing, making it like, oh my god, am I not paying attention? Is it? Am I missing more splits?
No,
here we're just going through.
Still doing the backstories from the clock room, and Big Sid's working his way towards that.
Yeah. Good job on Woody. You can talk to the NPC from quite far away if you do it right.
I'm sorry, Mommy.
And thus it is going to be entering the Sleeping Forest soon. There will be some save loads, but first we got to deal with these whispers. You just take them out, and then you take out the next two, and you can ignore the last two and just.
上画面の方では各個人のトラウマパートが立て続けに流れて結構お辛いところですが。
Okay, well.
Yep, the Sleeping Forest and yeah, the Sleeping Forest and Rebirth.
下画面ではぐるぐるでかいめの剣を振り回すクラウド君が。
It'll be interesting to see in part 3 what areas we get
だからなんちゃらブレードに
unlocked, and if they're going to move
コマ
any
のよ
more
う
of the
に
map around at all.
こと言ってたらなんか白いマントに覆われて。
Yeah, kind of shame. You had to go there for the harp, right? And that got you through here.
Yeah. Well remembered if it's been that long since you played OG. Big Sid here doing Yuffie's flashback, or kind of backstory section. This would make a lot more sense if you play the intermission DLC. I actually highly recommend it. As much as it's a DLC, I genuinely would consider it mandatory canon to understand a lot more of Yuffie's character going on in this part of the game.
All those lives cut short at your hand. Cakes?
Woadyb, F's in chat for our fallen friend. But we're skipping. There we go. Done again. That was a scene from Remake that we had to run past, but yeah.
Okay, that's it. He's doing save. You save load, so you save right when you get the text for like every character. So he should be saving right here, but that's okay. It's not that much slower, but overall, doing all these save loads to skip all this dialogue allows you to go a bit faster. You go a bit on the left more, and it saves somewhere around 50 seconds, like 50 to 54, going through it. That is a pretty significant chunk for a small segment that we are walking through, but you are forced to slow walk as they talk, so you do want to save on every single one, and then load.
All three of them are doing so much walking segments right now. There's not really a lot we can go on about here because we're not really wanting to go too much into the lore at the end of the game.
All I can really say is that all the runners been doing a really great job, and everything is now under 20 minutes apart. So the times are getting closer.
Yeah, they said did not learn this game for the marathon. I believe he'd originally started learning 16.
Yep.
But so he's had a lot less experience in this one. So considering his time played in this game doing the runs, he is doing an incredible job right now. So much respect for all the runners in this event, but particularly for those who do choose to pick up a game they've never played, or done the speedrun for anyway, and just learn it in order to, give us the marathon that we all love and enjoy watching this relay. It's an amazing for people to do it.
Yeah, luckily it wasn't like normal, because normal you really can't do that. It takes a lot of practice, takes absurd amounts, just because again, the damage cut on easy is really good. So it is a lot more run friendly to people if they want to pick up the run to learn. Like even here, like they can kind of tank through these whispers. These are obnoxious on normal because they do etheric drain. All these moves hit you and they knock you out of what you're doing. This fight is very much horrible on normal. Not as bad here. Now we got a Faded Tempest. That's okay. Essentially, they put down a ward, and like we have a perma physical buff on right now. That's good. That's the first one. There's a couple others if you get rid of it, but they can only be. I think they can only be 1-on-1s. I can't remember. I think so. But you just take advantage of it and try to group them up, hit them with your ability, and that's about it. They have very high resistance to like everything. But a problem here, it's not an issue on easy, but your party for the final fights here, the second to last group here for the boss, you do not get to heal between here. You cannot heal them. There is no way to heal them without a bench. And there's a bench coming up, it'll look at it, but it's out of the way, and we don't take benches here. Remake, most runners did. But on normal, eventually I was able to create a benchless route. But here, it's always benchless, which is nice, because each run that you're near with Cloud is 12 seconds that you take. So luckily, they don't have to take any. And that's assuming you were right next to it. However, you can heal Cloud on that elevator, if need be.
So we're coming up to the kind of end boss rush of the game. We're going through the last few fights. This is where making sure we had the right affections and affinities earlier on is going to matter, because it picks the order that we're going to get on the second to last fights here. So there's different phases. We're going to be working mostly for a few sections with our team in pairs, and by knowing the order that we're going to get, the guys can make sure that their gear and materia is set up accordingly, for each phase, and they know exactly what they're looking to do.
No surprises here.
Yeah, we do not want surprises.
白いのと黒いのが
similar, but
クラウド君に
based
使
on
って
the
くれ。
second last fight affecting the last fight. In this game, as we said earlier, is the entire run.
And sometimes that fight would be kind of dangerous, and then you get to end and you're like, okay, Tifa and Aerith, Barret?
Yeah.
Oh no.
Particularly if you'd taken all your materia off Barret and you literally had him doing nothing. So you were just not set up for it. It was never fun when you saw that happen to a runner, and you could just hear the despair in their voice.
Yeah. So for the exact part, it's on phase 1 and 2 of the next fight here, which is Genova. And that'll be Cloud, Tifa, sorry, Cloud and your first party member, and then your fourth party member. For me, that would be Tifa and Yuffie. It's going to be Red instead of Yuffie for them. It should be Tifa and then Red. On phase 4, it'll be...
今の何だったの？どういう状況だったの？
And as we see,
これもしかしていつぞやのメテオって何事件の再来ですかこれ？
So the relation is correct.
何今の？何？何だったの今の？
Nicely. This first phase on Genova.
これがジェノバってやつですかね？わかんない。適当なこと言ってるかもしれない。
And then on easy, they can do enough damage, and then when she teleports, they can just smack her, and the barrier just disappears because it gates her. And then you just have to play the waiting game where you hope she doesn't do a bad pattern and take forever to phase change. That's the move we want to see. Contaminated expulsion that gets rid of the 2 party members.
公式あらばなんかすごい見た目のやつをジェノバかって言ってたから、やっとジェノバを見れた気がする。
He got trolled a little bit there, Sid, but he got through it just fine.
自分でなんか周りのフィールド焼き払っちゃった。
1 or remake. There's some pretty cool voice lines between the different groups here as we switch through the cutscenes.
何の光
Between the phases, we can't really skip
お、
anything.
羽開いた。
Watch all these animations.
羽なのか
You can hear them
羽なのか
talking
わかんないけ
to
ど。
one another, and it's just always cool to get those wee insights.
Yep. So here on phase 2.
お、気づけば、も
we're just push the
もぐりさんチーム
push
も
the anti-pressure,
あれですね。
just do damage. And the
デ
idea
ー
is
モンズ
that
ゲートを
they're
倒
going
し
to
ま
swap
し
off
て、
again
差が
to
12分に縮まってま
start
すね。
the final phase. The final phase is a laser show. Uh-oh. Well, that's okay. It should be fine. It should be able to handle the final phase just fine. That's might have accidentally tapped them, but you can see it was so close to pushing. And now we get the, the music's real nice here. We get the two-party formations. It's always the same. This is not based on relation for these segments, so it's going to be Tifa and Kate. Yeah, I was like, who is with Tifa?
It's Tifa, Kate, then Barrett Red, then Cloud Juffy.
Yep. Kate.
あ、これでまた仲間がちょっと分断されて、別のところでそれぞれ殴っていくんですかね。
But you have like a crazy iframe where you just, if you're fighting, you just tap the stick to the side and you iframe everything if you time it right. It's insane. It's okay, is difficult to learn, but is really, really good. A very, very phenomenal character. Especially because you can cast magic while attacking and stuff like this. Far stronger than you think. But it's gonna do limit. A funny thing is, if you sleep the boss here,
遠距離だから届かなくて若干歩いてたけど。
You'll sleep her
We've all been
and
there. We have all been there.
Yep, you'll sleep her, and she goes to sleep for the entirety of the 40 seconds because you can't actually damage the main body to wake her up, and you don't get your limit until after she wakes up. So, on normal, I have to, even though I have sleep, I have to take it off my shortcut so I don't accidentally sleep her and lose 40 seconds. But they don't need to make use of sleep, so there's no risk of any jank here.
During these cutscenes, as you can see, we revert to Advent
おお、
Children.
投げ飛ばした。
It's a really cool cinematic here, though.
I don't think the remake trilogy has quite touched on to the epicness that is the 16 boss cinematics, and I genuinely don't know how Square are ever going to top
お
that.
お、生かしたムービーだ。
Yeah. 16. I wish I was awake for it, but I had to work, so I couldn't watch it, sadly.
大ダメージ。
That one.
Okay, final phase here. We're
これ
going
が
to
ファイナルフェーズ。
Kate
多分ラスボスじゃないんだよな、多分。
your third
そんな気がするんだよな。
relationship.
やったことないけど。やったことないけど、なんとなくこいつがラスボスではない気がするんだよな。なんだろうな。
And, I would, in this case, he has a lot of magic and he can get through it. Okay, we're fine. That accidental stagger in phase 2, unfortunate, kind of slows it down, but
強切りした
did
んだ。
not die or anything. And practicing those fights is really annoying because when you do that, it resets their health and stagger bar to specific values. So you can't, if you want to practice these fights or this set here with Sephiroth, you have to restart from the entirety of the battle.
なんでザックスがいるんだ。どういう話なんだわからない。何も。
Here we are partnered with Zack. He comes with a lot of spells. He comes with like First Strike and other materials. He has a lot of spells. He has bravery, like offensive spells as well. On easy, a normal we push without
そうそう、
stagger.
平行世界っていうのも聞いたことがない話が
Stagger by
出てきて。
60% and the health is 70%, so they don't line up.
みんな僕を置いてきぼりにしている。
They just stagger and then push.
わかるのはどん兵衛の話ぐらいしかわかんない。
He's gonna transform into, well, after that character is gone, we don't need you. He's gonna transform. You do retain your buffs between these phases as well. You retain stuff like limit and like in certain parts you'll retain health, certain others you won't. It's really weird that way.
Just so you know, we've got BigSid on Demon's Gate, so keep an eye out for that split shortly.
Okay, thank you for the
あ、
reminder.
なんか、
So we have Bizarro Seth.
最後の切り札だ。
What's he doing here? Well, he's here. At the start, he's going to... I don't know which strat Sid's going to do. If he's going to get in close with melee or he's doing the double Blizzard. Looks like double Blizzard. If you're too close, he'll push you away, but there's like a window where you can dodge it.
あ、なんかすごい、もう痛がってる。
It's DG down for Choco. They're all on the last split.
あ、白いのが、な
And
ん
once
か、
you get rid of that core on the bottom of Bizarro, you can then push to the next part of the phase, which
あ、
will
なんか
be,
ちょっと
again,
痛
it's
そう。
still Cloud Solo. But at the start of that phase, it's important to know that you get 2 ATB. It's the only point in the game where you're just given ATB. You're always filled to the max. Some sort of mercy.
You say mercy. Are we sure the devs just didn't make a mistake?
That would be so funny.
It's like, whoops, we accidentally set this too high.
あ、上に乗れるんだ。
We do a little bit of climbing. You can take damage if you're waiting too long, but you won't die.
思ったよりでかいな。
Let the timer run out. It doesn't blow up the reactor, you know, stuff like that.
これめ、なんかめっちゃ
How
顔
many
つい
of
てる
us
んだ。
actually waited to find that out? Because I know I did.
I did.
Yeah.
顔、頭の上に胴体があって、
Here
さら
he's
に、
going to
さらに
push,
胴体が。
damage, you build some stagger. This bar, this health bar and stagger bar are going to persist between the phases. So it could be like, oh my god, you're doing focus thrust, even though they're not staggered. Well, it's still useful to build that to set it up for the next phase.
すごいデザイン。
And he's got limit, so he's just gonna burst from here. Oh, he does the crystal sword equipment.
おお、
because
か
of
っこい
Blizzard.
い。
Okay. He doesn't do the physical. I know Woadyb is going to do physical. BigSid is going to do magic. As the physical doesn't require a menu in between them. You just go.
鼻垂れてた。
Although I don't think he's going to do my setup, so we'll see. Now we have the next phase. This is going to be... it's always going to be Kate, and it's going to be your number 1 and your number 2. So in this case, it's Tifa and Barrett. And you absolutely want Barrett here, because again, bonus round, and we're going to have to deal with a Whisper Bahamut.
まだ
And
終わっ
the
てな
goal
かっ
here
た。
is, it has a very small stagger bar, so you want to stagger it. And you want to do this, which will be easy enough and easy, and normal as long as you do it right.
ああ、ええ。帰ってきた。
You want to do this
いろいろ
because
帰って
otherwise
きた
you're。 going to get Giga Flared, which is a ton of damage. It's a small little cutscene, and that's about it.
Yep, continuity again from part 1 where we had Whisper Bahamut towards the end, only it's now a bigger, badder version of him.
It's like fused with a mech or something.
Well, it's Bahamut Arisen now, but you know, I think, did it not go originally, was it Bahamut, Bahamut Neo, Bahamut Zero, I think was OG's 3.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll be curious to see what they do with Bahamut in part 3, because I'm assuming we're going to get him again.
Oh, of course.
Well, they had
Unfortunately, you go for it.
They had Bahamut Arisen in as a summon in this game, but that was kind of like the Neo Bahamut.
Yeah, this is the one that you essentially fight. It's just a bit different here. In some of its mechanics, so it's slightly different. After you down him once, it's going to get rezzed, and you have to take out a wing, and it gets rezzed again. The longer you take, the more health gets rezzed on Bahamut. But once you get rid of the second wing, you push the phase.
So the quicker you take that wing
ここ
down,
3
and
チーム
yeah,
は
if you've done enough
17
damage, it
分。
just instant ends.
Yeah, so the most important thing is to make sure you get the
行
stagger,
動ですね。
and then have some
本当
ATB
に
and nuke one of the wings
め
right
っ
away.
ちゃ巻いてますね。
So you get the Bahamut down faster. It can do like homing barrage and stuff, which causes like a paralysis, but you can block it, and then it does like a bunch of stuff. And in that case, you just use Barrett, and Barrett really shines on that fight, honestly. Even on normal, we just use Barrett.
Yeah, we're about to see the stupid strength of Zac. He just has so much damage.
Yeah, There's different ways to
そうです
approach
ね。
this. You can
確か
cast
チョコ
bravery.
ボチ
When you
ーム
attack, you can do
の
a
奏者
charge.
さんが
There's a
世
quick
界
charge, a window for it, and then after that, you
2
can
位の
do an
方で
attack,
したっ
which
け
is
ちょっ
a
と間違ってたら本
charge
当に申し
combo
訳ないん
thing.
ですけど。
And it'll build more meter on it. You can see the level 1 next to charge. It goes up to 3. His moves get better, and when you get level 3, you can actually use High Braver, which then you can chain, which we're going to see when the boss is staggered. You're going to chain it into High Braver 2 and then 3, because it'll be a square prompt that comes up. Unless you're like me and you mess this up in your PB and are salty. Anyways. It always comes back to it.
どっちのパートも白い色に妨害されて
Luckily,
いる。
there's a lot of stagger built in phase 1, so all he has to do is get up to level 3, like that. High Braver 1, 2. I think he missed the third input, or I didn't see it.
No, I didn't see the third either.
おお。連携攻撃
And
だ。
Sid likes to do this combo attack with Cloud for consistency for him. Woody's entering Genova. Yeah, he might have just missed the third input, that's all. But he's through it, and it's pushed. And that's it for Zach.
V 破壊だ。何を、角か。
And then we enter into the next phase, like right away. It's gonna
びっ
be
くりした。3発したんかと思った。
your first, your second, third, and fourth party members. So in this case, it will be.
まだしぶといね、君。まあ、しぶとくなかったら、なんかいろんな作品でついてこないか。
You've got 2 wings to deal with. They change affinity. It's always the same order. It starts with fire, and then ice, and lightning, and wind. The goal here is to get prepped here. It's going to use Faith because Empowerment is actually leveled up onto Yuffie. She's going to use her Fox Flames.
モグさんチームも
ATB on her and red. And they're going to, depending on the
あれで
player,
すね、
I know
ジェド
they
バ戦に
use,
行ってきてます
ice on
ね
one。of them. But in this case, the Sid is going to use fires on each wing and break them.
Yeah, don't you have to use it really quick because otherwise they change their elemental and you can mess it up.
It takes a little bit, and they want to get some limit on Barret. So they're going to tank some hits here, get 2 ATB ready, and then break that core and push into the next part. In which case they can queue up a focus shot during this transition, just like that. And Barret's going to limit, and they're going to limit when it's staggered and push. If you don't have enough stagger, like for example on normal, he'll do Heartless Angel, but you can back it up with the backline command, which is something that happens after 1 minute where your party is in danger. And they're absolutely in danger because they all have 1 health if you get Heartless Angel. So you can use like a Cyclonic Kick with Yuffie, even though Tifa's not here, for example. And anything that doesn't use Cloud or Aerith. But that shouldn't come up. It is an emergency strat though, if it does happen. But that was clean, wings, no issues. And now we go into the final phase.
降り立った。
So, Team Tonberry, get ready. We're going to have a very quick fight. It might be like in around a minute-ish fight or something.
Yeah, I mean there is a couple wee bits that can go wrong, just like there was in OG, but this is it.
ああ、綺麗。
Final battle.
Yep.
No
You're with Aerith
Bizarro.
alone.
No Bizarros, no
おかえり。
weird-looking things. It's, you know, as we know him. And Ayla shows up to help us in the final battle.
Yep.
眩しい。
I'll be saying go. I don't know who the next runner is for Tonberry though, so I'm not gonna do it in Discord. I hope they're here to hear. We are with Aerith. They're going to be using a lot of spell blades. They're going to he's going to go into the center of the screen and do a move where he puts on his wing. It does like a big circular attack that does a lot of damage. You could counterfire. In normal, we have counterfire and we deal with it like that, but they don't pick that up in easy. Counterfire.
羽と剣にいろいろ吸収した。
They will not be doing that here though. You can counter a bunch here. You can attack. You want to get your Sonic Boom. You can opt for Berserk or not. And if you got hit by Grip. If you get hit by Grip, you get hit with Skewer afterwards. And once you get rid of that wing, Sephiroth is pressured, and there will stagger. And then you can do Spell Blades, you can do X Slash. I believe they're going to end with Cross Slash, as it just nukes the final part.
And it's a swag finish.
Oh, okay, no, he's doing the, okay, he's kind of doing during the stagger. That is more damage, technically, because, of course, the boss is staggered, so it's a little riskier for the end. It's what I do as well, on normal. But I have, like, Thundaga with Era to help out.
ゲージも残り少ないですね。
That's Woadyb just finished Genova. He's now moving on to the
And now we're in the final
phases.
part. Team Tonberry, get ready. You have to wait for a little bit here for him to be damageable, and...
When in doubt, braver. Oh!
Oh my goodness.
Please.
No, no, no.
クラウド君が倒れてしまった。
Go!
ああ、倒した。
There it is. Oh.
Go Team
は
Tonberry.
い、トンベリチームさん、GG でした。
Good job, Sid.
そし
Oh my god,
て、
my heart
画
was
面
racing
の
because
方
I
も
thought
切
that
り
was
替わり
gonna
ますか
I
ね
was。gonna die.
続いての
Edge of the seat.
タイトルが、
Right, move
ファイナル
back
ファンタ
over,
ジー
Woody's
4ですか
on
ね
the。left. He's continuing